Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
At this moment, only Darui was left. Wang Jin and Deidara held him tightly, giving Itachi a chance to face off against Fourth Raikage. Darui was not as weak as Juzang said. On the contrary, he was very strong. Even with 1 against 2, he was not immediately at a disadvantage. His storm style restrained Deidara's explosion style. Many explosives were hit by the Black Thunder and misfired, greatly weakening Xiao Dai's effect. Wang Jin could only carry the banner and fight Darui by himself. Lightning style chakra mode. What you also know are Kumagakure's secret technique. Darui was shocked while Wang Jin grinned. Isn't it just a special usage of lightning style? Let me show you this. Lightning style Chidori flow. Zizi, the long sword in Wang Jin's hand, was instantly covered with a layer of blue and white thunder. It was Chidori's various uses that could be used to enhance the sharpness of the weapon. Darui's face was solemn. In addition to the lightning style, he knew the water style. This was simply a defeat for his opponent who also had the Grandmaster lightning style. On the other hand, Wang Jin is not the same. Although his lightning style cannot pose a threat to Darui, his physical skills are far superior to his opponent's. The Sharingan family are naturally good at physical skills. Now lightning style chakra mode and Chidori increase Wang Jin's speed and attack power. In addition, Darui must always be on guard against Sharingan genjutsu. This made him groan secretly, remembering the advice given to him by his seniors when he was a child during the Third War. Never fight a Sharingan alone. This feeling is so frustrating. Darui barely resisted Wang Jin's physical attack. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Xiao Dai, go help Itachi, I can deal with the enemy myself. Okay. Deidara immediately took the bird to fly high into the sky again. He had to ensure that he was undefeated before he could confidently output explosives. At this moment, the battle between Uchiha Itachi and Raikage has entered a fierce battle. Each of them has extremely fast and powerful attack power. A person with Suzunu's perfect defense and good attack power can fight head-on with every move. Boom, 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 boom. In the second stage, Susan and Yazuki AI, who only had skeletons, collided with each other. At this time, Uchiha Itachi had just opened his eyes and could not use the stronger Susan. But this is enough. He went to the battlefield at the age of 4 and became Anbu's squad leader at the age of 13. His combat experience is not comparable to that of Sasuke in the original book, who opened the Eternal Eye but could not defeat Raikage. Amaterasu. Whoosh, Fourth Raikage used extreme speed to dodge Itachi's attack. A huge boulder behind him was burned by black flames and quickly turned into nothingness. The black flame did not go out after it hit the ground, but still burned everything it came into contact with. This scene shocked Yuyui's heart. The flame that can't be extinguished, it's really a terrifying ability. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi needs preparation time to activate this technique, otherwise it would be dangerous. Yayu AI planned to win with his own strength, but the swamp under his feet greatly limited his speed, so he could only fight Susan head-on. Xiaodi dropped the explosives at the same time, and Itachi's Susanoo allowed him to attack without any fear of accidentally injuring his teammates. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded one after another, and the smoke and dust stirred up engulfed Itachi and Yayu AI, making it impossible for outsiders to see what was going on inside. Darui was worried to death, but Wang Jin clung to him and was unable to support Yuyui. In the smoke and dust, Yazuki AI exploded with a terrifying amount of chakra, increased his speed to a terrifying level, and hit Itachi's Susanoo hard with a punch. Lateral bolt of pain chopped. Boom, he has no grudge against anyone. And he became the executioner with blood-stained hands and murderous people because of this chaotic ninja world. Albido's brows still furrowed after hearing this. His abilities are average, but this guy is a bit clever. I'm worried that Itachi will be deceived by him and turn against us. Yazuki AI seizes the opportunity to get Uchiha Itachi, who is forced to use the technique that hurts the body the most. After they left, two figures appeared silently. It was Uchiha, Albido, and Zetsu. At the same time, the aftermath of this punch knocked Itachi away, causing him to vomit blood. Wang Jin kicked Killer Bee, who was still unconscious, and continued, put him back. Nagato has no place to deal with the tailed beast now that he has it. It can also balance the strength of the 5 major nations. Although Killer Bee lacks brains and is restrained by your Mangekyō, he is indeed a troublesome presence in the eyes of other countries. With the help of the think tank of the Kingdom of Thunder, he can still maintain his status as a great power. Okay, go back and answer your orders. I have more important things to do next. Senior, how was my explosion just now? Wang Jin took Weasel with him and took Xiao Dai's flying bird back to the land of rain at high speed. Don't worry, there is still this guy in the Kingdom of Thunder. Uchiha Obaido looked at the battlefield, then looked at the backs of the three people leaving, frowning. Uchiha Nishiki, he is a good prospect. Maybe I can make him a chess piece in my hands like Madara. Don't worry about him, Mangekyō is just a chess piece after all, Juyin said coldly. Deidara fell from the sky, his face full of excitement. Uchiha Itachi sighed and sealed the fourth Raikage's body into the storage space. Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Itachi walked up to Yazuki AI and cut off his head with a kunai with a ruthless expression, as if nothing happened. Excellent performance, your instant explosive beauty is art. Wang Jin praised Xiao Dai along with his character. The latter was very helpful and nodded frequently. Wang Jin took the opportunity to pierce his heart with a sword. Later in the original work, the main force of the coalition immediately became angry on the spot. Wang Jin gave a thumbs up again. You are worthy of someone who went to the battlefield at the age of 4. Your mentality is very good, Itachi. After he left, Ju was in a daze alone for a while and then murmured. Zetsu, I'm not sure I can deal with Itachi. He is the man I fear the most. Even Nagato is not as good as him. Okay, I'll do as you say. Uchiha Itachi certainly supports no war. Uchiha Itachi's left eye was bleeding, and Yazuki AI fell straight to the ground during the explosion. Lord Raikage. If I could, I wish I'd never do it. Senior, I hope we are doing the right thing. The 4 major countries will not launch a war against the Kingdom of Thunder just because Raikage died. It's over. Sure enough, I can only get along with my senior. You are the person who understands art best, much better than Mr. Zai. Uchiha Itachi's Susan was smashed into pieces by Yazuki Ai's punch as if it were made of paper, and disappeared with a wailing sound. Seeing that Yi Yui's life was in danger, Darui turned around desperately to save people. There's really nothing we can do about it, I can't even fight Itachi. Zetsu expressed helplessness. Uchiha Obaido sighed, and then his body was absorbed by the surrounding rotating space and disappeared. Where did this Uchiha Nishiki come from? It's incredible that he was able to persuade Itachi to assassinate Raikage. When Killer Bee was thrown by Itachi onto a road on the border of the Land of Thunder, the entire ninja world was in shock. Fourth Raikage was killed, and several big countries immediately began to prepare for action. Iwagakure Onoki's office, he summoned all the top officials of the Earth country. Everyone, I believe you have also heard that the boy from Fourth Raikage is dead. Onoki was in a high position with a smile on his face. I won't hide it now. The bounty I issued was accepted and implemented by the Akatsuki organization. What? This is actually your intention. A middle-aged man with a big nose stood up abruptly. His height of more than 2 meters was in sharp contrast to the skinny Onoki. He is Onoki's son, Iwagakure's elite Jonin less. He is so good at Earth style that he can be called a strong man in the entire ninja world. Onoki floated up from his seat and spoke with a smile. Les, sit down and don't make such a fuss. Tsuchikage-sama, why are you doing this? Another senior man from Iwagakure asked confusedly. This matter will eventually be exposed one day. Don't you have a deadly feud with the Kingdom of Thunder? What if they call? Are they calling? Onoki snorted coldly after hearing this. Kyumin has no chance to take revenge. I will issue an order to attack them today. The loss of the shadow is when Kumigakure is at his weakest. We must seize this opportunity to eliminate them in one fell swoop and seize their fertile land. This must be done quickly, and we must be ahead of other big countries. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Thunder will be divided by then, and we will have less things to get. Destroy the Kingdom of Thunder, father, you can't do this. You will definitely provoke the 4th Ninja War. Les was so excited that he even forgot to address Wang. He was worried that Onoki would make the situation uncontrollable. Hyuntu continued, it has only been a few years since the 3rd Ninja War. In the last war, the 3rd Raikage alone blocked tens of thousands of ninjas from Iwagakure, causing countless casualties. Our strength has not yet recovered. Father, you are going to start another war now, which will drag the village into a state of destruction. Stupid, Onoki was immediately displeased when he was questioned. He was still his own son. Les, shut up, it's not your turn to make the decision now, Iwagakure. What do you guys mean? If you support me, raise your hands. If you disagree, get out of here right now. Facing the powerful and domineering Onoki, several high-level officials of Iwagakure who had long been ignored could only be coerced into agreeing to his war goals. The country of fire, Konoha village, roots. Duanzo, what a good thing you did. Hiruzen Sarutobi was furious and kicked open the door of Danzo's office. The latter looked confused. Hiruzen, are you crazy? Am I crazy? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a ferocious expression. I think you are the one who is crazy. You actually let Uchiha Nishiki assassinate Raikage. Don't you know that this will lead to revenge from the Land of Thunder? Danzo was even more confused when he heard this. Wait, what did you say? Uchiha Nishiki killed 4th Raikage. I really don't know, that's not what I meant. That's enough, Danzo. How many more ugly things are you going to do behind my back before you stop? I'm telling you, from now on you are no longer an old man. This organization will be dissolved on the spot without any room for negotiation. Bang! After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the door and left. The confused Danzo quickly called his subordinates to verify the news. A little while later, Danzo walked out of his office with a gloomy face. Damn Uchiha Nishiki, you are trying to kill me. In the main hall of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, who looked like Yahiko, had a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was in a very good mood now. In front of him, the members of the Akatsuki organization, whether real or images, all gathered. Nishiki, Itachi, Deidara, you did a great job this time. You actually succeeded in assassinating the 4th Raikage, which exceeded my expectations. Chief, where's Onoki's money? The old guy didn't do any tricks. What to do next? Are there any other commissions that the 3 of us need to complete? I have to say that Orochimaru has a terrifyingly high IQ, and did not believe Wang Jin's lies from the beginning. If you can assassinate Raikage, you can also assassinate him. Onoki is not an idiot and will not do this. It's easy to say, I haven't done anything recently. I'll get the sample for you first. If you need anything in the future, just tell me directly. I have something here that should help you. You don't need to know these things, just complete the organizational tasks. Wang Jin threw out a storage scroll and threw it to Orochimaru, much to the latter's satisfaction. Hey, what are you two talking about? What kind of sample? Hidden was very confused. The other members, except Itachi and Deidara, also looked at the two of them. Orochimaru was disdainful, and Orochimaru licked his lips after hearing this. Nishiki-kun, Raikage's body is still with you. I wonder if you can study it for me. However, how could Orochimaru, who was so arrogant, explain to the weak in his eyes? He immediately turned around and left the hall. That's good. Wang Jin nodded slightly and suddenly became curious. How much is the reward? You are actually asked to accept this commission at any cost. After he left, all the avatars in the hall except Yahiko dispersed. After Yahiko said this, the other members spoke one after another. Some of them were dismissive and didn't care much about the contributions made by Wang Jin and Uchiha Itachi. HMPH Deidara, you have never seen me attack with all my strength. One can make Itachi and Deidara obedient, and the other is tinkering with some weird stuff every day. Anyway, neither of them is a fuel-efficient lamp. It's just that these two people are too mysterious in their eyes. Raikage's corpse is so important. It not only contains the secrets of the Yayu clan's tyranny, but it can also reincarnate him into a powerful helper. Master Scorpion, don't underestimate Raikage, he is really powerful. Deidara shook his head. Master and I have also completed missions. Master, you are no match for Raikage. Since Senior knows, hurry up. I'm really waiting for something to be used. At this moment, Wang Jin stopped pretending and admitted it directly. Jinjun, thank you very much. I'm very curious about how 3rd Raikage managed to defeat 8 Tails with 1 against 10,000. Zai, it's just a shadow, I can kill him with my attack. Wang Jin smiled lightly and didn't care about Orochimaru's promise. He just wanted the other party to quickly study the fusion sample of Hashirama and Madara cells. Wang Jin asked, Yahiko Pain nodded. Mangekyō has been obtained and he is no longer afraid of Danzo. Wang Jin wouldn't talk about it either and left with Itachi and Deidara with a faint smile. Senior, you are very polite, you have already paid me. As long as the sample can be successfully obtained as soon as possible, it will be the greatest help to this junior. Yahiko Pain didn't want to say anything, and Wang Jin didn't ask any more questions, but asked about the next step. He didn't dare to cheat. The reward was given to you just after you got the news that the assassination was successful. Oh, since Senior asked, I'll give it to you, I don't need this thing anyway. Orochimaru was telling the truth right now. Haha, I already knew this was your idea. Where could Danzo get such a precious thing? Not yet, you should repair in the Kingdom of Rain first. You are tired from the battle just now. At the Alliance headquarters, Huo Long brought his grandson Huo Chen to Mo Zheju's office. As soon as he entered the door, he went straight to the point. Zheshu, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki plan does not need to continue, we have no chance. What's wrong, what happened? Mo Zheju doesn't often go in and out of the sacred tree world. There are too many things in the huge alliance that require him to be in charge for a long time. Huo Long's expression was very ugly. Chenner, please tell the speaker about the situation. Yes, Grandpa. Huo Chen was arrogant outside and looked down on his classmates, but here he was as obedient as a cat and quickly told him the information he had learned. Lord Chancellor, a huge change has occurred in the ninja world. Our fourth Raikage from Kumagakure was killed because he went out to search for Eight Tails Jinchuriki. You will never guess who did it. What? Raikage was killed. Mojeju stood up in shock with a serious look on his face. Who did it? He can actually assassinate the strongest man in the ninja world. Mojeju couldn't help but be shocked. He had seen fourth Raikage in the world of the sacred tree and had fought against him before, but he was far inferior to him. Such people would die from assassination. He couldn't imagine how powerful the assassin must be. Huo Chen didn't seem to believe it, but he still said a name that Mo Jeju would never have thought of. It was Wang Jin. He killed fourth Raikage. Impossible, Mo Jeju slammed the table, feeling very excited. Absolutely impossible. How old is Wang Jinkai? He has no such ability. Although I don't want to believe it, the fact is that the fourth Raikage really died at his hands. Huo Chen continued speaking quickly. Also, Mr. Speaker, the Eight Tails we want to investigate was actually kidnapped by him. After Wang Jin killed fourth Raikage, I don't know what he thought, but he actually returned Eight Tails Jinchuriki to our Kingdom of Thunder safe and sound. Sir Speaker, this is really speechless. Why didn't he inform you after he did such a big thing? It would be nice to ask your opinion. Now, Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer B has returned to Kumagakure and was elected as the fifth Raikage. We have completely lost the chance to capture him. Unless what? Just say it quickly. Mo Jeju couldn't wait. Huo Chen hesitated and spoke. Unless you order him to kidnap Eight Tails again, he can successfully kidnap Jinchuriki once in Kumagakure. It won't be difficult to do it a second time. He has the strength. Wang Jin, Mo Jeju was lost for a moment after hearing this and then shouted for someone. Su Mei. Exist. As soon as the graceful Su Mei walked in from the door, she heard a sentence that made her open her sexy red lips. With further notice, Wang Jin will be promoted to the seventh speaker of the alliance. He will be on the same level as us and enjoy the same treatment and rights. Who that little guys? Speaker, you are crazy. Go and give the order, Mo Jeju shouted, causing Zhang Su Mei's body to tremble in shock. People were shocked that a freshman, someone who was not even Jonin, suddenly rose to the top and became one of the talkmakers in the alliance. Hey, I hope that little guy won't hold a grudge because of our bad attitude in the past. West Valley District, Zuojia. Not only is the southern continent going crazy, the northern continent is also full of legends about Wang Jin. Honey, you too, can't you change your snobbish habit after so many years? If you ask me, don't put any effort into Xiao Yu and find a way to marry her to Wang Jin. Only in this way can Wang Jin be one of our own, and the Zuo family will prosper in the future. Let's sacrifice Xiao Yu in exchange for family interests. Zuo Hui was confused after hearing this. Honey, weren't you the most disgusted with me doing this before? Why did you? I don't think it's possible, Zuo Qingyi analyzed. Those two are just ordinary people and they are not biological parents. They don't hold much place in Wang Jin's heart. That's right, my wife, you have the greatest credit, the greatest. You are a person who has never used your brain in your whole life and only likes to use your hands. Oh yes. Why didn't I think of that? Zuo Hui laughed after hearing this. I was confused. It turns out that our greatest help is right beside us, haha. This is a height that many people cannot reach in their lifetime. They have the power of life and death in their hands and have inexhaustible cultivation resources. They are like the princes and emperors of ancient times. Wow, Zuo Hui personally watched the gifts being loaded into the truck, filling the entire container. There were everything for food and use, all of expensive brands. Hey, don't I regret this to death? Zuo Hui sighed, regretting that he had underestimated Wang Jin before. Yes, Speaker. If two people truly love each other, then there is no such thing as sacrifice. Zuo Qingyi said as she looked at a small sacred tree in the courtyard. There was a person wrapped in the vine Zuo Xiaoyu. Alliance Order. Starting today, Wang Jin, a freshman at Minnesota University, is officially promoted to the seventh speaker of our alliance. He has the same status as the top 6 speakers and enjoys the same treatment and rights. No one may have any objections. Quickly, pack your things quickly. I want to visit Mr. Wang Jin's adoptive parents in person. Idiot, Zuo Qingyi pinched Zuo Hui's ear. The pain made the latter grin, but he did not dare to resist. Wang Jin is now the 7th speaker, and the West Valley District is under his direct control. He can make our Zuo family disappear from here with just one sentence. Half a day later, a piece of news swept the entire continent, leaving everyone who knew it confused. She has a very good relationship with Mo Jeju on weekdays. They have been like father and daughter for many years, and they often make suggestions to make the other party reconsider things. But the situation is different now. Haven't you seen what Xiao Yu is thinking? She likes Wang Jin. Xiao Yu can be happy and the Zuo family can also prosper. It's the best of both worlds. Forget it, it's useless to talk about it now. I hope I can use Wang Jin's adoptive parents to repair the relationship with him. I was against Xiao Yu marrying someone she didn't like, and I wouldn't let you use your daughter to change your future. If it weren't for me, the Zuo family would have been broken up long ago. If I had known that this boy would be where he is today, I wouldn't have dared to treat him like that. It was too late to win over him. But at this moment, Mo Jeju was extremely serious, which made Su Mei understand that he was serious and not crazy. His wife Zuo Qingyi was also watching the car with a little sadness on her delicate face. 3 days later, in a rarely visited underground cave in the Kingdom of Wind, a one-eyed old man came with 2 people. Yayao, isn't this Lord Danzo? What are you doing here? A small white snake appeared from the wall inside the cave, and it was Orochimaru's voice. Danzo, I'm here to find Uchiha Nishiki. Ask him to come out and see me. Jinjun, someone wants to see you. In a secret room, Orochimaru, who was concentrating on doing an experiment, stopped and turned to look at Wang Jin, who was concentrating on the experiment process. The latter looked surprised and asked, "How did you know?" "He's here and was discovered by my summoning beast." Orochimaru licked his lips. "He must be here to ask you about the 4th Raikage. Why do you want to meet him?" "Now that we've found this place, we must meet him." Wang Jin smiled slightly and called Itachi to go out together. This is Orochimaru's secret base, which contains various experimental equipment and experimental subjects. The samples he wants will also be born here. There is less than half a month left for Madara and Hashirama's subworld mission. At this moment, Wang Jin just wants Orochimaru to be more powerful and give him what he wants. As for Danzo, he had half given up. From the beginning, Wang Jin planned to bet on Orochimaru. After all, he is a scientific research expert, and Danzo went there with the attitude of trying everything possible. Uchiha Itachi followed behind Wang Jin and walked out of the tunnel with a frown on his face. "Senior Jin, I'm afraid this person is not a good person. Danzo is a very sinister person. You must be careful." "Then kill him." Unexpectedly, Wang Jin just said it lightly with a smile on his face. "Itachi, you're not afraid of him, are you?" "That's not the case, but Shisui's right eye is in his hand." Distinguished heavenly gods is a technique that can silently modify a person's will, turning them into a puppet of the caster. It is the strongest genjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Once you are hit, you will be in trouble. Distinguished heavenly gods, I know. Wang Jin stopped and thought for a moment before speaking. Itachi, use Shadow Clone to meet Danzo and see what he's going to do. This old guy is dispensable to me now. If he wants to attack us, we can kill him. It's okay to attack him in the dark and be careful. Good. As Itachi spoke, he formed hand seals and performed a spell, and soon a fake body of Wang Jin appeared, which was exactly how Shadow Clone and the transformation technique were used. The fake Wang Jin walked out swaggeringly and met Danzo at the entrance of the cave. "Sir, my bugs tell me there are 2 more people hiding behind the Uchiha Nishiki, with Jonin's strength, so you have to be careful." "Oh, Uchiha Itachi and Deidara. It seems that Uchiha Nishiki also knows that I am going to deal with him." A subordinate beside Danzo who was wrapped in a black tights reminded him. This person is none other than Aburame Ryoma, a Jonin of the Aburame clan who is skilled in sensing and manipulating insects, and Danzo's right-hand man. The other person is Yamanaka Feng from the Yamanaka clan, also a bodyguard of Danzo. Yamanaka Feng has brown hair and a low voice. He took out a humanoid puppet wrapped in a coat from the scroll, placed it in a corner of the cave where it would definitely be seen, and put a curse seal on its forehead. "Sir, this is my mind transfer puppet spell. As long as the enemy sees it, my mental power will be exchanged, and my mental power will control the enemy's body. As long as the 3 of them dare to take action, this technique can at least eliminate 1 enemy." "Well done, Feng," Danzo smiled grimly. "Uchiha Nishiki and Uchiha Itachi are beyond my control. I will deal with them here today. But don't damage Itachi's eyes unless absolutely necessary. They are a pair of Mangekyō, very precious." "Yes, sir." The 2 men received the order and prepared for battle. Danzo touched his right eye under the bandage and thought to himself, "The recovery time of distinguished heavenly gods is too long, you can't use it lightly." The fake Wang Jin arrived at the cave entrance, and Danzo took the lead in attacking. Uchiha Nishiki, I don't remember asking you to assassinate the shadow of Ikikoku. Now that the Reikage is dead, Hiruzen is blaming me. He wants me to pay the land of lightning with your head, or else he will disband the root. I think as a member of the root, you would be willing to sacrifice your life. Danzo-sama, do you really want to kill me? The fake Wang Jin said in a deep voice, while the real Wang Jin in the dark looked disdainful. Itachi, did you see that? Sarutobi Hiruzen is making a fool of himself again, choosing to sacrifice his own people in order to appease the anger of the Land of Thunder. How can such a weak character lead Konoha to strength? I think it would be better to replace him. The third generation is indeed old. Itachi didn't object after hearing this, and he also had opinions about Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hyuga clan had already encountered such a thing and sacrificed the branch house leader. Senior, what should we do? Do you want to take action? Itachi asked, and Wang Jin nodded. Let's do it. Danzo will always be a disaster if he is left here. Good. Uchiha Itachi rushed out directly, and his shadow clone followed suit when he saw this, and the two of them targeted Danzo. Sir, be careful. Sir, haven't I become a traitor a long time ago? You announced it yourself. He took control of Shadow Clone's body, but immediately his expression changed drastically and he retreated. No, this is Shadow Clone. He immediately quietly activated the Sharingan's secret technique Izanagi, and closed one of the rows of Sharingan on his arm hidden in the sleeve. Wang Jin's strange anomaly made Danzo instantly feel the danger. His right eye under the bandage shone slightly, and his pupil power was activated instantly. Danzo spit out several air cannons from his mouth, piercing several large holes in Uchiha Itachi's second stage Susanoo, but no one else was hurt. The real Wang Jin in the dark is wearing lightning-style chakra mode, his hands light up with Chidori. He sneaks out at extremely fast speeds and pierces the heart of Yamanaka Feng. I know there are 9 other Danzos with eyes like this. This old man is very sinister. How do you know the details about me? Danzo was shocked when he heard what he said. Even his most trustworthy subordinates, Yamanaka Feng and Aburame, didn't know these things. After Wang Jin killed Yamanaka Feng, he focused on Aburame to take the root and quickly killed him with the 10-fist sword in Susanoo's hand. Lightning-style Chidori. Uchiha Itachi used Great Fireball to burn all the bugs to death, and his shadow clone immediately chased after them. You are actually ready to take action already. Uchiha Jin, are you going to rebel against Konoha? Danzo was shocked, and Wang Jin grinned. Danzo and Yamanaka immediately backed out of the cave, seemingly wanting to escape. The Yamanaka wind in the darkness immediately activated a spell, and the curse seal on the puppet's head disappeared, trapping the shadow clone's spiritual power into the puppet's body. Wang Jin sneered, the Chidori flow in his hand covering the rapier. Old guy, I know a lot more. You must die here today. Uchiha Itachi summoned Susanoo and faced off against Danzo and Aburame, taking 1 against 2. He was very fond of Wang Jin, and if Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't forced him, he wouldn't have let go of this capable subordinate. Aburame took the root and slapped his hands on the ground, and a large number of parasites appeared in his sleeves, crawling towards the fake Wang Jin and Uchiha Itachi. Damn it, you little brat Uchiha, I'll do it to you first. This technique can turn things that have happened in a period of time that are not good for you into never happening, and only choose things that are good for you to turn into reality. It can last for 1 minute, so be careful. Shadow Clone turned around and threw out a kunai, nailed it to a stone and saw the humanoid puppet. Distinguished heavenly gods. Wind escape vacuum jade. In a certain corner, Yamanaka Feng's puppet moved, and the weapon in his hand was pointed at Itachi's shadow clone. Success. Itachi was shocked and immediately retreated. At the same time, he thought of something and shouted at Wang Jin. It's just that Wang Jin alone can't compare with the entire root. Danzo believes that he must need roots if he wants to protect Konoha. Danzo was shocked and angry when he saw his 2 capable men die in the blink of an eye. He found that he had seriously underestimated the strength of Wang Jin and Uchiha Itachi. Now he has the strength of an elite Jonin. Except for the lack of chakra, the average Jonin is no match. Not to mention Uchiha Itachi, killing ordinary Jonin is like killing a dog. No one at this level can compete with him. The 10-fist sword in Susan's hand pierced Danzo's body, but the latter was not affected in any way. The wound healed in the blink of an eye, and he approached Itachi at an extremely fast speed. Nishiki-senpai, this is our Sharingan's pupil technique Izanagi. So you have never been loyal to me. Danzo looked very unhappy. Buzz. In an instant, a powerful mental force rushed into Wang Jin's spiritual sea, forcing him to surrender with its irresistible, terrifying power. Wang Jin knew immediately that he had been hit by Genjutsu, and a pair of Mangekyō that looked exactly like Itachi's appeared, shocking Danzo in the outside world. How is this possible? You. Danzo didn't know how to explain what he saw. Two pairs of identical Mangekyō on two people made his brain freeze. Itachi couldn't see Wang Jin's eyes at the moment, but he was clear about what was happening. His Mangekyō saw a large amount of chakra gathering in Danzo's right eye and knew that the other party had activated distinguished heavenly gods. Oh no. Uchiha Itachi quickly took the opportunity to activate Tsukuyomi, blood oozing from his left eye, and pulled Danzo into the Genjutsu world. In the sea of spirituality, Wang Jin was struggling to resist. With his powerful mental strength and the eye power after possessing Mangekyō, he is fighting against the distinguished heavenly gods, but he is at an absolute disadvantage. He knows that if he continues like this, he will be controlled by Danzo sooner or later. However, he had a backup plan. He immediately used his remaining consciousness to return to the outside world, closed the Mangekyō, raised the sword in his hand and pierced his heart, while a large amount of Chidori flow entered his chest cavity to ensure a fatal blow. Buzz, after a dizzying moment, Wang Jin returned to the chaotic space of the sacred tree. Uchiha Nishiki, since you died in the god tree world, chakra will be deducted by 20%. Shenshu, I want to return to the real world. Okay, start transmitting now. As soon as Wang Jin returned to the real world, he immediately covered his head and screamed. The pressure of Mangekyō in his mind was too much for him to bear. He quickly used the power of Nine Tails to instantly restore the chakra that had been consumed in the past few days, and activated the bracelet again to enter the Hokage world. At this moment, Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, and Deidara are all at the entrance of the cave. Danzo had been killed and Wang Jin's body disappeared. The three of them were in a trance, feeling as if some of their memories had been erased and their faces were full of confusion. Is Senior Jin dead? Orochimaru licked his lips and continued. If it's just a complete fusion, then it should be done in another 3 to 5 days. And how did you disappear and reappear out of thin air? Is there such a method in the ninja world? Wang Jin didn't care whether Orochimaru believed it or not. After all, they were just conscious beings created by the sacred tree, so there was no need to explain it clearly. Damn, my memory seems to have been tampered with. Do you feel that way? Jin-jun, what kind of method is this? Orochimaru stepped forward and looked at Wang Jin carefully and found that there was no wound on his body. It's the Flying Thunder God technique, I've learned it. Wang Jin took out a kunai with black patterns on it and continued. Haha, you're overthinking it, senior. I'm not that mysterious. Where did he go? Uchiha Itachi pondered. I remember Senior Nishiki seemed to have committed suicide. I'm not dead. After Jin-kun was hit by Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods, he seemed to have disappeared. It seems that there are many things about you, Jinjun, that I cannot understand. This is really interesting. Secret technique, Senior Danzo is dead, what are you going to do next? He also suspected that Wang Jin had tampered with his memory, but he just couldn't find the evidence. Both of them have high IQs, but they don't understand why this happened. There might be secret techniques that could temporarily suppress injuries, but that was definitely not the case with Flying Thunder God. He had seen Namikaze and Shuifeng perform it with his own eyes, and it was completely different. Thinking of this, Orochimaru not only did not ask any further questions, but instead a smile appeared on his face. Go back to Konoha and drive Sarutobi Hiruzen out of power. Wang Jin smiled faintly, but there is one more important thing to do before that. Using the ability of the sacred tree to erase everything to repair the impact brought by the distinguished heavenly gods is Wang Jin's last resort. And it is also the means that can provide a backup for all the abilities of the Hokage world. 3 to 5 days, Senior, you really helped me a lot. Wang Jin was delighted and sincerely grateful to Orochimaru. It seems to be there, but it also seems not to be there. It feels very complete. Deidara was not as conflicted as they were, he just asked uncertainly. Didn't you destroy your own heart just now? How come you don't have any injuries now? Just some of your chakra has been depleted. Orochimaru-senpai, when do you think the sample will be ready? Now the initial fusion is no problem, but I can't find a carrier that can withstand such a domineering force. Without this mad scientist, he would never be able to produce the required samples on his own. Orochimaru thought that the chakra deducted from the sacred tree was not yet recovered by Wang Jin, and the latter smiled slightly. Orochimaru. Itachi, where is Nishiki-kun? As for the wound, it is real, but I used a secret technique to suppress it temporarily, and it will need to be restored in the future. Wang Jin's voice sounded from where he disappeared, and Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi watched him appear out of thin air, stunned. Orochimaru listened to this barely acceptable explanation and didn't believe it at all. Suicide? Orochimaru thought carefully after hearing this. My summoning beast was watching the fight between you two after you came out. I don't remember this happening. Although Uchiha Itachi also thinks Wang Jin is abnormal, the favorability of the sacred tree is more terrifying than the distinguished heavenly gods. It makes him believe Wang Jin unconditionally no matter what happens and simply ignore these incomprehensible behaviors. 7 days later, in Orochimaru's secret room, Wang Jin and Uchiha Itachi were watching his movements. Orochimaru was seen holding a bottle of dark green and dark red liquid in each hand and gently pouring them together. Buzz. The two liquids immediately began to boil after they were mixed, and in less than 3 seconds they turned into a color that was no different from water. A smile immediately appeared on Orochimaru's face. Finally, we have merged. This is not easy. Done. Wang Jin was overjoyed and the former nodded. It's successful. You just need to inject a little bit of this liquid into the test subject, and the power of Uchiha and Senju will appear at the same time. Come, let me show you the effect. Orochimaru pressed a switch on the wall, and a middle-aged woman tied to a stone table immediately appeared from the wall, staring at the three of them with horror on her face. She tried to make a sound, but her mouth was sealed with bandages. She was a random Jonin I captured while on a mission in Kirigakure, and now I'm using her for an experiment. Orochimaru said as he used a syringe to draw out less than 5 milligrams of sample liquid, and injected it into the middle-aged woman's heart. The middle-aged woman immediately wailed in pain, and her body changed instantly. A giant tree grew from the left half of her body, a Susanoo arm appeared from the right half, and her right eye turned into a 3-Magatama Sharingan. However, in just 20 or 30 seconds, the middle-aged woman lost her breath. After her death, Susanoo disappeared, but her body turned into a giant tree, which was still growing wildly against the ceiling of the laboratory. It seems that Senju is still more powerful. I will change the direction of my research in the future. Orochimaru stared at the giant tree and thought seriously. His words surprised Uchiha Itachi. What, you want to give up my bodies? You could say that because I proved that the strongest power is not the Uchiha. Orochimaru licked his lips and Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. It's better this way. It's really uncomfortable to be thought about by you all day long. Itachi had long been fed up with Orochimaru's harassment, and if he hadn't been afraid of Nagato, he would have wanted to kill him long ago. Jinjun, now all that's left is to find a carrier that can withstand these two forces. This is the most difficult step. No one can withstand it, at least not in the current ninja world. Even the descendants of these two tribes can only suppress this power for a short period of time, and will definitely not live long. Don't bother. I've already found the carriers. Wang Jin smiled and took the bottle in his hand. Orochimaru did not stop them when he saw this, as he had already left enough samples early on. He was just very curious. Already have. Jinjun, can you take me with you to see how your carrier absorbs these two forces? I'm sorry, senior, I really can't let you watch it. Wang Jin bowed slightly and continued with a smile. If I have the chance in the future, I will let you satisfy your curiosity. I understand that for people like you, seeking knowledge is the most important thing. Is that so? What a pity. Looks like I have to find it on my own. Orochimaru was not unhappy at all when being rejected. To him, it was more interesting to achieve the success of the experiment through his own efforts. Now that the matter is settled, Wang Jin plans to enter Otsutsuki's subworld. He asked Zyodi to go back to the Rain Country and wait for orders, while he brought Itachi to the sacred tree space. Looking at the chaotic space around him, Uchiha Itachi was shocked. Senior, where is this? How did you bring me here? For the indigenous people, they simply cannot understand the power of the sacred tree. The matter was only the last step away, and Wang Jin had no intention of hiding it. He chose the same attitude towards Hashirama and Midora and told Uchiha Itachi the whole story. Itachi, there are some abilities in this world that you can't understand, such as the eyes in front of you. I want to take you to other time periods and different histories of the ninja world. It's still around the first year of Konoha. It's a real ninja world different from your world. The people there need our help. Of course, Itachi also wanted Sasuke to inherit his eyes, but he and Wang Jin were too close to each other. Considering their strength, Wang Jin's inheritance was the best. Itachi, this is not the point, let's see. Wang Jin will tell him the truth after the battle between him and Sasuke. Senior, please tell me what you want me to do. Now that he was rejected, Itachi was grateful to Wang Jin for thinking so much for him and immediately smiled. As well as Sasuke's revenge against Konoha, Uchiha Obito's four-war conspiracy, Uchiha Midora and Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Kaguya, let Itachi see the future of all the ninja world. Instead of living a good life according to his own wishes, Sasuke pushed him to extremes. Then listen to me, senior. After I die, you will keep these eyes for me and give them to Sasuke at the right time. These future events had a great impact on Itachi, causing him to fall into confusion and look at Wang Jin. It turns out that all the things I have done are useless. In the end, I have to rely on you, senior, to change things. But I think I can still be of help to you, and that's my pair of Mangekyō. The Mangekyō between two pairs of blood relatives can be merged into a pair of eternal Mangekyō. Although we are not blood relatives, your eyes are the same as mine, so it should be possible. Haha, don't worry, your stupid brother will be taken care of by me from now on. I will use the iron fist of love to make him change his annoying character. The first year of Konoha, more than 50 years ago, Uchiha Itachi was shocked and Wang Jin nodded calmly. The other party trusted him so much and was willing to sacrifice himself for the mission. How could he take away the only help he wanted to leave to his younger brother? This, senior, have you activated Mangekyō? It's exactly the same as mine. Thank you, senior. Itachi suddenly realized that his life was quite a failure and couldn't help but smile bitterly. But don't worry, Itachi, Sasuke and I have changed, and I will use reasonable methods to get him on the right track. Senior, are these all true? How could this happen? Am I wrong? Uchiha Itachi understood at this moment that it turned out that the ninja world he wanted to change was in vain. Follow me to that ninja world to stop the enemies outside the world and help them regain control of the world. And you have to die there. This world will not allow two pairs of identical Mangekyō to exist. But I believe in you and am willing to entrust everything to you. Is that so? Uchiha Itachi didn't have any fear when facing death. Instead, he felt very relaxed. Finally, he no longer had to endure the pain. To tell you the truth, I know the trajectory of the entire ninja world for hundreds of years. I also know what you will do in the future and what Sasuke will become. Itachi, I am actually not from this world. I come from another world and was entrusted by people from that ninja world to come here to seek help. Wang Jin refused without hesitation. Yes, it was that era. And that was indeed the case. Itachi only needed his confirmation and trusted him 100%. Uchiha Itachi. Let's not talk about whether it can be successful, but Uchiha Itachi personally feels that he owes too much. Wang Jin said as Mangekyō appeared and pulled the unprepared Itachi into his genjutsu. No, I know you want to leave it to Sasuke, so I thank you for your kindness. I will find a way to open the eternal eye in the future. Uchiha Itachi smiled. Yes, I can do everything you said, senior. Let me show you what the future of your ninja world will look like without my influence. It's true, Wang Jin is not worried that Weasel doesn't believe it. 100% favorability is not a vegetarian. After explaining the matter clearly, Uchiha Itachi was no longer confused and was ready to follow Wang Jin into the subworld. Before entering, Wang Jin warned him. Itachi, I will resurrect you in the future. It will be a true resurrection. But I hope you don't tell anyone what you saw and heard today. This is not a good thing for your world. Maybe you will have these memories erased by the will of the world, but if not, you must give me your guarantee. Resurrect me, Itachi smiled bitterly after hearing this. Let's forget it. A family sinner like me doesn't deserve to live. No, only by living can you have a chance to make amends, Itachi, you can't escape. It's easy to die. Only those who live to untie the knot in their hearts are the real warriors. I hope you are the ladders. Okay, I promise senior that I won't tell everything about today. Wang Jin is definitely not worried about Itachi's promise. He is a man who speaks his truth, which makes people feel at ease. After everything was ready, Wang Jin spoke directly to the void space. Sacred Tree, we are going to the Otsutsuki subworld. The presence of indigenous people has been detected. The indigenous people are Uchiha Itachi. They meet the mission conditions. The transmission is now started. Buzz, the emotionless neutral voice of the sacred tree fell, and Uchiha Itachi felt like the world was spinning for a while. When he reacted, he found that he had arrived in a different space. The world of Otsutsuki is divided into two parts, and there is a scene of silence and no one everywhere. Wang Jin took Uchiha Itachi to Madara and their hiding place, and the latter looked around all the way. Senior, where are the people here? Why can't I see any of them? She should be almost dead. Even if she's not dead, she's hiding and not daring to come out at will. Wang Jin told the other party about the Otsutsuki clan's massacre of ninjas, and Uchiha Itachi nodded silently after hearing this. We really need our help here. Compared with them, the ninja world war is better. So we must succeed. This is a living world. Wang Jin sighed and led Weasel along the way, making a few more flying thunder god marks on the road. The last time he came here, he didn't know how to use space, so he could only walk away slowly. Fortunately, the distance was not far, and it took the two of them less than half a day to arrive at a high mountain range, where they met the three people they had not seen for a long time in a wide cave. Teacher, you are finally back. In this era, Izuna is not dead, and Madara still has the same cheerful personality. She gave Wang Jin a big hug when they met. Ahem, Wang Jin pushed him away. Since the original plot was deeply rooted in people's hearts, it was difficult for him to accept Madara like this. Madara Hashirama, you haven't fought with Otsutsuki these days. No, Senju Hashirama, who was wearing a red armor battle suit from the Warring States period, said calmly. His character was very different from the funny one in the original work. We followed your orders and never went out. It's just teacher, Otsutsuki Asada seems to be going crazy. Several times I felt him erupting that terrifying chakra. Although he is far away, he must be killing civilians and ninjas. We can't hide like this anymore. Hashirama's family members all died in the Warring States period, and now Konoha is his only one, and he hates the behavior of Otsutsuki Asada, Kaguya, and Hagoromo. Not only did they destroy Konoha, they also slaughtered the entire ninja world. This made Senju Hashirama want to fight them desperately. Oh, you two are really a couple. Wang Jin couldn't help but smile when he saw the deep love between the two. Hashirama. Wang Jin also understood what he was thinking but did not agree. Instead, he looked at Uchiha Izuna aside. Hashirama, you won't blame me for being the first, right? It seems that you have all recovered well and are in good condition. You are ready for my ultimate experiment. After hearing this, the three people's faces all showed joy. Madara and Hashirama can certainly withstand their own strength, there's no doubt about it. How does it feel? Wang Jin did not hesitate and injected directly into his heart. I feel, Senju looked at his hands, the power is constantly pouring out and the chakra has probably increased 3 times. Before Hashirama could finish his words, he suddenly fell to the ground, clutching his chest, his face full of pain. Madara gradually felt relieved, and Hashirama continued in this state for about a minute before standing up again. Senju Hashirama, it seems you succeeded. I really look forward to getting the same ability as Otsutsuki. The three of them now have unlimited confidence in the future and unlimited trust in Wang Jin. Uchiha Madara, teacher, is it? The Samsara Eye. That's okay. Teacher, let me go first. Uchiha Madara was worried that an accident would happen when fusing this power and gave Hashirama an embarrassed smile. However, Wang Jin is not so optimistic. Uchiha Madara quickly hugged him into her arms and asked worriedly, Are you okay? As long as it's okay, it'll be okay. But no, Madara, your body is not as strong as Hashirama. You must let him test the effect first to see if there are any side effects. Hashirama, come first and show your heart. But it takes time to open the Samsara Eye, and the mission deadline is just around the corner, so I'm afraid it won't go so smoothly. No, it's nothing serious. Hashirama looked pale at the moment, as if he had been seriously injured. No, I don't care if you use up everything the teacher brings. Uchiha Izuna. Congratulations to Big Brother and Hashirama Big Brother. With the Rinnegan Eye, Otsutsuki Asada is no longer a threat. In addition, these days, he has completely mastered Izuna's Mangekyō. His strength has been greatly improved, and he has long wanted to go out and fight. The latter had already grown new eyes at this time, presumably with Madara's help, but they were ordinary eyes and he could no longer open the Sharingan again. You guys should try it first and then talk about it. It's not that easy. No feelings, The ultimate experiment. Uchiha Madara no longer insisted. Senju Hashirama directly opened his armor jacket, revealing his solid and powerful chest. However, the chakra fluctuations in his body are greatly increasing, and there is no intention of stopping. Wang Jin sighed, took out the sample liquid and took about a quarter of it. Chakra has tripled, and it's still Senju Hashirama. This improvement is so terrible that it's immeasurable. Wang Jin felt that Hashirama at this time would be a strong man even in a real world that was 100 times stronger. It's just that Senju Jujian was a little disappointed and did not achieve his expected goal. He took a mirror, looked at his scarlet Mangekyō inside and sighed. Teacher, there is no change in my eyes. It seems that I can no longer open the Samsara Eye. Don't worry, it takes time to open your eyes. Your pupil power should have increased. Wang Jin comforted. In the original book, Madara only opened her reincarnation eyes in her later years, so there was no need to rush. After hearing this, Hashirama closed his eyes and sensed it carefully, then nodded slightly. Indeed, and as time goes by, the pupil power is still slowly increasing. Maybe one day it will reach the limit and open the reincarnation eye. It's just teacher, my strength is no match for the Otsutsuki clan. It depends on people, we just have to do our best. Wang Jin waved his hand and took out about a quarter of the sample liquid again and looked at Uchiha Madara. The latter was a little impatient at the moment. He wore the same red Sengoku armor as Hashirama and showed his heart. Teacher, come on. Good. Wang Jin directly injected the sample liquid into Madara's heart. The latter's body was not as good as Hashirama's. She was sweating before the injection was completed and her expression was ferocious. Hold it. Oh yes. Madara endured the severe pain, and Wang Jin became even more afraid of the sample liquid when he saw him like this. A genius like Uchiha Madara, who has spent his whole life fighting and integrating 3 sage jutsu, can barely withstand this power. It seems that my ability to use this object to open the samsara eye is far away. Wang Jin sighed in his heart. Why didn't he want to use the yin and yang power of these two people to open the samsara eye? It's just that the conditions are too harsh, and I'm afraid I won't succeed until I become an immortal. Madara finally finished the injection, and his pain lasted for 3 minutes. His physical weakness was clearly visible, and he was very different from Hashirama. However, his chakra improved even more than 5 times, which put a smile on Senju Hashirama's face. Madara, it seems your chakra has surpassed mine. It's still early, 9 tails, and I still don't have half of your chakra, don't be modest. Uchiha Madara was very excited after his strength was greatly improved. Although he did not open his eyes, his pupil power increased more than Hashirama. Teacher, my eye power has increased by more than half. It seems that Hashirama and I are good at the body and the other is good at the eyes. That's how it is, Wang Jin smiled. He inherited the fairy body of Sage of 6 Paths. What you inherited is the fairy eyes, but it is not yet there and it will take time to slowly break through. I think with your current strength, together with Itachi and I, we should be able to try a decisive battle with the Otsutsuki family. But before that, Madara, you have to teach me the technique of combining 3 sage jutsu into one. Once the plan fails and you die in battle, this ability will be lost. Okay, Uchiha Madara agreed without hesitation and also asked Itachi to learn with him, which would be a help if he could master it. Madara said as a ball of red chakra appeared on her shoulder and soon formed a 20-centimeter tall 9-tails fox, which was the 9 tails of this world. Yes. Uchiha Madara nodded and began to teach Wang Jin and Itachi the sage jutsu of the Shigu forest. Is it so ridiculously difficult? After I entered my chakra mode with Madara for the first time, I suddenly discovered that I could help him integrate other powers. Madara, haha, you are indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. Itachi, you make me very satisfied. I was not half as good as you when I was young. But it only took half the time of the former. His talent was so high that both the two people who calmed down the troubled times admired him. Hashirama, Madara, your family really makes me envious. I don't know what world my family is in. Is there an outstanding young man like Itachi? So kid, don't expect to get started quickly because it's impossible. You'd better learn the 3 major sage jutsu first, and then spend a lot of time to slowly understand it. However, Uchiha Itachi is indeed a rare genius, although he remembers one more sage jutsu training method than Wang Jin. Teacher, back then I went to Shigulin to learn sage jutsu first. Because Hashirama had already learned it, I chose that place too. Later, I followed your instructions and found Uchiha Cave and Mount Mayaboku. Either by means of tricks or by sincerity, I finally learned their sage jutsu. Wang Jin nodded helplessly after hearing this. It seems I don't have time to learn from you slowly, so just do as 9 tails, said Madara. It was not as disgusted with Madara as in the original work. Madara followed Wang Jin's instructions and did not use force to force 9 tails, but moved it with sincerity and voluntarily became its psychic beast. That's right. Doing an experiment. Teacher, what do you mean? Senju became a little nervous when he heard this. Among them, Wang Jin only needs to learn the sage jutsu of Ryuchido. He originally knew the cultivation method of Mount Mayaboku, but he just lacked the toad oil. As for the fusion of the 3 sage jutsu into divine magic, I was reminded by 9 tails' unexpected words. 9 tails, please tell me. The 9 tails behind 9 tails swayed slightly, and their voices were low. But it took the last sage jutsu and Madara 3 years to successfully fuse and create the magic. Well, that's fine, it's good to sacrifice for the village. Senju Hashirama nodded, but he had no objection. After the two repeatedly confirmed and memorized the key points, Madara also told them the sage jutsu training method in Ryuchiha Cave and Mount Mayaboku. It's not interesting. It's just that you are too strong in that world. Konoha's high-level officials have always wanted to copy your abilities and take action against your people. However, Wang Jin laughed sarcastically. Itachi, you have known Orochimaru and Danzo for so long. Don't you know that they captured the Senju tribe for experiments? However, with Wang Jin, a more mysterious teacher, the three of them felt that Itachi's matter was just like that, just a descendant of another world in the future. And they could not understand it. Senior is right, and I also know something about it. The Senju are intentionally exterminated by senior officials. However, starting from the second Sage Jutsu, Mount Miyaboku's Sage Jutsu, the difficulty of fusion increased greatly. But it took half a month to finally succeed. Uchiha Itachi was a little embarrassed after hearing this, but he still told the truth. I disappoint you, Hashirama-senpai. By the way, this person is your good apprentice. Hiruzen Sarutobi of the Sarutobi clan. Without his instruction, others would dare to do this. Uchiha Madara just did it and immediately began to explain the key points of the three Sage Jutsu in one. When absorbing the power of all things, Itachi had already introduced himself, including his origin, which really surprised Madara and the others. There were only a few of your tribe before I was born. There are different opinions as to why. We started with Ryujidong Sage Jutsu at the beginning, and it went very smoothly. It only took a while to integrate Sage Jutsu into my chakra mode state. But my father once mentioned to me that it seems that in order to dilute the blood of your Senju, the higher-ups of Konoha dispersed them to other groups. Wang Jin snorted coldly, and Weasel nodded slowly after hearing this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that little guy with good 5 escape talents, the guy Tobirama had a crush on when he was still alive. Senju Hashirama of this era was silent, and a little boy of about 10 years old flashed in his mind. Wang Jin waved his hand. Let's not talk about these useless things. Let's start discussing plans now. Madara Hashirama, you have fought against Otsutsuki many times. Please tell me and Itachi. Yes, teacher, the two nodded together, and Hashirama was the first to speak. Teacher, among the three Otsutsuki, Kaguya and Hagoromo are not to be feared. They have almost no combat experience and only have strength. They cannot pose a fatal threat to us. Only Otsutsuki Asada, relatively speaking, he has strong combat experience, but compared with those two rookies, he is still not as powerful as Madara and I. But all three of them are immune to ordinary ninjutsu. Only Sage Jutsu, Taijutsu, and Genjutsu can cause damage to them. Together, Madara and I have a hard time resisting them, and there is no chance of killing them. Hashirama is right. Uchiha Madara also spoke. Unless you, teacher, Itachi, and Izuna can hold off Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Kaguya for us. Only in this way can Hashirama, and I be sure to deal with that Otsutsuki Asada. As long as he dies, Kaguya and Hagoromo will be unable to make trouble. I alone am confident that I can defeat them one by one. Madara exuded strong confidence when she said this, and paired with his dark red armor, Wang Jin finally felt a little bit more domineering than he did in the later stages of the original work. It's just that Madara's conditions are simply impossible. No matter how powerful he and Uchiha Itachi are, they can't be the opponents of Otsutsuki and his son. They can't even hold one person back. This tactic doesn't work, try another one. Madara frowned, thought for a moment, and spoke again. Then, Sensei, are you sure you can hold Otsutsuki Asada? If Hashirama and I join forces, Kaguya and Hagoromo won't last long, especially the former. We are confident that we can kill her within 5 minutes. Otsutsuki Asada. Wang Jin looked at the young man beside him. Itachi, if you and I risk our lives, do we have the confidence to do it? You can fight to the deaths. That's fine, Uchiha Itachi smiled. But you don't have to risk your life, senior, I will do it. Haha, are you still worried about me? Wang Jin laughed and said something that shocked the four of them. No matter which world I am in, I will never really die. Every time I die, I will only deduct 1/5 of the chakra. The price is pitifully small. Won't die, deduct chakra, so perverted. The four of them were confused and unable to understand this ability. Wang Jin, Weasel, can you rest assured now? I will die first at the critical moment. Don't take risks easily. Don't forget that our Uchiha clan's Mangekyō pupil technique can be activated using only pupil power. So whether it is to cut off the queen or serve as a bait, I am the most suitable candidate. If that's the case, Uchiha Itachi's eyes lit up. Then Senior and I can definitely hold off Otsutsuki Asada for 5 minutes. Even if the Tsukuyomi world is easily broken by the Samsara Eye, it will take time. He is definitely not immune. It would be easier if Amaterasu's flames could hit the opponent, but it's just too difficult to hit. Uchiha Itachi analyzed, and Hashirama immediately refuted it. Itachi, you are taking it for granted. I said that except for Sage Jutsu and Taijutsu Genjutsu, no other physical attacks can hurt the blood successor snare. The four of them had no objections and followed Wang Jin's lead. Shinra Tanzhang. Stop talking nonsense, Tamamaru. The world needs to be corrected, and I have no choice. It is the friend of Sage of Six Paths in the original book who he knew when he was young, the owner of Mount Myaboku, the great toad sage, Gamamaru. The person who asked it had 2 horns on his head, brown hair, wore a white coat, and had 6 black Magatama-like patterns on his chest. There is a red swirl-shaped logo on the back, and below there are 9 squares of Magatama, 3 in each row, which is exactly Otsutsuki Hagoromo. As soon as he opened his mouth, Itachi didn't dare to refute no matter how unconvinced he was, so he could only obey. Otsutsuki Hagoromo nodded indifferently and took action under Gamamaru's shocked eyes. Bu-senpai, once my flame of Amaterasu burns, it will never be extinguished until all objects are burned. In fact, with its ability, it is easy to find people. But it just doesn't want the only force that can defeat these 3 people to be eliminated. In fact, Wang Jin has no confidence in Tsukuyomi. Otsutsuki's eye power is too strong and Mangekyō Genjutsu may not have much effect. Yes. It's just the 4 of us who will take action. It's up to God whether we can succeed or not. A flash of pride flashed across Itachi's face. He was very confident in his eye skills. Gamamaru looked at his old friend whose temperament had changed drastically, and a flash of disgust flashed in his heart. The word oil is written on it, and the old toad wearing a doctor's hat on his head said. Thinking of this, Wang Jin continued, time waits for no one. Even if the success rate of the plan is low, we must still implement it. Let's do it like this. The 2 people next to Otsutsuki Hagoromo are naturally Kaguya and Asada. Like him, they both have short horns on their heads and are dressed in white. At Mount Myaboku Holy Land, a group of toads squatted in front of 3 figures and the figure on the far right spoke. Because in the original work, Nagato had already used this technique with the Shinra Tensei bullet, he could only reject Itachi's idea. Although this is the world of Tsukuyomi among all genjutsu that is stronger than distinguished heavenly gods in some places, it still cannot reassure him. Don't go to this battle, Izuna. Without Mangekyō, you are just an ordinary jonin, and it doesn't mean much. In disguise, they are covering for Hashirama and Madara to buy time to grow. Gamamaru, I asked you to find the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara and send you Hashirama. Why is there no news after so long? Hagoromo, can you really attack me? Well, that's what the adults said. Hagoromo, you know I'm not good at this. You should go find that Katsuyu, he's good at finding people. However, Wang Jin is not optimistic about Amaterasu either. It was originally a lover of peace. But now Otsutsuki Hagoromo joins forces with Kaguya and Asada to massacre the ninja world, causing Gamamaru to suffer uncontrollably. Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Asada spoke coldly with a dark red samsara eye between his eyebrows. Since these toads are useless, let's kill them. One is orange all over, has yellow eyes, wears a string of Buddhist beads around its neck, and has a lavender cat's eye stone in the middle. How could I have misjudged such a person back then? What a sin. Amaterasu can't do it, at least not without Sage Jutsu's cooperation. Let's use Tsukuyomi to deal with Asada. Wang Jin, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama are on the road. The 4 of them walked towards a giant tree that reached into the sky at an unknown distance to the south. Madara introduced it to Wang Jin on the way. Ever since Otsutsuki Asada appeared, this giant tree also appeared. To this day, Hashirama and I don't understand what his intentions are. This is the sacred tree, which is the initial form of 10 tails. It can swallow the entire planet and turn it into nutrients for the Otsutsuki family to increase their strength. Wang Jin spoke calmly, and the 3 of them were a little shocked. Eating the planet, can you do it with just this tree? Yes, Wang Jin took a closer look at the giant tree in the distance and sighed. This is the reason why the Otsutsuki clan will prosper forever and become the strongest race in the universe. They have harvested countless living planets. If these 3 people are not dealt with today, your world will eventually end up like this. After hearing what he said, Madara and Hashirama were silent. In their view, this is no longer the fate of a single species, but the common fate of the entire planet. The 3 of them must die today, even if it costs me my life. And me's Madara's. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Years of fighting had made them look down on life and death. Wang Jin also smiled. Yes, the Otsutsuki clan will definitely be wiped out today. We must have confidence in ourselves. Let's go. We are all people who are not afraid of death anyway. Even if we don't succeed, it will be quite fun to go on the road together. 3 people who played an important role in the original work were emotionally aroused by Wang Jin at this moment, and they headed towards the sacred tree without hesitation. None of them are weak, they are fast and they are close to the target in less than 2 hours. Otsutsuki Hagoromo discovered them first, with a look of astonishment on his face, wondering why the four dared to show up. However, he lost his mind, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo quickly shook his head and used chakra to notify Kaguya and Asada, and they arrived almost instantly. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. You actually dare to come here to seek death. Otsutsuki Asada automatically ignored Wang Jin and Uchiha Itachi. For a strong man of his level, the amount of chakra the two of them had was simply ants, and they didn't even have the intention to pay attention to them. In his eyes, only Madara and Hashirama are threats. Although they are easy to solve, if they are not eliminated for a day, they are always hidden dangers. At this moment, the four of them were standing on a cliff, looking at the three Otsutsuki in the sky and the giant tree behind them. Uchiha Madara is at the front, with his dark red armor, indifferent expression, and casualness with his hands folded across his chest, all making his aura very powerful. Looking for death. Matian, I'm here to send you three to hell. Just you? Otsutsuki Asada showed disdain. Kaguya and Hagoromo stood behind him and watched silently without speaking. Senju Hashirama took a step forward to be parallel to Madara. The huge chakra in his body burst out, and he spoke in a deep voice. And me. Oh, it seems that the strength has improved a lot, but it is still not enough. You can't understand our existence without the samsara eye. Otsutsuki Asada smiled lightly, not surprised by Hashirama's improved strength. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and softly uttered a sentence. Since you are here, then turn it into the nutrients of the sacred tree soil. Rumble, 15 Earth-style giant dragons with a size of more than 200 meters appeared and flew towards the place where the four people were, baring their teeth and claws. Facing the menacing attack, Senju Hashirama showed no trace of fear on his face. He instantly revealed Mangekyō, clapped his hands, and the nearly endless chakra in his body began to surge violently. Sage art wood-style wooden golem's art. Boom, a huge wooden golem about 300 meters high appeared out of thin air, wearing a layer of purple armor. It was Susanoo. Wooden golem grabbed the fastest flying earth dragon with both hands and tore it off with a little force, turning it into rubble. Next, it seemed like a living person, using extremely agile speed and violent attacks to deal with an earth dragon with one punch and one kick. This exaggerated fighting style and devastating power made Wang Jin and Uchiha Itachi sigh. Senior Hashirama is truly a man who can calm down troubled times. He is too strong. Well, this is already a fight between gods and gods. We can't compete with them now. One earth dragon is enough for you and me. Yeah, I can't understand their methods anymore. It's really scary that the simple earth style can be used to such an exaggerated level. The two normal ninjas sighed, but Madara on the other side smiled. There's nothing we can do. In their eyes, we're probably just bigger ants. If the opponent is an ordinary ninja, then Itachi's attack is remarkable and can be called excellent. Yes, Lord Asada. Hashirama, I can't just let you be in the limelight. Teacher, please keep an eye on me. Kaguya Hagoromo, you go deal with Senju Hashirama. Otsutsuki Asada is no longer arrogant, and his voice is deep and powerful. Good. All things are guided by heavens. Boom. Its body that surpasses the mountain peaks shows the posture of a god of war. The armor on its back has transformed wings and is equipped with two swords, showing that it can soar into the sky. An existence like an ant dares to participate in this kind of battle. It's looking for death. Otsutsuki Asada continued to attack Itachi, also with his right hand. The difference was that this time the repulsion turned into suction, and Itachi flew towards him at an extremely fast speed. This left them both helpless and had to smile bitterly. Madara suddenly jumped out of the cliff and instantly entered the state of three sage jutsu combined into one in the air. At the same time, he spit out a ball of flame from his mouth, which merged with the shuriken and turned into a combined attack. Madara stood in the prismatic pillar on the perfect Susan's forehead, her eyes still indifferent and her arms folded across her chest. Kami Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi nodded heavily, jumped up high and threw several shurikens at Otsutsuki Asada. But the opponent was Otsutsuki Asada. He frowned slightly, raised his right hand slightly, and an invisible repulsive force appeared instantly. The two immediately flew towards Hashirama, also ignoring Wang Jin and Uchiha Itachi. Leave this guy to me and make sure no one interrupts our battle. This terrifying attack made the three Otsutsuki, who had always been calm, change their expressions, and Asada looked solemn even more. Senior, our sense of existence is too low, no one cares about us. Madara. And this Susanoo is different from Itachi's Susanoo, who only has the upper body. It is completely humanoid. All of Uchiha Itachi's flame shurikens were deflected away. Wang Jin yelled when he saw this, and the latter immediately understood and rushed towards Hashirama, who was suppressed by two Otsutsuki at the same speed. A bright blue Susanoo Titan about a kilometer high appeared. Compared with it, the wooden golem looked like a child standing next to a strong adult man. This is the tactic that was discussed upon arrival. First, deal with Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and finally the four of them will deal with Otsutsuki Asada together. Bang. Matian, come on, let's fight to the death here today. Wang Jin expressed helplessness and continued. In this case, let's take the initiative and see if we can hold off Otsutsuki Asada and create opportunities for Madara and Hashirama to deal with the enemy. Uchiha Madara. It seems that not only Senju Hashirama has become stronger, but you have become even more terrifying. Madara's complete Susanoo weapon is two giant swords, one of which is swung at several earth dragons at will, forming a sword-like attack that easily breaks the mountains in the distance. Seeing that Uchiha Madara abandoned him and went to Hashirama's battlefield, Otsutsuki Asada immediately wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi, who was about to fly in front of him, and wanted to stop Madara. He also knew that once the two of them joined forces, his subordinates would definitely die, and it was impossible for such a simple tactic to succeed. However, he underestimated Itachi too much or was too arrogant. When the distance between the two was less than 10 meters, Otsutsuki Asada showed a huge sword in his left hand and pointed it at Uchiha Itachi's heart to kill him. However, the black pupils in Itachi's eyes instantly turned into blood red, the Mangekyō pattern appeared, the power of the pupils and the chakra were consumed violently, and his strongest technique was put on the line. He is also waiting for the opportunity to get close to the other party, Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Itachi's left eye was bleeding more violently than usual. Otsutsuki Asada immediately became stunned. The sword in his hand was released and he fell to the ground. Also falling at the same time was Uchiha Itachi, who had no control over suction and was in free fall. He couldn't fly and could only fall toward the ground. Can control it. Wang Jin on the ground was delighted when he saw this and used Mangekyō for the first time. A pinwheel-like pattern appeared in his eyes. The left eye was closed tightly and the right eye focused on the falling Asada, bleeding with scarlet blood. Amaterasu. Raging, in midair, Otsutsuki Asada was suddenly covered by a black flame that appeared out of thin air, burning his clothes, skin, and horns. Aha! Otsutsuki Asada let out a painful roar. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi's body twitched violently, coughed out blood from his mouth, and yelled at Wang Jin. Senior, my Tsukuyomi world was shattered by him. I saw it. Wang Jin's face was solemn. Otsutsuki Asada's reaction at this moment was almost as he guessed. Tsukuyomi could not control him for long, and Amaterasu was also ejected by Shinra Tensei. The previously burned skin, horns, clothes, etc. quickly recovered, and the whole person returned to his peak condition. Damn Uchiha! Otsutsuki Asada gritted his teeth and stared at Wang Jin and Uchiha Itachi, his tone full of murderous intent. Two ants can actually hurt me. Even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to apologize. Young master, you are here to kill us if you can. Wang Jin laughed sarcastically, and the latter glanced at the battlefield between Kaguya and Hagoromo. At this moment, they were being suppressed by two of the strongest ninjas in the world who had put down troubled times and had grown to their peak during the war. They were in a very bad situation. Otsutsuki Asada suppressed the anger in his heart and wanted to support there. But how could Wang Jin and Weasel let him escape smoothly? They were already prepared to die. Susanoo. They have the same Mangekyō and the same abilities. Suddenly, two Susanoos, who were more than 10 meters tall and only had their upper body in red, appeared. Senior, try to see if the Ten-Fist sword can seal him away. Itachi spoke, his Susanoo holding a shield in one hand and a giant sword made of flames in the other. These two pieces of equipment are exactly one of the Kusanagi swords in the original work, the Juken sword and the Yata mirror with sealing capabilities. Ten-Fist sword. Releases the person it stabs into the dreamlike world of Genjutsu. It is a type of Kusanagi sword, and the blade can be quickly retracted. And the knife itself also contains sealing techniques, which can permanently seal the target in the gourd on the hilt. Otsutsuki Asada was a little surprised when he saw that the two of them were not dead. When Wang Jin and Itachi saw this, they didn't know it was the Shinra Tenjang. They quickly used the shield in Susan's hand to block it. After Wang Jin forcibly used the second phase of Susanoo again, he found that the world in front of him was a little blurry, and he couldn't help but be speechless. Immediately cooperate with the former to attack Otsutsuki Asada, creating opportunities for him to hit. Itachi's legs were not broken, he was faster and had already entangled his opponent. The huge repulsive force hit the shield. Although the two Susanas had already taken a defensive posture, their bodies were still moving backwards quickly, causing two deep ravines on the ground. However, Otsutsuki Asada just blocked it lightly with his takai, and Yasaka Magatama was immediately chopped into pieces effortlessly. Yada Mirror, an incorporeal spiritual weapon possessing all property changes, changing its own attributes according to the attributes of the attack, rendering it ineffective and reflecting all physical attacks. Shaking his head, he limped towards Otsutsuki Asada. Wang Jin and Uchiha Itachi coughed violently, their mouths full of red, as they coughed up blood from their internal organs. But now there is no better way because Otsutsuki Asada is too strong, he can only treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Zothum. Booms, although I am an ant, this willpower. At this moment the two of them looked extremely miserable. Their eyes were bleeding, they were coughing up blood in their mouths, their clothes were disheveled, and their exposed skin was covered with wounds. Although I didn't take it seriously, these two ants were actually able to catch it. Click, although Otsutsuki was not hit by these abilities in the original novel, he didn't know what the effect would be. Otsutsuki Asada raised his hand, and all the objects in front of him were violently bounced away. However, they still have pupil power. Under normal circumstances, of course, they will not overdraw, otherwise their lives will be in danger. I don't understand what's the point of continuing to fight like this. This is currently the strongest long-range attack method possessed by his Susanoo, and it was extremely powerful in the hands of Uchiha Itachi in the original work. Death to those annoying ants. But now, as long as they can't win, they will die. The two of them don't care about this and just fight hard. Susanoo reappears. Wang Jin's left leg was broken and Uchiha Itachi's right hand was broken. If it were an ordinary ninja, he would have lost his fighting ability and become a lamb to be slaughtered. He was born invincible to most species in the world, and he couldn't understand what was supporting the two to continue fighting. Wang Jin knew the abilities of these two artifacts, and he got Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyō naturally possessed them too. Otsutsuki Asada sighed because he saw two opponents who did not know whether to live or die. Yasaka Magatama. My eyesight started to deteriorate so soon, this is only the second time I've used it. Within a few seconds, the two Susanas shattered in response, unable to block Otsutsuki Asada's Shinra Tensei. Susanoo, Ajin's second form, violently threw three giant Magatama, which were similar to the Sharingan pattern and connected with rope-like objects, and threw them at Otsutsuki Asada like shurikens. Although the Susanas of the two were gone, they had avoided the strongest attack of Shinra Tenjang and only suffered serious injuries. No wonder Itachi in the original novel didn't know how to use Mangekyō until he had no other choice. The side effects came too quickly. While Wang Jin and Uchiha Itachi are in dire straits, Otsutsuki Kaguya and Hagoromo are also in a bad situation. Uchiha Madara, who possesses divine magic, and Senju Hashirama, whose Mangekyō and chakra are 3 times higher than those in the original work, join forces. The two are in dire straits and are in frequent dangers. Rabbit hair needles. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked nervous and threw out countless hair-like attacks, flying towards Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Facing the attack of the first blood successor in the ninja world, the two looked extremely relaxed. Uchiha Madara's 1,000-meter perfect Susanoo took a step forward and diffused it with a single wave of the giant sword in his hand. Sage Art True Senju become a Buddha on the top. Rumble. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have been fighting for many years, and they know each other very well. They work together perfectly and follow up the former's attack with a finishing blow. Susanoo Daibutsu, who was at least 3,000 meters tall, leaned forward and raised his Senju arms behind his back into fists, bringing the Otsutsuki mother and son within the attack range. Senju Hashirama, who possesses Mangekyō, is so powerful that the aftermath of Susanoo Daibutsu's attack sent Wang Jin and Uchiha Itachi flying hundreds of meters in the distance. This made it impossible for the two of them to imagine how terrible the force Otsutsuki, mother and son, who were at the center of the attack, had to endure. Help. Although Otsutsuki Asada was also blown away, it was only a few dozen meters away. After stabilizing his body, he hurriedly rushed towards Susanoo Daibutsu. At the same time, he raised his hand to destroy it with the Shinra Tensei and rescue his men. However, Uchiha Madara was faster than him, directly controlling the complete body of Susan and wielding the giant sword with cold and confident eyes. Divinity, Destruction Senryuo. Boom! An invisible sword energy flew Otsutsuki Asada away. Everywhere the sword energy hit was scorched earth, and one of his arms was cut off. Uchiha Madara shook his head slightly, with a smile on his face, and looked down at Otsutsuki Madara. You'd better think about how to survive first. These two people can't withstand Hashirama's full blow. You can never win with numbers anymore. You underestimate us, Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Asada's face was expressionless. He picked up the broken arm and recovered it in the blink of an eye. This tenacious recovery ability made Uchiha Madara's eyes twitch slightly. Senju Hashirama also saw this scene and was also helpless. Madara, I've solved it here, let's deal with him together. Uchiha Madara agreed immediately without any carelessness. Otsutsuki's recovery ability is a big headache for him, and the enemies of immune to death suffer the most. However, just as they were about to take action, two figures suddenly flew out of the center area where Senju's arm was smashed to pieces. It was Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He's actually not dead. Uchiha Madara and Senju's pupils shrank sharply, and they were both in disbelief. Suzande Butsu's attack, which has been greatly improved, is terrifyingly powerful. Even Uchiha Madara can't guarantee that he can catch such a violent, continuous attack. How are these two okay? Apart from torn clothes and broken arms and legs, how could he still fight? At this moment, Otsutsuki Teru Yoruichi has lost his left arm, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo has lost both legs. However, the aura of the two of them is not too sluggish, and it seems that they still have the strength to fight. Lord Asada, I let you down. Otsutsuki Hagoromo apologized carefully, while Kaguya bowed her head slightly to show respect. They know that they are incompetent, and when they join forces, they can't even handle two opponents who are inferior to themselves, and they are afraid of being held accountable. Although his strength is far superior to that of the other party, he is always tricked by some tricks, which makes him feel embarrassed and thrown into his hometown. Otsutsuki Asada had no intention of questioning him at the moment. The power of Madara and Hashirama made him very afraid, and he no longer had the calmness he had before. We'll talk about these things later. Let's deal with these two together. We must not let them escape today, otherwise there will be endless trouble. Yes, sir. The mother and son respectfully accepted the order and continued to fight. Otsutsuki Hagoromo summoned a complete Susanoo, not much shorter than Madara's. Kaguya consumed a large amount of chakra and created a huge black ball with a diameter of hundreds of meters floating behind her, exuding terrifying pressure. Even though the distance was very far, Wang Jin and Uchiha Itachi were still overwhelmed. Senior, can you still stand up? Uchiha Itachi staggered to Wang Jin and reached out to help him up, only to find that his left leg was broken. Wang Jin smiled bitterly. I can't do it anymore. The aftermath of Hashirama's attack just now was so powerful that my leg has been broken. This is not good. The black ball gives me a very scary feeling. Hashirama-senpai and Madara-senpai are probably in danger. Uchiha Itachi looked up at the battlefield in the distance, his face full of worry. That is the expanded truth-seeking ball. It is the product of the fusion of 7 nature changes. It has the ability to destroy the world and create the world. Wang Jin spoke softly and then said, Itachi, you and I will find a way to get close to Kaguya later, and the two of us will use Tsukuyomi to see if we can control her. The expanding truth-seeking ball is extremely unstable. Once it loses the control of the caster, it is likely to collapse on its own. Okay, Uchiha Itachi obeyed Wang Jin's order without hesitation. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of a worthless death. The current situation cannot rely solely on Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. He and Wang Jin must share the pressure with them. In fact, Wang Jin has no idea. Although the inflated truth-seeking ball is unstable, no one in the original novel has ever allowed Kaguya to fall into genjutsu. He doesn't know whether this tactic can be successful, but he knows that this is the last contribution he can make, and Uchiha Itachi wants to pull Kaguya into genjutsu even at the expense of himself. Itachi, we only have our last breath left. Don't hold anything back for a while. Even if you die from overdraft, you must give them one last try. Senior, I understand. I will not be greedy for life or afraid of death. Uchiha Itachi smiled cheerfully, picked up Wang Jin on his back, summoned the second stage Susanoo again, and headed towards the battlefield at high speed. At this moment, the war broke out again. The expanding truth-seeking ball behind Otsutsuki Kaguya pressed down on Senju Hashirama, and the strong attraction made it difficult for him to move. Uchiha Madara faced off against Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Asada alone. His magic can increase his ninjutsu power 100 times, but he was still at an absolute disadvantage. The two complete Susanas attacked each other violently like world-destroying giants. Madara's Susanoo was obviously stronger, but he could not defeat his opponent in a short time. Otsutsuki Asada can create monsters with different attributes every time he mobilizes chakra. Not only are they huge in size, They have no weaknesses in attack or defense. Uchiha Madara can only be destroyed with absolute destructive power. These monsters include earth dragons, anacondas, fire giants, thunder birds, and wind giant elephants, each in varying numbers, completely surrounding Uchiha Madara. In addition, he also used various methods to attack, whether it was Shinra Tianzheng or Wangxiang Tianian, making Madara fall into a life-or-death situation. God Destruction Senliuo. Boom! Uchiha Madara once again used his strongest attack with all his strength, and after splitting Otsutsuki Hagoromo's complete Susanoo into pieces, dozens of monsters also came close, biting and destroying his Susanoo. Have you reached your limits? Madara escaped and knelt down on one knee the second before Susanoo was broken. The sweat on his forehead fell to the ground like free money. Chakra and pupil power were consumed greatly, and he was panting heavily. Senju Hashirama couldn't escape the attack range of the expanded truth-seeking ball, so he simply summoned the wooden golem, put on the Susanoo armor and raised his hands upward. However, as soon as the two came into contact, wooden golem's arm disappeared between heaven and earth like powder blown away by the breeze. Yasaka Kyaumigatama. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's attack arrived. In the second stage, Susanoo jumped to a higher position than Kaguya and knocked her down with the strongest attack. Kaguya was not injured after being attacked by a sneak attack, and Susanoo could not cause damage to the blood successor snare without the blessing of Sage Jutsu Chakra. Kaguya knew this, and Uchiha Itachi certainly knew it. He was just creating an opportunity for Wang Jin, who was unable to move, to use Genjutsu. Wang Jin put his hands on the ground, blood surged from the wound on his broken leg, all the mental energy in his mind was exhausted, and he had no reservations at all. Tsukayomi. Amaterasu. For the first time in Wang Jin's history, Wang Jin overexhausted his pupil power and instantly pulled Kaguya into the Tsukayomi space. Uchiha Itachi immediately used Amaterasu. Although this technique is not blessed by Sage Jutsu, it is a physical attack like Taijutsu. If Kaguya doesn't resist, she will be burned to death sooner or later. Senior Hashirama, take action. After Uchiha Itachi shouted this, he also used Tsukayomi on Kaguya, and then he fell to the ground and never got up again. Senju Hashirama didn't need to remind him at all. All the little chakra left in his body was mobilized, and Susanoo Daibutsu appeared again. Boom, boom, boom. Susan Daibutsu hammered Kaguya wildly at Kaguya, who was unable to resist. This lasted for a full minute, until his fists were infected with the flames of Amaterasu and burned to death before disappearing. Mother! As the roar of Otsutsuki Hagoromo came, Wang Jin used his extremely blurred vision to see clearly the situation in the center of the attack point. Kaguya had been smashed into a pulp by Sage Art Susanoo Daibutsu. Go and help Madara, hurry up. His voice was weak, and he fainted and fell to the ground after speaking. Senju Hashirama glanced at Wang Jin worriedly, separated a wood clone to treat him, and then joined Uchiha Madara's battlefield. At this time, Uchiha Madara was in extremely poor condition. Although he had defeated Otsutsuki Hagoromo, he was also dying. Eye power and chakra were both consumed greatly, and the magical state also exited. On the other hand, Otsutsuki Asada only consumed some chakra and did not have any injuries on his body. He can be said to be in peak condition. Haha. Otsutsuki Asada looked at the two semi-crippled people and sneered. As lowly monkeys, you can actually kill Kaguya. You are indeed worthy of pride. But that's it for now. I won't let you escape again. Let's put an end to it today. After I deal with you two, this planet will be mine, haha. Otsutsuki Asada floated condescendingly in the sky, laughing proudly. Try it? Senju Hashirama pointed his finger on Uchiha Madara's forehead, and all the power and chakra entered his body, leaving nothing for himself. Have you finished your last words? Let's hit the road after saying this. Otsutsuki Asada has a winning chance. Madara, can you still fight? In his opinion, his opponents are already lambs waiting to be slaughtered, so he doesn't mind being generous and giving them a chance to leave his last words. In a one-on-one situation, I think you can still kill your opponent even if you are not in your prime. Then it depends on how much strength you can restore to me. Uchiha Madara looked up and looked at Madara in the sky with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. I've tried my best. Senju Hashirama smiled bitterly. If it weren't for my strong health, someone else would have died if I did this. I'm really unwilling. Uchiha Madara clenched her fists with a ferocious look on her face. Uchiha Madara shook his head. Hashirama, your eye power is too little and your chakra has not recovered much. I can't defeat the enemy in this state. However, at this moment, Nine-Tails' voice suddenly came to his mind, and he stopped immediately, and his consciousness appeared in the sealed space. I still have a lot of eye power and chakra has recovered a bit. Uchiha Madara is very reluctant and so is Senju Hashirama. Madara, I will never give up, Uchiha Madara growled, about to make a last-ditch effort. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened after hearing this. No, we still have a chance. A flash of hesitation flashed in Nine-Tails' eyes, but he quickly became determined. I still have a trick that can give you back the power you had beyond your prime. Haha, be afraid, be trembling, be desperate. This is the difference between you bugs and us. The Otsutsuki clan, you are only worthy of being our nourishment. His appearance makes Otsutsuki Asada enjoy it very much. He has seen such despair and unwillingness countless times after devouring many living planets. Then it looks like we can't leave today. It's just a pity that the teacher failed after he paid so much for us. Nine-Tails spoke weakly. Madara, by restoring your chakra to its prime, will you be able to defeat Otsutsuki Mada? After all, his chakra capacity is far inferior to that of Senju Hashirama, and the help of Nine-Tails cannot be ignored. Senju Hashirama whispered, Madara, we don't have recovery time now. There is only one way to defeat Madara, and that is to give you my chakra and eye power to let you recover some status. But at this moment, Nine-Tails' body is dry and skinny. It has almost run out of gas, otherwise Uchiha Madara would not have lasted until now. He has been with Nine-Tails for many years, but he didn't know that the other party had such powerful methods. Nine-Tails, what did you say? As long as I can recover half, no, 1/3 of my eye power and chakra, I'm sure to kill him. But I will remember you too. After all, you almost succeeded. This is a height that other living planets have not reached. Unlike Naruto's sealed space that was filled with water and darkness, Madara's sealed space was very clear and open, with nothing restricting Nine-Tails' freedom. This time was the closest chance they had to victory, but they were unable to fight and watch the world fall into the clutches of Otsutsuki. The two strongest ninjas on the ground looked at each other, neither of them seeing any fear or giving up on the other side. Nine-Tails, why did you stop me? No, Chakra and Hitomi are gone, what about you? No, these are far from enough. Of course, Uchiha Madara nodded confidently, but then his eyes darkened. It's a pity that we have no chance. My body is not as good as Hashirama. If I want to restore all chakra, half a day is not enough. Is there any other way? Uchiha Madara was overjoyed and cursed with a smile. You're such a dishonest fox, you've hidden it until now. Use your moves quickly. Yes, the skinny Nine-Tails nodded slowly in agreement, but did not immediately follow the instructions. Instead, he said something that made Madara very confused. Madara, actually my name is not Nine-Tails but Kurama. Kurama, when have you been talking about this? Uchiha Madara didn't pay attention and urged, Kurama, help me regain my strength now. Killing Madara is the most important thing. That's right, Nine-Tails looked at Uchiha Madara carefully, as if to remember his appearance deeply in her heart, and then grinned. Madara, these few years of knowing you are the least boring time I have ever had. I watched you defeat powerful enemies one after another, and finally calm down the troubled times and bring peace to the ninja world. You make me respect you. So, take it, this is my last power, heavy particle mode. Boom, Nine-Tails said that his life force was suddenly consumed violently, and an unprecedented powerful force entered Uchiha Madara's body and merged with his chakra. This power was so strong that Uchiha Madara was immediately stunned. She felt that her current state was beyond the past and she had never been so powerful. Stop being stunned. Nine-Tails' violent shout appeared in Madara's mind. This move is a heavy particle mode which consumes the power generated by your and my chakra. Once it is turned on, it cannot be turned off until death. So, Madara, don't make unnecessary moves, seize the time to deal with your opponent. Death? Uchiha Madara woke up from his dazed state with a smile on his lips. As a ninja, I have already realized this, thank you Nine-Tails. Call me Kurama, I like this name. Haha, thank you Kurama. Uchiha Madara laughed. At this moment, his appearance is different from the golden chakra coat that he used to wear when the Nine-Tails mode was turned on. It has turned into blood color with 9 tails on his back. Seeing this situation, Otsutsuki Asada, who was high in the sky, could not help but frown, an ability I have never seen before. Uchiha Madara, do you still want to struggle in vain? You should know that no matter it is strength, speed, chakra, or eye power, you are no match for me. Just accept your fate. That's not necessarily the case. Uchiha Madara's eyes slowly turned cold. This is a battle where I risk my life and you will definitely die here. Whoosh! After Madara finished speaking, he appeared on top of him at a speed that Otsutsuki Mada couldn't see. He punched him hard and knocked him to the ground, collapsing several small hills before stopping. Before Otsutsuki Asada could be shocked, Madara's second blow had already arrived, kicking his neck and breaking his neck. The latter was immediately stunned. Impossible. How can such power exist? No one can be stronger than us Otsutsuki. It's available today. Madara's face was expressionless, and she remembered Nine Tails' words deeply in her heart. She would die before this state lasted long, and she didn't want to waste a little time. He did not choose to use ninjutsu but preferred taijutsu, which he was better at. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he is very confident in his taijutsu. Boom, boom, boom. A sonic boom sounded, and Otsutsuki Asada was beaten like a sandbag, unable to fight back, which shocked Senju Hashirama on the side. When did Madara become so powerful? She can actually suppress her opponents physically. Past combat experience told Hashirama that Otsutsuki Asada's strength and speed were simply incomparable to humans. He had become a god and could only rely on tactics to sneak attack him. But now, the partner I know best has turned against Tiangang, not only closing the gap, but also taking an absolute advantage. This made Hashirama puzzled. He didn't know how Madara suddenly became so powerful. But this is a good thing. Otsutsuki Asada is dead. Hashirama is sure of it. In terms of combat experience, the two are not at the same level at all. Otsutsuki Asada was hit with a blaster, and Uchiha Madara made no unnecessary moves, and her moves were fatal. He knew that the Otsutsuki clan had strong vitality and would not be easily killed. But these people are not immortal, they can still be killed when they reach their limit. Boom! Madara delivered another powerful punch, smashing the left side of Otsutsuki's head, and blood and brains splattered all over him. Without stopping, he would not give his opponent any chance to breathe as he had the upper hand. He kicked him directly through the chest, then exerted force and sent Matten's body flying into the sky. Goodbye, you executioner. Uchiha Madara had a cold look in his eyes. His hands formed into a triangle and placed by his mouth. The new chakra that had been fused into his body was being consumed violently. Heavy particles extinguished the fire. Bear, ah. A raging fire covered the Otsutsuki hemp field. The high temperature seemed to distort the space, and the screams of the former illuminated half of the sky red. The fire came and went quickly, disappearing in less than 10 seconds. At this moment, Otsutsuki Mata disappeared. Only a few strands of fine black powder fell from where he was. It was obvious that he was burned to ashes. Bang. After doing all this, Uchiha Madara suddenly knelt on one knee. The 9 blood-red tails on his back flickered, and it seemed that he was about to exit the heavy particle mode. Master Mata was killed. In the ruins far away, the half-crippled Otsutsuki Hagoromo's face was filled with shock and fear. His remaining upper body floated up and he was about to escape. However, when he saw Madara's condition, he suddenly changed his mind and was overjoyed. He's done for, good chance. Otsutsuki Hagoromo rushed towards Madara. He knew that if he escaped today, he would only survive temporarily, and he would be held accountable sooner or later. The only way to solve the problem once and for all is to kill the opponent when he is in a very bad condition. Uchiha Madara, go to hells. Madara, be careful. Hashirama anxiously reminded him, and 9 black beads the size of an adult's fist appeared behind Otsutsuki Hagoromo, aiming at all of Madara's vital points. These were the truth-seeking balls that would kill any ordinary person if they touched them. Madara, who was kneeling on one knee, raised his head and glanced coldly at the incoming attack. The 9 blood-red tails on his back stopped flickering and he dodged it easily. No, he still has the strength to fight. Seeing that the situation was not good, Otsutsuki Hagoromo quickly turned around and ran away, flying towards the distance with all his strength. However, Madara was faster. He suddenly appeared in front of Otsutsuki Hagoromo as if he had teleported, blocking his way. Your mother and Ma Tian are both dead, so you should stay with them. Boom! Madara punched Otsutsuki Hagoromo's head and blew it off. Boom! Another punch to the heart. Otsutsuki Hagoromo is dead. Win. Senju Hashirama murmured that there were too many twists and turns today, and he could hardly accept it. Coming in front of his best partner and friend, he patted Madara's shoulder vigorously. It has to be you, Madara. I can't win this battle without your help. Uchiha Madara coughed violently several times, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He looked at his good brother in front of him seriously and relaxedly and said with a smile, Hashirama, I may have to leave. From now on, the village and the ninja world will be handed over to you. By the way, when the teacher wakes up, please apologize for me. I was not able to say goodbye to him in person. What are you talking about? Where are you going? Senju Hashirama was stunned, then seemed to think of something, and his face changed drastically. Did you just gain power at the cost of your life? Yes, otherwise how could there be such a good thing in this world? Uchiha Madara smiled calmly, showing no emotion in the face of death. Since you are leaving, take this thing with you. Uchiha Madara smiled and took out a bottle filled with turquoise liquid from his arms, which contained a pair of purple corrugated eyes. This is the reincarnation eye of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Wang Jin was surprised, and the former nodded slightly. Good. Teacher, the bloody samsara eye in the middle of his forehead was blown open by my punch, and only these eyes are left. Uchiha Madara handed the bottle to Wang Jin and said with a smile, I don't know what other people will do if they use Otsutsuki Hagoromo's eyes, but it will definitely help. Teacher, you have helped us so much, let this be our reward. Eyes of Sage of Six Paths. Wang Jin stared at the bottle in silence for a moment, then shook his head. Let's leave this thing here for now, I won't need it for the time being. Actually, using other people's eyes may not be a good thing, it is always inferior to your own. Madara, I hope you and Hashirama can open your own reincarnation eyes next time we meet again. Goodbye. After waving goodbye, Wang Jin's figure faintly disappeared, making the three of them sigh with emotion. Uchiha Izuna, brother, it's a good thing that we were accepted as apprentices by our teacher back then, otherwise we wouldn't have achieved what we have today. Yes, Uchiha Madara remembered 10 years ago when he was just genin. At that time, the teacher did not dislike me for my low talent. I could not even open Sharingan, but he still taught me diligently. And he told me such powerful things as tailed beasts and sage jutsu unconditionally. I owe sensei so much that I will never be able to pay it off in my lifetime. Haha, I always said, Madara, that it would be shameful for you to win. If it weren't for the teacher, I wouldn't lose to you. That's right, haha. Senju Hashirama laughed, and so did Madara. The two of them looked at a newly erected tombstone at the entrance of the cave Uchiha Itachi. According to Itachi, Hashirama was the boss in that world, and he didn't win. In the magical space, Wang Jin couldn't wait to speak as soon as he appeared. Sacred Tree, I want to receive the mission reward. The red special task has been completed, and the rewards have been distributed. Task reward. Chakra 100%, Senju Clan's Majesty plus 100, Uchiha Clan's Prestige plus 100, Companions Favorability plus 100. Tip. Since the good relationship between you and Senju Hashirama reaches 100%, you will get one Senju Bloodline Fragment. Senju Bloodline Fragments. Collect 3 pieces to exchange for Senju Bloodline, currently 2-3. Boom! Wang Jin instantly felt that his chakra had doubled, and he immediately opened his personal panel. Name, Wang Jin Uchiha Jin. Faction Akatsuki Konoha Rebellious Ninja. Forbearance 7, Body 6, Fantasy 8, Fine 10+. Chakra 1352 card. Level Jonin. Chakra nature changes, fire, thunder, water, earth. Blood inheritance limit, Mangekyō Sharingan. Master Ninjutsu. Lightning style Earth Walk, fire style Great Fireball, water style Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu, water style Water Body, water style Big Explosion Water Shockwave 3. Current task, Nuns. Finally breaking through Jonins. Wang Jin immediately asked the sacred tree to teleport him back to the real world, where he would have the opportunity to be rewarded by the will of the world to improve his life level. One Senju's favorability is needed to get this bloodline. Senju Tabarama also understands him, but his character is too rational, and defeating him is not as easy as defeating a stranger. Whoosh. Taking out a kunai made of chakra conductive metal, he made a severe cut on his arm with a bone-deep wound. But the further you go, the harder it becomes to increase your favorability. Tsunade's relatives in the main world have all been lost, and she has nothing left to care about. What should I do? But besides Tsunade Wang Jin, I can't think of anyone else. If he loses the advantage of the plot and lets him go to the timeline where the Senju tribe exists, he will not know how to gain full favorability with a strange Senju tribe. It seems that you can't be careless. Even if Mangekyō strikes again, the real world can no longer be measured by the original work. Those strong people must have more special methods. The life level is raised very quickly, and it is completed in just a few seconds. People outside can't see anything unusual at all, they can only detect that this is a Jonin. Otherwise, he doesn't know how many times he can use Tsukuyomi Amaterasu now, but it will definitely be less than in the Hokage world, and he can't use it easily except as a last resort during battle. People on the street only saw a blue and white thunder-like figure flash past. Even the men and women could not see it, and they couldn't help but sigh at the speed. Among them, his physical fitness has improved the most, and his 6 on the board suddenly turned into a 7. The improvement of the worlds will made Wang Jin jealous, thinking that he could only be considered a real strong man when he had the Senju bloodline, and greatly reduced the side effects of Mangekyō in the real world. It's not like he didn't know that Tsunade liked to gamble, and she was so poor that she could gain favorability by spending money. As soon as he returned to the real world, the side effects of Sharingan's domineering power appeared, and Wang Jin's brain suffered indescribable pain. Fortunately, this is the third time he has come back. He is more or less used to it and is much better than before. He can bear it for a while. As for the Senju bloodline, Wang Jin pondered as he walked towards his old place, the largest Warcraft meat ingredients store in Mingzhu. Zizi. The wound suddenly glowed with green light, very much like Senju Hashirama's Muji healing in the original work. It healed in less than 10 seconds without leaving even a scar. Wang Jin stood up. He was used to the constant pain in his head. He looked at his body with a smile and found that the intensity was different from before. Wang Jin had a headache, but this is only a drop in the bucket. What Tsunade really cares about is her younger brother Naoki and her lover Kato Dan. In Tsunade's heart, the past cannot be changed and she doesn't want to disturb the dead. As soon as the sacred tree vines let go of him, a large amount of indescribable power entered Wang Jin's body from all directions, transforming him in all directions. I have gained such huge benefits just by raising my life level once. How powerful must those elite Jonin who have been raised 5 times or even 10 times be? Having made up his mind, Wang Jin directly increased his speed. This was the first time Jonin had been surprised by his own strength since he had raised his life level. After all, Orochimaru used this to win over Tsunade in the original book, but she also rejected him. However, the pain in his head was greatly reduced. Although it still hurt, it was now bearable. Currently, it seems that Tsunade is the most suitable. She is already 50% qualified. It's too strong, Wang Jin lamented. The enhancement in the real world is so exaggerated. Resurrecting these two people seems to be a good idea, but Wang Jin feels that it is unrealistic to rely on this method to achieve full favorability. At the same time, there was also an increase in mental power. Wang Jin didn't know the specific increase by how much, and there was no comparison target. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time and conquer Tsunade. After a hearty meal at the luxurious Warcraft meat store, Wang Jin patted his belly and left with satisfaction. The food here is good but too expensive. This meal cost him nearly 10 million. After all, Wang Jin did not hesitate to spend a lot of money in order to quickly improve his physique. He would not eat the best and most expensive food. And as he broke through, Jonin's food intake also increased several times, and he couldn't feel full without dozens of kilograms of meat in one meal. Although the Jonin whom I killed last time had more than $1 billion, he would be left with nothing in less than 2 months. This was only A-level Warcraft meat. He didn't dare to think that S-level meat would be expensive. Forget it, I have the ability to hunt A-level monsters now. It's not worthwhile to spend money on them. Let's exchange the money for high-level life fruit. Warcraft meat and advanced life fruit, both of which can quickly improve a ninja's physical fitness and chakra, but they are both gold-swallowing behemoths. At this moment, Wang Jin deeply understood the saying that was widely circulated in the mainland: ninja has never been a game for the poor, and they cannot afford it. If you want to buy high-level life fruit in large quantities, you can only go to the Alliance Mission Hall in Ancheng, which is the largest trading market in the southern continent. There are 2 roads from Mingzhu. One is to cross the 2 main cities by walking and forcefully break through many areas occupied by Warcraft. The second is to spend money to take the teleportation array and arrive without any risk. Of course, Wang Jin chose the former. If he didn't leave the city, how could those who wanted to earn the reward dare to show up? Besides, I am different now from before. Not only did I activate Mangekyō and become Jonin, I also mastered the Flying Thunder God. The spatial coordinates must be marked all over the mainland, so that if anyone wants a takeaway in the future, I can deliver it to them as soon as possible. However, the real situation was beyond Wang Jin's expectation. He saw that everyone who saw him was shocked and whispering, but no one showed any intention to follow up with the murder. Is that the man Wang Jin, the lifelong enemy of the bounty hall? He has already broken through Jonin. It's him. It looks like he hasn't just broken through yet. The chakra level is around 1300 calories. I'll go. So awesome, how on earth did he refine chakra? 600 calories in 2 months. Doesn't he have a bottleneck? Who knows? Don't forget that this guy is a man with Chunin's strength who can kill 1 and injure 1 against 2 Jonin. You can't use common sense to infer. Even a monster can understand it. What the hell? We Jonin couldn't do anything to him when he was a Chunin, and we can't do anything to him now. Yeah, I think everyone should stop thinking about it. If you don't make enough money, you will be the victim of this guy. These Jonin whose chakra was below 1500 kept away from Wang Jin, leaving him very helpless. The same goes for the bounty hall, don't you know how to be flexible? I already have 1,300 cards and don't raise the assassination limit. Who dares to cause trouble? Isn't this ruining my business? Wang Jin couldn't help but complain. However, those Jonin heard his words and moved even further away. They all secretly cursed him for being such a B****ch for actually wanting to fish for law enforcement. Ahem, my friend, please stay. Wang Jin stopped a Jonin who immediately became nervous. What do you want to do? I didn't accept your reward, don't get me wrong. You misunderstood, buddy. Wang Jin said with a smile and glanced at the curious people around him and deliberately raised his voice. They knew that this was the best opportunity for the family to enter the upper echelons of the bounty hall. Wu Qingshui had already been promoted to elite Jonin 6 times. His actual age was over 60 years old, and his strength would not improve much. In the eastern part of the northern continent, the Wu family, the head of the family, Wu Qingshui, spoke coldly. It's of no use anymore. Yi Weiying knew very well how extraordinary Wang Jin was. No matter how strong an ordinary Jonin was, he couldn't do anything to him. A Jonin with special abilities would have to be used. The Wu family members immediately took the order, led by a 1,500-calorie fire-style Jonin, followed by 12 ordinary Jonin, and rushed to Mingzhu overnight. In the bounty hall, Yi Weiying had just returned to the real world, and his subordinates immediately reported to him the news of Wang Jin's breakthrough to Jonin. Instead of working so hard to hunt Warcraft, how about killing these people who are evil to me and just grabbing money? The eyes of everyone around him turned quickly after hearing this, and they secretly took out their mobile phones one by one. Wang Jin was very satisfied with this scene. Oh, be careful and you won't make a big mistake. That guy Wang Jin's mental strength is not weak, otherwise Yimu wouldn't be killed by him. He has been the strongest genius in our Luo family for decades. No one in the younger generation can be more powerful than him in the art of spiritual transformation. Master, please rest assured I will die for you. Wang Jin continued to accidentally leak his whereabouts. Luo family, the current head of the family, Luo Jun, gave an order in a deep voice. How dare Wang Jin be so arrogant and make no secret of his whereabouts? He clearly doesn't take our Luo family seriously. But this is exactly what he wants. How can he stop him before he is happy? Luo Jun smiled lightly and stood with his hands behind his back as if he had everything under control. Sir, what should we do now? Do we want to increase the upper limit of this boy's reward? Whether my Wu family can be selected as the hall master, this time depends on whether you can bring back Wang Jin's head and make the second hall master happy. What? You just broke through Jonin and you dare to cross the main city. The Jonin was stunned. Soon, all the major families, factions, bounty halls, and alliances knew that Wang Jin came out of the sacred tree and broke through Jonin's attempt to cross the 2 major cities alone. Besides, young Master Luo Tian is about to break through 3,000 calories of chakra. This seems to be against the rules. Yes, my subordinate will go and deliver the order right away. Come on, tell Luo Tian and let him lead a team of Jonin to kill Wang Jin and avenge his brother. Oh, this? Yes, we are leaving today. Are you all going together? I am alone without any helpers. Deploy all the Jonin in the family who have less than 1,500 cards, and be sure to intercept and kill Wang Jin. Wu Qingshui looks to be around 40, with an average build and appearance. Only by being shortlisted as the palace master can the family continue to move towards glory. But she was dressed luxuriously, with the air of a lady, and her every move showed arrogance. After all, after the last windfall, Wang Jin deeply understood the truth: Warcraft is poor, and ninjas are rich. Brother, do you know how to get to Ancheng? I'm leaving the city now, either by taking the teleportation array or by walking. As for the rules, you just pass on the word, and soon the bounty hall will notify the alliance to at least double Wang Jin's bounty limit. He thought with his toes and knew that these people were evil and spreading their whereabouts. Let young Master Luo Tian go. A subordinate was shocked. The master of the house is just a Jonin who has just made a breakthrough. Is it worthy of young master's action? However, Yi Weiying was silent for a moment and still listened to his subordinate's advice. Let's raise the bounty cap and set the chakra limit for assassinating Wang Jin to 3,000 cards. Oh yes. His men hurried to convey his orders, while Yi Weiying put on a black robe that covered his entire body. Wang Jin, you forced me to do this. I don't want to bully the weak and kill you myself. Someone tell Yang Mo to go and kill Wang Jin. I will go with him. Oh yes. Alliance Su Mei, wearing a hip skirt, with a plump and sexy figure and a mature woman's temperament, trotted into Mo Zheju's office. Great speaker, something bad has happened. Wang Jin is in danger. What happened? Mangekyō was dealing with a Warcraft invasion incident. He immediately put down the documents and frowned deeply. Didn't the little guy go to the subworld to complete the mission? Is he back? Sume is only good at clerical work and doesn't practice much in her daily life, so her strength is very average. Because she ran so fast, her whole body was covered with sweat, and her huge breasts made her business suit look like a low-cut dress. She attracted countless men's obsessed gazes along the way. He's back. Sume panted and spoke quickly. Not only is he back, he's also broken through Jonin. Mangekyō was slightly stunned after hearing this, then smiled and said, "Breakthrough is a good thing, Zio Mayor. Why are you panicking?" "No, Mr. Speaker, Wang Jin wants to travel from Mingzhu to Arancheng." Sume looked anxious and continued, "And he took the initiative to expose his whereabouts. Now the news is spreading across the southern and northern continents. He is in a very bad situation. Let's not talk about the distant future. Yang Mo has not been arrested yet. He will definitely not let go of this opportunity. There will be other family forces who will definitely take action. Once there are too many people, the protective heart will be useless. This little b********, D, he is too capable to be contained." Mangekyō understood the seriousness of the matter after hearing it and gave the order immediately. "Sume, pass on my order. Have all the law enforcement teams put down all their work and focus on protecting Wang Jin." "Oh yes. I'm heading north, leaving the season with you." About 100 kilometers outside the main city of Mingzhu, a handsome young man was humming a tune leisurely and walking slowly in a wasteland where monsters were rampant. A few kilometers behind him, the spy from many major family forces was Wang Jin. Looking back from time to time, Wang Jin couldn't help but sigh. "It seems that I overexerted myself last time. Only so many people are interested in me." Although the distance was more than 2 kilometers, after activating Mangekyō, Wang Jin discovered that his 3 Magatama Sharingan was also strengthened, and he could see all life forms with chakra within 5 kilometers. Unlike the last time when he left the city and many people followed him, this time there were only about 40 people, which made him very dissatisfied. He had thought that this time he would expose Mangekyō and wanted to severely screw over a large number of people. As a result, things did not go as planned. Now most small families dared not to make plans against him and had given up the bounty offered by the bounty hall. However, even if he was dissatisfied, he could not take action. These small fish and shrimps were of no profit. Wang Jin patiently continued to stroll slowly, waiting for the big fish to appear. After walking for another dozen miles, the first person who wanted to take his head appeared. "Wang Jin's." A loud shout came from behind. Wang Jin turned around and looked and immediately laughed. "Oh, there are so many of you. Are you planning to go together? I have no objection." The one who called him at this moment was a member of the Wu family, a Jonin with 13 chakras not exceeding 1,500 calories. Wang Jin didn't want to expose Mangekyō with this kind of strength, so he planned to use Sanmagatama and lightning style to deal with them, so as not to scare away those who wanted to think about him later. "Not bad." The leader, a man in his 30s, stepped forward and chakra began to surge in his body. "My name is Wu Wen, the captain of the Wu family's guard team in the southern continent. I came to take the head on the order of the family letter." "Wu family, okay, I remember it, let's do it." Wang Jin grinned and had no intention of taking action first, which made Wu Wen and his subordinates feel underestimated. "Captain, I'll go first, this guy is too crazy." "I'll do it, I'll kill him with one move." "Stop messing around, let's take action together." Although Wu Wen was angry, he did not lose his calm. With a wave of his hand, 12 of his men immediately swarmed forward. Boom! Suddenly various 5 escaped ninjutsu appeared. The Jonin in the real world are terrifyingly powerful. Each ninjutsu has the power to destroy a mountain. Wu Wen was not idle either. He used the Grandmaster Fire style to form seals very quickly. A fire dragon of more than 200 meters appeared and flew towards Wang Jin. Faced with many attacks, Wang Jin's chakra in his body immediately consumed 80% of his energy. He slapped the ground with both hands and a 1,000-meter-high thick earth wall appeared, blocking all the attacks. "Dare you waste chakra like this, you are seeking death." Wu Wen snorted coldly and formed the seal again. Although their ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra, no one will use more than 1/10 of their own amount. After all, generally speaking, the first ninjutsu in a battle of the same level is either a test or a chance to create opportunities for future attacks. No one will risk all their chakra as soon as they come up. However, Wang Jin's fighting style is different from them. If he also used a small amount of chakra to summon the earth flow wall, he would never be able to block so many attacks. In fact, he could have avoided it by using lightning-style chakra mode combined with the instant technique. But Nine Tails' chakra has never reached its limit. Today he wants to try whether he can continue to use this trump card after his breakthrough. Buzz, a Nine Tails coat appeared on Wang Jin, and the chakra consumed just now was replenished in an instant. Unlike before when he thought the Nine Tails chakra was endless, this time he reached the limit. About 3,000 calories. Wang Jin felt that he could squeeze out the Nine Tails chakra in just 2.5 times. That's enough, it can still be used for a while. After restoring the chakra, Wang Jin pulled out the rapier on his back, turned on the lightning-style chakra mode, and activated the instant body technique, allowing his speed to reach a terrifying level. Kano Hagakure Liu. Buzz, with extreme speed and the 3 Magatama Sharingan's genjutsu, these ordinary Jonin had no power to fight back against Wang Jin, and were slaughtered mercilessly like chickens and ducks. My legs. Run quickly, we are no match. Captain, save me, save me. At this moment, Wang Jin turned into a red Shinigami, and each sword attack took away at least 1 life. Even if the opponent grouped together, they could not withstand his fierce attacks. Wu Wen was stunned by the scene in front of him. He couldn't believe that this was an opponent of the same level, so he immediately turned around and ran away. Chidori Flow. Wang Jin's left hand lit up with a blue-white light, and a slender thunderbolt of about 100 meters pierced Wu Wen's chest. It was one of the many ways Chidori can be used, the Chidori Sharp Spear. Wells. Wu Wen's heart was shattered by the Chidori Sharp Spear, and he made an inarticulate sound. Master, intercepting Wang Jin is a mistake. Wu Wen was the last person to survive. As soon as he died, Wang Jin couldn't wait to sort out the loot and collected the storage scrolls of 13 Jonin. However, as he opened them one by one, his face suddenly became livid. These poor guys. No, they intend to empty the scrolls. The combined savings of the 13 Jonin amounted to just over 1 billion. This was no longer poverty, but intentionality. Wang Jin thought to himself that perhaps these people had been performing dangerous tasks all year round, and had developed the habit of not keeping money close to them. Bad luck, Wang Jin put some valuable things into his storage scroll and threw away the rest of the trash. Glancing back, he realized what he was most worried about had happened. Because he had revealed too much strength just now, more than half of the people had been scared away by him. The plan to make a fortune was ruined, which made Wang Jinji hate the Wu family. The Wu family is very good, right? It seems they are coming to claim my losses. Wang Jin continued to set off for Anseong, using Sharingan to avoid the monsters on the way, not wanting to waste chakra. The person who was still following him had already posted the video of the battle online, which immediately caused an uproar. The battle gap between the same levels was so huge that 13 Jonin did not last a minute in Wang Jin's hands, which made all the forces unable to calm down. Yi Weiying learned about this on the way here, and Yang Mo beside him spoke quietly. Palace Master, we must kill Wang Jin today, he is growing too fast. I know. Yi Weiying's whole body was shrouded in a black robe, with only a pair of hands as white as a woman exposed. Yang Mo, you will distract him for a while, and I will attack secretly, trying to kill him with one blow, so that he will not even have the chance to use the Guardian Heart. Yes, Palace Master. Alliance. After watching the video on the internet, Mo Jeju picked up his cell phone and dialed, but the result was a prompt to shut down. What an arrogant boy, how dare you play like this? Mo Jeju couldn't help but get angry because he still couldn't contact Wang Jin. He was very sure that the bounty hall would jump over the wall in a hurry, so he immediately gave the order. Someone is coming. Grand Speaker. Sume walked in and Mo Jeju said in a deep voice, tell the third speaker to go there in person to ensure Wang Jin's safety. Let Master Openg go there in person, Sume was surprised and asked quickly. Didn't Mings lead the team in person? Isn't that enough? Not enough, far from enough. Mo Jeju waved his hand, go and notify Opengyu. I guess the bounty hall will make big moves after seeing the change in that kid. Oh yes. The same mood as Mo Jeju was Zuo Xiaoyu, who came back from the Sacred Tree World 2 days before Wang Jin. Originally, she planned to go in again today, but as a result, the entire network was blocked by Wang Jin again. There were reports about him everywhere, and it was difficult for Zuo Xiaoyu not to know. B***D, answer the phone quickly. Zuo Xiaoyu called again and again, and the prompts told her to shut down her phone again and again. She was worried about Wang Jin and wanted to persuade him to return to the city, but she couldn't get in touch. In fact, she also guessed Wang Jin's intention, using herself as bait to make money. It's just that in her opinion, it is very dangerous to do so, and she will be killed if she is not careful. You must have turned off your phone on purpose. B***D. Zuo Xiaoyu was anxious, and finally set off from Anchang in a hurry, hoping to cross the Warcraft zone to meet Wang Jin. After walking for about half an hour, Wang Jin encountered the second assassination. A man in black suddenly emerged from the soil under his feet, and the kunai in his hand stabbed hard into his heart. The realm of illusions. Wang Jin had no time to dodge. His opponent was extremely fast and had more chakra than him. He used the advantage of the underground to deceive his Sharingan and could only use genjutsu. Buzz. Wells. The man in black wore a mask and made a female voice. He sounded young and was controlled by genjutsu. Wang Jin pulled off the other party's mask, revealing a delicate and pretty face. She looked about 24 or 55 years old, and her chakra content was about 2,200 calories. What's your name? Which family do you belong to? Ling Ling, the Ling family in Anchang. Ling family? Wang Jin snorted coldly, waved the rapier in his hand, and a big head fell to the ground. Very good, another one. Picking up the woman's scroll, Wang Jin was immediately ecstatic. This has happened. There are a lot of items stored in the scroll, almost everything. Life fruit, conduction equipment, Warcraft meat, all are actually high-end. Wang Jin roughly calculated that it was at least 30 billion and couldn't help but grin. It seems that this woman has a very high status in her family. She is a rich woman, haha. Taking out his mobile phone, he searched the Ling family online, and the woman named Ling Ling appeared most often. Who is the next heir to the family head? Who is a peerless genius who appears every 20 years? Who is the best among the younger generation in terms of strength and appearance? Etc. There are countless news about her. This made Wang Jin regret killing Ling Ling. Hey, we can't do it so quickly next time. Keeping this woman is more valuable than killing her. Continuing on the road, when the people behind Wang Jin saw Ling Ling's body, they were all stunned. A man in blue, about 27 or 27 years old, collapsed and cried while holding Ling Ling's headless body. Linger, you died so miserably, Wang Jin, I must kill you. This brother, you belong to Miss Ling Ling. An unsuspecting middle-aged man was curious, and the man in blue had tears on his face. I am the suitor of goddess Ling Ling. Although she has never looked down on me, I have always loved her deeply. Groove, it turns out to be a licking dog. The middle-aged man secretly cursed that he was useless and continued to follow Wang Jin. However, he seemed to underestimate Ling Ling's charm. Soon not only the men in blue, but also many men in their 20s stopped and felt sad for a long time, vowing to kill Wang Jin for revenge. Wang Jin doesn't know these things. Even if he knows, it doesn't matter. He was not afraid that others would come to kill him, but he was afraid that these people would only dare to show off behind his back and not dare to stand in front of him. With Ling Ling's huge sum of money, Wang Jin plans to speed up. Now, to put it bluntly, he is just a Jonin with special abilities. He does not have the strength to run around the entire continent unless he gets confused and uses his precious trump card on this. Wang Jin admits that he is not a money addict and he only makes money to grow faster in the future. Speed up. Wang Jin used lightning-style chakra mode and disappeared directly from the eyes of many stalkers. He stopped every few hundred kilometers and left a space coordinate before continuing on the road. At this speed, Wang Jin felt that he would be able to reach the Anchang mission hall before dark and buy a sufficient amount of high-level life fruit. Of course, it would be best if there were S-level Warcraft meat to sell. When he returns to the real world this time, he has no plans to leave for a short time, and at least he wants to improve his physical fitness to the current limit. Anyway, there are no good tasks in the Hokage world for the time being, so it is better to improve your strength in reality. Just less than 1,000 kilometers away from Anzhou, a figure with a huge aura approached quickly. Wang Jin's Sharingan immediately discovered the enemy and recognized him as Yang Mo, who failed to assassinate him last time. Oh, you didn't run. Yang Mo slowed down and smiled slightly after catching up with Wang Jin. Do you think you can compete with me? Why not? Wang Jin also smiled. You hit my genjutsu last time and you will too this time. But you didn't have Ming's this time. Yang Mo smiled lightly, seemingly not paying attention to Wang Jin, and continued. Without a helper who is equal to me, even if you can make me fall into genjutsu, there is nothing you can do. You can't kill me. That's not necessarily the case. Come and try. Wang Jin is somewhat looking forward to fighting an opponent who has been promoted to 5 life levels in person to test his current strength. Yang Mo couldn't help but glance behind Wang Jin and then nodded. It's good for young people to be motivated. I'll give you this opportunity. It's just that you have to be prepared to pay the price for failure. I won't let you go. Thank you, let's do it. Wang Jin opened the 9 Tails outerwear based on the lightning-style chakra mode. At the same time, the 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared and his hands formed instant body seals. This was already his strongest state. He didn't want to use genjutsu right from the start. He wanted to see how far his basic strength was compared to such a strong person. Since you want to die, I will make it happen for you. Yang Mo's eyes changed and became cold for a moment. He rushed in front of him at a speed that Wang Jin couldn't see clearly and punched him hard in the face. So fast. Wang Jin's three Magatama could barely catch Yang Mo's direction and subconsciously raised his hands to block. Boom, cough. Wang Jin was punched by Yang Mo and flew 200 to 300 meters, breaking more than a dozen giant trees before he came to a stop. At this moment, his arms were broken and his internal organs were bleeding from the shock, which made him shocked. As expected of a person who has upgraded his life level so many times, my three Magatama Sharingan can't even keep up with his movements. And my body is protected by the Nine Tails coat and the lightning-style chakra mode, but I can't even take a casual blow from him. For Jonin, breaking his arm is not a big deal, and he recovers in minutes. What really shocked Wang Jin was that Yang Mo was not a physical ninja, his specialty was penetration. However, the basic gap was too big. This time he finally understood how powerful this kind of strong man was. Even if it is not his strong point, he can still rely on his body to crush himself. Yang Mo bullied him again. He did not use penetration and directly attacked with physical skills. He knew that his blood inheritance limit was useless in front of Sharingan, Susanoo. Wang Jin didn't want to escape. He thought he could kill his opponent, and it was not his character to be timid before fighting, so he used Mangekyō Sharingan for the first time in the real world. Boom, a 100-meter-tall second-stage half-skeletal Susan appeared, with an orange-red body, a shield in one hand and a flaming giant sword in the other. Clang. Yang Mo's fist hit Susanoo's 8-foot mirror, and both he and Wang Jin were horrified. The former was shocked because he had never seen such an ability before, and his full blow was actually blocked by a little guy who had just broken through Jonin. And his arm was also injured. It seems that his strength was rebounded. This shocked Yang Mo. Wang Jin was shocked because the 8-foot mirror only withstood one physical attack and cracks appeared. This is an artifact that is said to be good at defense. Even if his eye power is not good now, he will not be so weak. Wang Jin snorted secretly. After turning on Mangekyō, the side effects were even greater and the pain in his mind increased several times. In comparison, Susanoo is currently the least consumed and under the least pressure. Second is Tsukuyomi, and last is Amaterasu, who consumes the most. It seems like we can't risk using the latter too easily. Wang Jin sighed in his heart. The Sharingan in the real world was too useful, making him even more eager to collect all the Senju bloodline fragments. What ability is this? Yang Mo couldn't help but ask. Mangekyō was really too mysterious. Wang Jinkyang held on to the pain in his mind, his face expressionless. Susanoo, the third power of Mangekyō Sharingan. Mangekyō Sharingan, what is this? You don't have to know. Boom! Giant Susan took the initiative and stabbed Yang Mo with the 10-fist sword in his hand. Although the sword body is made of red flames, it doesn't look as lethal as the actual one. But Yang Mo's years of fighting instinct told him that this sword was terrifying and he couldn't go head-to-head with it. Whoosh! Yang Mo used the teleportation technique to dodge, and at the same time formed a swish seal with his hands. Dozens of giant fireballs flew towards the Susanoo giant. Wang Jin controlled Susanoo to use the 8-foot mirror to resist. Boom, 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 how is this possible? Yang Mo was shocked again by the scene in front of him. He suddenly found that after using the more powerful ninjutsu, the damage to the red giant in front of him was not as good as taijutsu, and the shield was not damaged at all. You counteracted my attack. Yang Mo instantly guessed the reason. Wang Jin did not deny it but just stared at him coldly. The 8-foot mirror is an incorporeal spiritual weapon. After being attacked by attributes, it can change its own attributes to render it ineffective. Yang Mo, if you don't have other tricks, you can't beat me. Arrogant, Yang Mo spat hard. Since ninjutsu is useless against a giant like you, then I will use physical skills to smash it and see what else you can use to resist my attack. Whoosh! After saying that, he completely gave up the ninjutsu attack and really used taijutsu to fight Susanoo hand-to-hand. Wang Jin looked at his opponent close at hand and really wanted to burn him to death with an Amaterasu. However, he still held back and continued to fight with Susanoo. When he gets careless, Wang Jin planned to use the 10-fist sword to seal Yang Mo, but only if he couldn't hide. An ordinary Sharingan genjutsu can do this, but the time is too short, and Yang Mo will definitely guard against this move if he dares to get close. You must wait until your opponent loses his cool and is eager to end the fight before revealing the 10-fist sword. Just as Wang Jin thought, Yang Mo deliberately disrupted the chakra in his body after close combat. He doesn't use ninjutsu anyway, chakra is of little use now, it just relies on the body. The battle between the two instantly became intense. Yang Mo couldn't do anything to Susan, and Susan couldn't catch him. The stalemate continued. On a certain mountain peak in the distance, Yi Wang watched for a long time, and the shock in his eyes was hard to get over. Mangekyō Sharingan, this guy actually did it. We must not miss today, he must die here. Just when Wang Jin was concentrating on fighting Yang Mo, a figure that teleported instantly appeared in the center of the battlefield and attacked him directly. Lie downs. Boom, the visitor broke into Wang Jin's spiritual sea with powerful mental power, and the latter lost consciousness for a moment. Yang Mo. Coming. The person who came was Yi Wang. He used all his mental power to control Wang Jin. Very few people on the mainland knew that he was a genjutsu ninja. However, while controlling Wang Jin, he was also unable to move. Wang Jin's mental power was stronger than Yang thought, and he had to devote himself to maintaining genjutsu. Unlike the visual genjutsu, Wang Jin was hit without any warning. Yang Mo took advantage of this opportunity and violently attacked the uncontrolled Susanoo with taijutsu. He only used 3 punches to punch through the stomach of the Susan giant, entered it, and came to Wang Jin. However, Wang Jin had already gotten rid of Yi Wang's genjutsu at this time, and activated his guardian heart under the crisis, so that the kunai in Yang Mo's hand failed to pierce his head. How dangerous you are actually a genjutsu ninja, or do you directly use mental power? Wang Jin, who almost died in Yi Wang's sneak attack, secretly cursed himself for being too careless. The recent smooth sailing had reduced the sense of crisis. Yi Wang's lesson was very timely today. Wang Jin was glad that there was no third super master coming to assassinate him. Seeing Wang Jin activate his guardian heart, Yi Wang secretly felt regretful. But he still didn't give up. Even if Wang Jin now activated Mangekyō and had a protective heart, he could still kill him with confidence as long as no one came to help. Superior. Yi Wang raced against time, and with a wave of his hand, he and Yang Mo surrounded Wang Jin. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Wang Jin became angry when he saw that Yi Wang was still unwilling to let him go even though he was trying to protect him. He didn't give him a way out, so he became angry. He doesn't want to risk using Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu before he's absolutely sure, but if his opponent is aggressive, he doesn't mind giving it a try. Yang, you asked for this. Tsukuyomi. Buzz, blood flowed from Wang Jin's left eye, and the powerful eye force instantly pulled Yi Wang into the genjutsu space. What kind of place is this? In a dark monochromatic space, Yi Wang found in horror that he was tied to a cross. He immediately realized that he had been hit by genjutsu. However, Tsukuyomi was too real for him to wake up on his own. However, it took the next 3 days and 3 nights for Yang to truly understand what the ultimate form of genjutsu is. Welcome to Tsukuyomi space. 3 Wang Jins holding thin swords appeared in front of Yi Wang, and one of them said something that he would never forget in the latter's frightened eyes. This is the world of Tsukuyomi. All factors including time, location, quality, etc. are under my control. In the next 72 hours, I will let you experience the reality of Tsukuyomi space. The 3 Wang Jin stabbed Yang together, and the latter was horrified to find that he seemed to have become an ordinary person. This kind of injury that was insignificant to a ninja was so painful that he couldn't help but fainted. When Yang woke up again, he found that he was still in the Tsukuyomi space, and he couldn't help but despair. How could there be such a genjutsu? It's impossible, it can't be so real. It's very painful, isn't it? One of the 3 Wang Jins said. Only 1 second has passed, and there will be another 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Swords piercing flesh and shrill screams began to appear frequently in the Tsukuyomi space. As Yi Wang fell into coma and woke up more often, he found that the Tsukuyomi space was no longer empty, but that he and Wang Jin were everywhere. Each group was not surprised at all. They said the same words and screamed the same. Outside world, Yang Mo didn't know what happened to Yi Wang, so he immediately injected his chakra into the motionless Yi Wang, but to no avail. What did you do to the Lord of the Palace? What about the Liu family? Are the people from the Lei family in Mingzhu Leiazi afraid of you? Damn it, this kid actually has spatial abilities. This is a spatial ability. The bounty offered by the Bounty Palace is nothing compared to this technique. If you can get it, it will be worth even half of the family's strength. Give up. He belongs to Leiazi. Whoever dares to fight will be killed by Leiazi. Yang Mo's left arm was on fire. He immediately formed a seal and used the water style to put out the fire. However, even the water started to burn when it touched the black flame. Wang Jin has been taught by the 4th Hokage Namaifeng Shuiman he must get this technique. Not only were these people not disappointed when Wang Jin ran away, but they were even more excited. Even if it is the first time to use Mangekyō in the real world, the three major abilities of Hasashi Suzana, Tsukiyomi, and Amaterasu are released at the same time, and the side effects have reached the limit at this time. After doing this, he picked up Yi Wang and ran away, not daring to continue fighting anymore. It was Wang Jin's mysterious ability that frightened him. Wang Jin sensed the mark but did not leave immediately. Instead, he used his mobile phone to take pictures of those who wanted to kill him. Suddenly, those who were following him caught up with him. Wang Jin immediately stood up and carefully sensed the mark of the flying thunder god left in Mingzhu. You're not afraid of water, what kind of fire style is this? Ahem. After the enemy escaped, Wang Jin immediately knelt down on one knee, covering his bleeding eyes with one hand and trying hard to support the ground with the other hand to prevent himself from falling. Trembling, he took out Ling Ling's storage scroll, took out all the advanced life fruits inside, and devoured them crazily one after another. Look, that's Wang Jin, he's dying. Ling Ling was indeed a person valued by the Ling family. There were more than 200 high-level life fruits in her storage scroll, all of which were eaten by Wang Jin at this moment. Although the advanced life fruit mainly improves the body, it also has some effect on mental strength, but it is not obvious. Hurry up, report it to the head of the family. Wang Jin has a big secret. There were no major changes in his body, but the pain in his mind eased a little, making Wang Jin no longer so uncomfortable. Amaterasu. Is this teleportation? Yang Mo found that the black flame was burning very fast and was almost reaching his chest. He immediately cut off his wrist and tore off the arm. Seeing that he looked extremely weak, a group of people immediately rushed over with laughter. Everyone was excited as if they had discovered a unique treasure. However, he only received a trace of black flame in response. Whoosh. Oh. You want to go against me, the Liu family of Delong County? Haha, Wang Jin's head belongs to me, don't take it from me. A sneer flashed across Wang Jin's face, and he activated Flying Thunder God without saying anything. The person who rushed the fastest was already dozens of meters away from Wang Jin, scornfully laughing. Now I am at the end of my game and any genin can succeed. Young man, why don't you run away and take pictures? Do you think you still have a day of revenge? The space ability must be the Flying Thunder God. Where are the others? For a time, Wang Jin occupied all the media in the continent with his absolute limelight. No one, not a single family, did not discuss him, and everyone was thinking about his spatial ability. Become famous in one battle, the entire Divine Tree continent, both north and south, knew that Wang Jin had broken through Jonin and had spatial abilities. All the family forces were paying attention to him. Alliance Headquarters, Office of the Grand Speaker. Mo Zheju stared at the screen on the wall, which had the names and photos of 10 people arranged in order. Su Mei was also there. She was also staring at the names on the screen, as if she had guessed what Mo Zheju was going to do. Ranking of the youngest Jonin in the Divine Tree continent in the past 20 years. Gongyang Xin, male Gongyang family in the northern continent, became Jonin at the age of 21 years and 8 months. Yi Ningwen female Yi family in the southern continent became Jonin age, 21 years and 9 months. Wei Huaho, male Wei family in the southern continent, breakthrough Jonin age, 22 years and 6 months. Lai Liang male Anzhou University breakthrough Jonin age, 22 years and 11 months. After Mo Zheju watched for a long time, he suddenly laughed. Zio Mayor, it's been 20 years. It's been 20 years since the arrival of the Divine Tree world. Our alliance finally has the youngest Jonin, hahaha. After laughing, Mo Zheju did what he had been thinking about for many years, and rewrote the record of young Jonin in mainland Daxia. Wang Jin, male southern continent, civilian ninja, breakthrough Jonin age 18 years and 4 months. When these words and Wang Jin's photo appeared on the screen, Su Mei suddenly realized how evil Wang Jin was and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, we finally waited for him. Under the vines of the largest sacred tree in Mingzhu City, a young man whose expression was distorted in pain and who kept growling in his throat suddenly appeared. Under the shocked eyes of several passersby, the young man moved quickly, opened the bracelet of the sacred tree and entered the world of the sacred tree. It was Wang Jin. Originally, he planned to stay in the real world for a few months to improve his physical fitness. But the plan couldn't keep up with the change. Today's overdraft of his pupils made him miserable. If he didn't enter the world of the sacred tree, he felt like he would be crushed to death by the horrific side effects. As soon as the whole person enters the world of the sacred tree, the side effects of Sharingan in reality disappear. Instead, here's a side effect, vision loss. At this moment, Wang Jin's vision was blurry. His eyesight was severely overdrawn during the battle with the Otsutsuki clan, which even endangered his life. Fortunately, Ban and Hashirama tried their best to treat him, and he was able to survive. But the price is that my eyesight is greatly reduced, to the point where I can't see the road clearly without turning on Sharingan. Wang Jin drove the three Magatama Sharingan all the way, used the Flying Thunder God to arrive at the Land of Rain, and walked into the main hall of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato felt strange when he saw him. Jin, why don't you open your eyes without fighting, could it be? As the owner of the Samsara Eye, Sharingan's secret is nothing to Nagato. He understands the limits of this blood inheritance very well. Wang Jin nodded silently, confirming his guess. My pupils are so overdrawn that I can no longer see people clearly without opening my eyes. Nagato, you don't have to worry about anything now. All you need to do is collect all the 9-tailed beasts and resurrect the Jido statue. Go back to where you can still go back, Nagato frowned. Now the entire ninja world knows that you are a traitor to Konoha and the person who killed Danzo. How can Konoha still let you go back? I'm not beating myself up, is it face? The reason why Rain Shinobi Village is controlled is that it is a small village, and no one has the strength to resist if the leader dies. I can't do what you want Orochimaru to do. He won't take orders from me. Everything he does depends on his preference. I don't have the ability to order him. Now that I have activated Mangekyō, I am not afraid of Hiruzen Sarutobi in a head-to-head confrontation, and I am even confident that I can kill him. If you feel that the power in your hands is not enough, I can also personally help you. After informing Nagato of his plan, Wang Jin immediately found Deidara and set off to the Kingdom of Wind to find Orochimaru. But if you want to control the ninja villages of the 5 major countries, it is different. There are many ninjas and samurai. No matter how powerful Nagato is, he can't make an enemy of a country. At least the power he has accumulated currently is not enough. But now, Nagato was very confused. Huh, why? Nagato was stunned after hearing this. He never expected that Wang Jin would take the initiative to leave him. I'll take care of it at Orochimaru, and I'm here to tell you my next move. The purpose of my return this time is to get the position of Hokage. However, it was revealed in many places in the original work that he actually wanted his teacher to have a decent ending and die protecting the village instead of doing nothing. In his eyes, Wang Jin cared more about the organization than himself and would even sacrifice his life for the sake of the organization. You can't, Wang Jin shook his head. Your eyes and identity are too sensitive. It's better not to show your face in the ninja world too early. The plan for Konoha's collapse a few years later seemed to be Orochimaru's plan to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's fine, that's fine. Nagato also felt that he should do this and he had always done it this way. Nagato, I came to you today to say goodbye. I want to leave the organization for the time being. No, I have a way, but I have to go back. Otherwise, many plans will not be implemented. Wang Jin's attitude was very clear and he continued. As long as you lend me Zyodi and Orochimaru, then I will be absolutely sure to get the position of Hokage. It was just that Orochimaru was involved, which made him embarrassed and he couldn't help but shake his head. So serious, what happened to you? An assassination of Raikage. After hearing this, Nagato agreed. As long as you can persuade Orochimaru, I have no problem with it. Wang Jin's because I want to go back to Konoha. The Inar, Deer, and Butterfly tribes, as well as some veteran Jonin, have long been dissatisfied with the old third generation. It's just that they don't have a suitable partner. Deidara is easy to talk to. He will help you even if I disagree. After all, he respects you much more than he respects me. Now that Wang Jin is confident in controlling Konoha, he is too excited to refuse. I Kakashi or my people, anyone can do Hokage. It's time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down. The power I have prepared is enough. And if you really control Konoha, it will be of great help to the organization. I support you in doing so. It's not surprising that Wang Jin knew his plan. After all, in his eyes, Wang Jin was in direct contact with Albedo. Wang Jin is very sure to invite this ninja scientist to participate in the coup. Perhaps this is what Orochimaru wants at this time. Wang Jin's confidence came from the bottom of his heart. Nagato had no doubt that he was telling lies, and he was immediately moved. No, something else. Wang Jin didn't intend to discuss this issue anymore and waved his hand to change the topic. Wang Jin knows Orochimaru very well. After all, he has plot advantages. In a cave in the desert of the Land of Wind, Orochimaru learned of Wang Jin's intention and plan. He licked his lips, looking interested. A coup. Haha, it seems interesting. But Jinjun, I can listen to you in anything, except the matter of saving my teacher's life. But this is what I promised Jiraiya-senpai. Wang Jin smiled. Orochimaru-senpai. You seem to hate Sarutobi Hiruzen, but you probably don't hate your contemporaries who are deeply bound to you. Jiraiya, Orochimaru didn't know what he thought of after hearing this, and he looked dazed for a moment before continuing. Even he can't, my teacher must die in this coup. Jinjun, if you promise I can go with you at any time and the position of Hokage is yours, I am not interested in it. Well, you are all seniors, it depends on the luck of the old third generation. Wang Jin chuckled and Orochimaru also laughed. The two seemed to have arranged the fate of the third Hokage in Konoha. Anbu and Kakashi came to the Ikaraku ramen shop as usual after their usual shift. Ever since he learned from Wang Jin that Naruto was his teacher's son, he only treated him to ramen whenever he had time. However, today he stood blankly in front of the store because he saw a person who he thought would never appear in Konoha village again, Wang Jin. You still dare to come back? Kakashi immediately rushed into the store and came to a young man whose whole body was covered in black robes, with only one face exposed. Wang Jin smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. If I didn't want to find you deliberately, do you think you could find me? Then you shouldn't be here." Kakashi was worried about Wang Jin. His favorability and previous personal relationship made him unwilling to believe that Wang Jin had really defected. There must be a misunderstanding. Moreover, this kind of thing happened not once or twice in the village. Others didn't know it, but he knew about it as Captain Anbu. Wang Jin waved his hand casually, signaling Kakashi to calm down and asked him to sit down before speaking. "Kakashi, I won't explain too much. I have been looking for a way to save Konoha these days, and now I have found it. What can we do?" Kakashi also felt sad about the development of Konoha village over the years and asked quickly. "The method I mentioned is to let Sarutobi Hiruzen step down and replace him with a young and powerful man as Hokage. I've already found this person. Yumi, Jiraiya-senpai, and Anakacho can do it. They have more or less talked with me, and they are all inclined to my point of view. Let Kakashi become Hokage." "Are you really sure?" Kakashi has thought about this issue countless times these days, and he supports Wang Jin deep in his heart. It's just that he is very sure of Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength. After all, this is a strong man who survived 3 ninja wars. Wang Jin knew that it was useless to explain. The 3 Magatama in his eyes instantly turned into Mangekyō, and Kakashi was stunned. "I see, you have activated Mangekyō, and you are indeed capable of competing with the 3rd generation Sama. Haha, it's not just Jinjun but also me." At this time, a strange smile came from outside the store, and Kakashi looked back and was even more shocked. "Big Orochimaru. Kakashi-kun, I haven't seen you grow up very fast after a long time. You are worthy of being the child of Senior White Fang, haha." Orochimaru licked his lips habitually. "When I saw you, I unconsciously thought of Senior White Fang. He is a person I respect very much, both in terms of strength and personality. Thank you for your appreciation of my late father." Kakashi grew up under the name of Sanin, and deep down in his heart, he still subconsciously respects Orochimaru. Wang Jin smiled and said, "I have just met with Zhulu Dai and those Jonin who are willing to stand on our side. They are waiting for us." Kakashi was confused. "What does it have to do with me? It's you who want to launch a coup." "It's up to you," Wang Jin smiled lightly. "As long as I can succeed today, we can discuss the future matters later." Kakashi followed Wang Jin out of the ramen shop when Naruto happened to come and saw them. "Neither I nor Orochimaru-senpai can legitimately become a Hokage even if the coup succeeds." "Where to go?" Naruto was curious. "Wang Jin, go to a place where you can be treated fairly. 3rd generation is too old and is not suitable to continue being Hokage." "What?" "Yes, it's you." Wang Jin laughed and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. "You are the son of the former Anbu minister White Fang. Now the Anbu captain, your strength, prestige, and background can convince everyone, so you are the most suitable Hokage candidate." As soon as he finished speaking, an old man stood up. "You came just in time, come with us." "Good." Wang Jin had no intention of disturbing Naruto, but this kid still had 9 tails in his body, and now his Mangekyō could be used, so he immediately changed his mind. "What 6th generation me?" "These old men are not the main ones yet." Sitting there is a middle-aged man with a small paper fan in his hand and a kind smile on his face. "Haha, let's all express our opinions on this matter." "I don't agree," another person objected. "Initiating a Hokage re-election is of great importance and should not be started lightly." "Haha, without you, the future 6th Hokage, what's the point of us launching a coup?" "The daimyo doesn't agree, those veterans don't agree, and the villagers of Fire Country and Konoha Village don't agree either." "Let's go. Juludi and the others have waited long enough, it's time to launch an election." Wang Jin extended his hand, and with his sincere speech, Kakashi found it difficult to refuse. I agree to call the elections. Naruto even cried secretly because of this. He couldn't understand how a kind and amiable senior could betray the village. The middle-aged man always smiles before saying a word, and he seems to have no airs at all. Needless to say, Orochimaru's many years of rebellion and shady methods have made him afraid. Brother Nishiki, Naruto was also stunned. The reputation of rebel ninja was so great that even a child knew about it. Although I know that neither of them will agree, I will not give up looking for a suitable Hokage candidate for the village. The middle-aged man is the daimyo, the person with the highest status and power in the fire country. Should I be a Hokage? Okay, Kakashi nodded heavily, but it's only temporary. I think Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama are the most suitable. So Kakashi, come join us, we really need your help. Whether it's for favorability or for the future of the village, Kakashi doesn't worry about either Wang Jin or Orochimaru being a Hokage. Whether you agree to continue to let Yuan Fei Rijin serve as Hokage or re-elect, please tell me your opinion. Wang Jin, on the other hand, couldn't see through it and didn't know what his real thoughts were. In the Kingdom of Fire Damming Mansion, there were more than 10 old men sitting in front of a huge round table. Daimyo, the supreme leader of a country. No matter what decision he makes, everyone under him, including Wang, must obey his arrangements. However, the daimyo have always advocated brainstorming and would not easily take the initiative to give orders. However, today's Fire Country daimyo is behaving uncharacteristically. At least that's what the old ministers who oppose the Hokage election think. All right, the Fire Country daimyo chuckled and stopped the two factions from arguing. I have decided to hold the Hokage election. My lord, you must not. An old opposition official was shocked and was about to speak when the Fire Nation glared at him. Do you have any objection? I don't have any. The old minister had never seen the daimyo so angry and immediately swallowed his words of objection. After hearing this, the daimyo smiled again and looked at an old minister who supported the faction. Nagakawa, you will go and inform the Hokage and tell him my decision. Yes, Lord Daimyo. The old minister named Nagakawa was overjoyed. He was different from the opposition and belonged to another faction. He had long wanted to replace Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's just that the daimyo has trusted the Sarutobi clan too much for many years, so he has no idea where to start. Although I don't know why the daimyo suddenly changed his attitude today, this is a good thing. Only when Sarutobi Hiruzen steps down as Hokage can his faction come to power. What a blessing from heaven, hahaha. The damn Yuan Fei clan is finally far away from the political center. Changchuan left happily, and the other ministers either followed his lead or remained silent as they all slowly stood up and left the room. Soon, only the daimyo and an old minister were left in the room. Mr. Jin, you are right. Sarutobi Hiruzen's influence is too great, even greater than mine. The Fire Country daimyo changed his previous smiling look and became calm. The old minister produced a cloud of white smoke with a bang and then turned into the appearance of Wang Jin. Wang Jin smiled slightly. Don't worry, sir. There are many people with lofty ideals in the land of fire. We will not let Sarutobi Hiruzen do whatever he wants. This time we will definitely drive the third generation out of office and replace them with a Hokage who listens to you. Thank you, Mr. Jin. The Fire Nation daimyo breathed a sigh of relief and began to fantasize about the future. He has been suppressed by Konoha's high-level officials for many years, and today he finally sees the light. It's just that the third generation has stepped down now, and the position of Hokage must be controlled by me. The daimyo of the Fire Nation was looking forward to Wang Jin's success. Wang Jin smiled slightly, bowed respectfully, and then left the daimyo's mansion. Outside the daimyo's mansion, Orochimaru exclaimed, Jinjun, how did you get the daimyo to help you run the election? It's simple, use genjutsu, Wang Jin said with a smile. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, Uchiha Shisui. As soon as a white-eyed middle-aged man saw Wang Jin coming back, he couldn't wait to ask. He was the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, who was also a supporter of Wang Jin. It's just that the method of use still has to use the psychic beast crow that Itachi has carefully cultivated for many years. He doesn't dare to gouge out his own eyes at will. Clan leader Hyuga is right. I didn't blame you in the first place. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't distinguish between right and wrong and insisted on going his own way. This is why you rolled your eyes. Yeah, the old third generation is fatuous. He made too many wrong decisions. Don't worry, everyone, the daimyo has agreed to hold the Hokage general election, and the veteran responsible for informing is on his way. Our Konoha territory is getting smaller and smaller in his hands. Too much fertile land has been taken away by other big countries. If this continues, the Fire Country will be at risk of being annexed. It's just that the daimyo trusted Hiruzen Sarutobi too much, and had to use distinguished heavenly gods to subtly change his mind and make him obey Wang Jin's orders. It was late at night, but the lights here were brightly lit, and several major Konoha clans were gathered together. There were at least 100 people, all high-ranking people from various clans. That's right, Hyuga Hayashi continued. Back then, he sacrificed my brother in order to appease Kumagakure's anger. If it weren't for stability, the Hyuga clan would never have agreed. Great, Hyuga Hayashi shook his fist fiercely. As long as the daimyo agrees, and with the votes of our families, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely step down. Many Jonin laughed, and the Nara tribe was filled with laughter and laughter, which was in sharp contrast to the silent night. Once there is the support of the big names, the opposition voices will be much smaller, and it will become much easier to overthrow the old third generation. After Orochimaru and Itachi teamed up to kill Danzo last time, Shisui's other eye was also obtained by him. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that incident was a deliberate trap set by Union to spy on us. He went directly to the Nara clan. Yes, another senior Jonin answered, I have had enough of the third generation's weak governance for so many years. Jin-jun, you are really capable. You can actually use these families' dissatisfaction with teacher Yuan Fei to stage a coup. That's right, it's not a coup. Many people have been talking about it, complaining about what happened to the Hyuga clan back then. In addition to the fact that Weasel already had won, Wang Jin had already collected the complete set of distinguished heavenly gods. Yeah, third generation has been playing Hokage for so long, and it's enough. I'll replace him tomorrow. I have thought about overthrowing him before, but I always considered force and never thought of using this method. Haha, you are wrong, senior. Wang Jin smiled proudly. We are not doing a coup now, we are re-electing the Hokage under the order of the daimyo. Yes, I think Jinjun is the most suitable Hokage. Only capable young people can lead the village to the bright future. Seeing everyone looking at him, Wang Jin took off his mask and showed a smile. Jinjun, how are things going? There is a recovery period of several years after using distinguished heavenly gods, and Wang Jin will not use it easily. Haha, anyone can be a Hokage, I will vote for myself tomorrow. The third generation just doesn't want to help us, but it actually takes the initiative to help Kumagakure succeed. I really doubt that he is the rebellious ninja who wants to collapse Konoha. The complaints that had been suppressed in my heart for many years were finally released at this moment. They may not have dared to say these words in the past, but today they feel that they have a chance to win. Tomorrow Sarutobi Hiruzen will step down, so they have nothing to fear. Now that everything is ready, Wang Jin takes Orochimaru and returns to Konoha immediately. This scene surprised Orochimaru, and he couldn't help but look at the young man next to him. Yes, it's his Mangekyō Sharingan. I have both of them now. In Konoha Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and a man and a woman looked at the visitor in shock. The old woman was shocked when she heard the man's intention. What are you talking about? The Hokage general election will be held tomorrow. The daimyo actually issued such an order. Koharu is a ninja of the same generation as the old third generation and Danzo, and is also a disciple of second Hokage Senju Tabarama. For many years, she has helped Hokage handle village affairs and is one of the 4 top executives in Konoha. She couldn't understand the daimyo's order at the moment. In her eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen worked conscientiously and risked his life for the sake of Konoha village. How could he arouse the dissatisfaction of the daimyo? I have already made it very clear. The visitor said indifferently, the daimyo personally ordered that the Hokage be re-elected. Yuan Fei, you also know that you lost in the 3 battles, and you should have retired in peace. I know, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a big pipe in his mouth, his old face expressionless. My improper command of the Third Ninja World War caused the Fire Nation to suffer a huge blow. If Minato hadn't turned the tide, the consequences would have been disastrous. Unfortunately, Minato left too early, so I have no choice but to continue to serve as Hokage again. I shouldn't occupy this position for a long time. Hiruzen, after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's compromise, the old man spoke impatiently. You have done a great job. There is no one in the village who is more suitable to be Hokage than you. You must not give up easily. I'm going to meet the daimyo now, he must have made a mistake. Men Yan, forget it. Since the daimyo gave the order, he must have his own ideas. We should do it. The old third generation flicked his pipe, smiled bitterly, and continued to persuade Mito Kadenen, the last high-ranking official in Konoha who was also one of Senju Tabarama's apprentices at the same time. To be honest with you two, since Danzo was killed by Uchiha Nishiki a few days ago, I suddenly realized that the village is no longer the village we used to be. There are too many capable, courageous and thoughtful young people like Uchiha Nishiki in Konoha village now. If the three of us still refuse to let go, I'm afraid it will bring destruction to the village. Young people don't think as much as old men like us. They are too impulsive. My disciple Orochimaru is like this, the Uchiha clan is like this, and who knows how many other young people are like this. Let it go, since they want the Hokage position, I'll give it to them. Maybe it's a good choice. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked lonely and seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Mido Kaden and Koharu don't want to give up, but they are not as tough as Danzo. The two have been silent for many years and have no desire for power. They are caught between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to ease their relationship. Now that Danzo is dead, no one can argue with Yuan Fei Hiruzen. Okay, you decide. Hiruzen, let's re-elect our two elders' positions and give them the power together. Mido Manobu and transferring Koharu left the Hokage office, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen and the messenger veteran who chuckled. The third generation is still aware of its righteousness. I will release the news in your name and hold the Hokage general election in 3 days. I can do these things myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen put away his loneliness and looked at the other party coldly. I know that your faction has been trying to get to power for so many years and want to hold the power of Konoha in its hands. But I advise you not to do anything that will disgrace the village. Otherwise, even if it costs my life, I will make you regret it. The old minister's face changed drastically, and the murderous intention that Sarutobi Hiruzen unintentionally exuded frightened him. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, the crowd immediately began to commotion, and Wang Jin looked at him in surprise. Third generation, are you really going to give up resistance? Willingly give up the position of Hokage. The election for the new Hokage is now under the order of the daimyo. All Jonin may vote. You may vote for anyone. The one with the most votes will be the fifth Hokage. During these 3 days, the news of the change of Hokage spread throughout the entire ninja world. All the people from the Land of Fire who could come came, waiting to see who would be the fifth Hokage. Third generation, just wait and see. Under the leadership of Mr. Nishiki and Mr. Orochimaru, the village will only become stronger and stronger. Time will prove that all your previous decisions were wrong. That's right, I don't want the coup to bring unnecessary sacrifices to the village. However, almost all Jonin knew that if nothing unexpected happened, these two would become the real top leaders of Konoha after today. After finishing his opening remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen clapped his hands, and 2 men in Konoha ninja uniforms walked to the fence, causing many ninjas in the audience to exclaim, "Oh! Why didn't I see your will of fire?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said expressionlessly, and Wang Jin continued with a smile. Snort. Orochimaru, I hope you can assist Uchiha Nishiki well. Konoha village is also your village. The minister who delivered the message slammed the door and left, and suddenly Sarutobi Hiruzen was the only one left in the room. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Hokage changeover took place as scheduled, and the old third generation gave his opening remarks as usual. 3 days later, a large number of villagers gathered under the Hokage building, looking forward to the next event. Oh, I hope so. The old third generation smiled wryly and stopped talking to Wang Jin. He looked at the crowd below and raised his voice. Whoever becomes the Hokage is the embodiment of the will of fire, haha. Teacher Yuan Fei, I didn't expect that we would meet in such an occasion. A meaningless sacrifice. Is it that you, the Sarutobi clan, are following the Uchiha clan's lead, worried that a coup will happen and you will become the next us? Not to mention the ninjas, all the genin and chunin must come as well. Although they do not have the right to vote, they can supervise, although it is just a formality. Where the leaves dance, the fire lives on. Wang Jin looked at the old third generation with a smile. Third generation master, I think I didn't disappoint you. I have perfectly inherited the will of fire. The only ones who can actually vote are the senior members of the major clans and the Jonin, who are the backbone of the village. Don't panic, Orochimaru and Uchiha Nishiki left the village to carry out a mission. Now I declare. Mido Kadoyan lowered his head and glanced at the voting results, then faced the many villagers under the Hokage building, took a deep breath and spoke loudly. The fifth Hokage is Hade Kakashi. Well, as he finished speaking, the audience burst into warm applause that lasted for a long time. The villagers of Konoha welcomed their new Hokage, and everyone had high hopes for the young Kakashi. Although in terms of qualifications, Kakashi is still inferior to those older and higher status ninjas. But he is more successful because he is young and has the energy of a young man, something that the old third generation could not achieve during his many years in power. Moreover, he is the son of the former Anbu minister Konoha White Fang Hatake Sakumo. He has a strong root and a bright red background and is favored by many people. There wasn't much joy on Kakashi's face. He was always worried about being a Hokage. Everyone be quiet. Kakashi raised his hand slightly, and suddenly the whole place was quiet and the Hokage's prestige was beginning to show. I issue the following orders as the 5th Hokage. First, appoint Uchiha Nishiki as Minister of Anbu, to command all Anbu, under my direct jurisdiction and not responsible to anyone. Second, remove the Mido Gate inflammation and transfer to Koharu and other Konoha elders. The 4 clan leaders Ino Shikacho and Hyuga will serve as elders. Thirdly, the former elder Shimura Danzo was killed by a rebel ninja, and the route is still unmanaged. I intend Orochimaru to be the leader of the route. Fourth, the above order takes effect immediately. Bang bang bang, there was another round of applause. The villagers did not know the interests behind the big change. They only felt that Kakashi's courage to think and act brought new life to Konoha, which had been dormant for many years. As for those Jonin, the middle-level families knew it all and knew that Konoha had completely changed and ushered in its new master the Hatake Kakashi faction. Ignoring the excited crowd under the Hokage building, Kakashi looked back at the people behind him and smiled. Everyone, are you satisfied with my arrangement? Satisfied, of course I am satisfied, Narashikaku laughed. Kakashi-kun. No, thanks to Lord Hokage's respect, I will serve you to the death. Yes, I the Hyuga clan will definitely obey Hokage-sama's orders from now on. Jai Master Hokage has given me a generous gift. There are so many treasures in Danzo's roots that I have been coveting for a long time. Jin, what about you? Why don't you speak? Are you dissatisfied with my arrangement? All those with vested interests expressed their opinions. Only Wang Jin did not speak. He just stared at Kakashi with a smile and only spoke when he saw his doubts. Wang Jin. I don't care since I won't spend much time in the village from now on. But Minister Anbu's identity can indeed bring me some help, thank you Kakashi. You're welcome, the position of Hokage should be yours, I'm just taking your place temporarily. Kakashi understands very well how he got his position. The new high-level officials of Konoha present are all Wang Jin's people, including himself. Facing a few people who divided up the power of the village while talking and laughing, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mido Kaden and Koharu transferred to another room etc., felt as if they were in another world. Mido Kaden sighed, Koharu Hiruzen, maybe we are really old and it's time to give up our position. Yes, Koharu, an old man who went to bed, also sighed, his wrinkled face full of disbelief. Hiruzen Kadoyan, I actually see the shadow of Tabarama-sensei in Uchiha Nishiki. Their skills and courage are so similar. Teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared carefully at the high-spirited and upright Wang Jin in the distance for a while, then nodded silently. That's right. He is indeed very similar to the teacher when he was young. I hope the village can return to its glory during the Shadai period under his leadership, so that when we go to the Pure Land, we can have the face to face our teachers and the others. I think he'll do it. Wells, let them work hard when they are youngs. Meet the minister. Yes, our achievements have been limited since we were born, hey. The door opened, and Wang Jin came out with a smile. Both of them are from small clans. They can only show their skills in swordsmanship, but everything else is too ordinary. There is no way to compare with big clans like Uchiha and Senju. Mr. Minister. The weakest of these people are senior Chunin, Jonin, and there are many elite Jonin who are the real backbone of Konoha. Mao Yue Zian was overjoyed. Wang Jin's instructions made her feel valued. Otherwise, why would so many people choose her? He is Yuki Zian's lover, Moonlight Hade. You don't have to be so formal, I just want to say a few words and be more casual. Different from the last time he came to Anbu, this time Wang Jin was respected by everyone. Every Anbu ninja was his subordinate, and his attitude was unprecedentedly humble. This understands. The Hyuga Jonin didn't understand what he meant, thinking secretly in his heart. Yes, all of them. Wang Jin smiled and said, you don't need to ask for the reason. There is only one requirement, that is, I must follow you when you hand in a task. This is true for every commission. No, that's not right. A lot of money. Does the minister want to revive the Uchiha clan? Me, a young man who looked pale and sick, quickly shook his head after hearing this. Wang Jin nodded with a gentle voice. Wang Jin smiled slightly. It's very simple to call you here today. There is only one order, that is, all B-level and above missions in the future must be completed by me. A minister? Yes, Mr. Minister. Wang Jin nodded with a smile and gave instructions to a female ninja with a good figure and a gorgeous appearance. More than 600 people immediately bowed and saluted with loud voices to express their respect. Does the minister love money? There are no other benefits besides monetary rewards. Looking at Wang Jin's leaving figure, Mao Yuexian couldn't help but yearn. Hey Feng, the minister is so handsome. When will you be so majestic? Yes, that must be the case, otherwise why would we need so much funds? Mr. Minister. Seeing Wang Jin's kind attitude, these Anbo ninjas were relieved. After all, no one likes to follow a strict leader. No matter how much Hyuga Jonin wants to take advantage of him, he probably won't be able to guess what Wang Jin really wants. Yes, Mr. Minister. Grunge. After sighing, the three of them left quietly. They knew that today's era was no longer for them to wait for others, and it would be disrespectful to waste time on leaving. Ziyan, notify all ninjas to come to my office for a meeting. All, an elite Jonin from the Hyuga clan who was about 40 years old, was a little surprised after hearing this, and hurriedly asked, Minister, do you want us to complete all the commissions? Forget it, ordinary people like us will never reach the level of the minister in our lifetime. About an hour later, more than 600 ninjas from Anbu gathered at the door of Wang Jin's office. So much pressure. In the real world, Wang Jin just returned and leaned against the sacred tree, holding his forehead. Mangekyō's huge mental load made him feel uncomfortable. Forcibly suppressing the pain in his head, Wang Jin sensed the coordinates of the flying thunder god left in Ancheng and disappeared instantly after brushing the seal. Anseong University, 9 am. Today is the all-teacher students meeting held every 3 months. All student teachers must come back to participate no matter what tasks they are performing. Whether in the real world or in the world of the sacred tree, it cannot be absent. At this moment, all the students from freshmen to seniors gathered on the training ground number 1, all looking at the 10 people on the high platform. 9 school directors and the president of Anseong University, Han Mingxuan, one of the only film-level powerhouses in the alliance. Kong Xin has always been the external spokesperson of Anseong University, and he is currently summarizing the students' performance during this period. Not long ago, 2 young geniuses from the Bounty Hall completely defeated all the geniuses in your freshman and sophomore years, and they still defeated more with less. Such a performance not only brings shame to the school, but also brings shame to the entire league. You have done a great job. Wenling, you are the strongest genius in this confrontation, please tell me. Kong Xin was very dissatisfied with the performance of these students. They were overwhelmed by 2 ordinary geniuses from the hostile force. He had never experienced such arrogance when he was a student. After being called by name at the conference, Wen Ling's face turned red. Feeling very embarrassed, she reluctantly walked to the stage and forced herself to speak. It's all my fault. I take full responsibility for this incident. I am the one who has embarrassed the school. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became. The talented freshmen who participated in the confrontation were also embarrassed, and they were also brutally tortured. Yang Zhen coughed dryly and looked at Kong Xin. Teacher, it's not that we are incompetent, it's just that Luo Yimu's spiritual transformation technique is too difficult to guard against. If it were another blood successor limit, we wouldn't lose so miserably. Yes, Teacher Kong, mental attacks are too unpopular, we have no experience. Luo Shiking quickly agreed, and the other parties also nodded, trying to find a way out for themselves. What, is it reasonable to be inferior to others in terms of skills? Kong Xin snorted coldly. The students of Anseong University can lose, but they cannot escape failure. The art of spiritual transformation is not invincible. The teacher is right, we can't excuse ourselves. Wen Ling is a sophomore after all, and has a calmer mentality than these talented freshmen, and continued. Didn't Luo Yimu die at the hands of classmate Wang Jin? This is enough to prove that any technique has flaws. There is no perfect ability, only ninjas who constantly improve themselves. That's quite decent. Kong Xin nodded, very satisfied with Wen Ling's attitude. Just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly saw a young man walking in the distance, and his pupils immediately shrank. Is it him? What is this kid doing here at this time? Is he looking for trouble? At this moment, not only did he notice the person coming, but other school directors, including Principal Han Mingxuan, also saw it and looked behind everyone. The students didn't know why, and when they saw the teacher looking behind them, they couldn't help but turned around curiously and immediately saw a person who made them exclaim. It's Wang Jin, why is he here? Well, my idol Wang Jin is so handsome. Yes, the video of him killing those 2 Jonin is so cool. Hey, is he really a student like us? Why do I feel like this guy is so unreal? Not to mention them, all 9 school directors stood up at this moment, and a beautiful middle-aged woman quickly walked down the platform to personally greet Wang Jin. Han Mingxuan spoke quietly, knowing that Wang Jin was mocking him and venting his resentment about being discriminated against that day. But if you bully him, he will pay you back double. Yes, I have aged a lot. I am not as energetic and youthful as you, speaker. Wang Jin smiled faintly. He never took this identity seriously. Fortunately, I didn't bully him before, haha. Yan Meng was so excited that he felt like he was dreaming. He couldn't believe that his good brother was so awesome now. However, he could only swallow his anger. In terms of identity, status, and strength, Wang Jin is now superior to him. He pointed at the male teacher who discriminated against Sharingan the most on the day of the freshman selection and ordered him around like a servant, which immediately made the other party furious. However, he can ignore it, but others cannot, especially people with higher status, the more they have to respect this status. Girls basically have eyes full of admiration, love, and expectation. Hello, seventh speaker. Wang Jin grinned when passing by Zhuo Xiaoyu, and the latter snorted, and the two of them greeted each other. Several female students couldn't help laughing out loud. It was really rare to see Wang Jin's vengeful character. A few, hello, Principal Han. I almost forgot, Principal Han, I haven't seen you for a while, are you feeling well? I see you look older and older. Luo Shiking couldn't help but smack her lips when she saw this and pursed her sexy red lips. This kid is really powerful now. Not only does he come to the strongest university to slap someone in the face, but the other party also treats him like a grandfather. He is really awesome. Following the middle-aged beautiful woman through the crowd of students, the students automatically stepped aside to make way for her, with all kinds of expressions on their faces. Yes, killing Jonin as a freshman, and turning defeat into victory in the face of a joint sneak attack by elite Jonin and a shadow-level powerhouse. Is this really what a human can do? Speaker. Luo Shiking joked and stared at Wang Jin's next move, intending to see how he would embarrass Ancheng University today. The students were in an uproar and had no intention of attending the meeting. They all stared at Wang Jin, who was slowly approaching. Arriving at the main seat on the platform, Han Mingxuan slowly stood up and stretched out his hand. Please follow me to the main seat and help instruct the students of our school. Hee, Wang Jin is just like that. Zhuo Xiaoyu laughed. If you treat him well, he will treat you better. Meet the speaker. Wang Jin smiled faintly and shook hands with him, then sat down next to Han Mingxuan without any hesitation and asked with a smile. Everyone, please be polite. Don't forget that he still has another identity. He is the seventh speaker of our alliance. His status is the same as that of the principal. Hey, who is that I'm calling you? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and bring me a cup of tea. You have no sense at all. Most boys are envious and jealous, and wish they could take her place so they can enjoy this infinite scenery themselves. Wang Jin nodded. That's right, you are old and almost blind, so you are naturally not as good as me. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will go and pour you some tea. This kid is so arrogant now. Yang Zhen, who has a whirlpool bloodline, a strong body, and wears a blue school uniform, was indignant. Other geniuses in the same class had almost the same attitude and were extremely envious of Wang Jin. We are all freshmen who just entered school a few months ago. Why are you, Wang Jin, the only one who is so heaven-defying? Luo Shiking, Tao Yu, Huo Chen, and other geniuses are all watching Wang Jin's next step to see how he will avenge the humiliation of that day. Wang Jin took a sip of tea from the male teacher and frowned. What makes it taste so bad? Your Anseong University can't even afford to buy tea for entertaining guests. Wang Jin, that's enough, this tea is. Xiao Liu, go downs. The male teacher couldn't bear it anymore. Just when he was about to scold Han Mingxuan, he immediately waved his hand and personally filled Wang Jin's teacup with hot water. Haha, young people are naturally impatient and can't taste the bitter tea that we old people like. Han Mingxuan smiled lightly and then said, Wang Jin, if you are here today just because of the unfair treatment of freshmen at the entrance, then I will be disappointed. You have an evil talent that ordinary people can't understand. You shouldn't be so petty and unable to take it down. Little chicken intestines. Wang Jin laughed out loud. Old man, what you said is wrong. Others are sitting on my head and shitting, but I'm not allowed to give him a slap. You want me to be a bad person. But if you feel embarrassed, I won't be embarrassed. It doesn't matter to me. Ordinary people like you can't understand it anyway. After saying this, Wang Jin stood up and walked towards the audience. When passing by Luo Shiking and others, he smiled at them. Everyone came to Yapingxuan after the meeting. I booked a private room there and we all came to get together. You actually took the initiative to treat me to dinner. There can't be any conspiracy, right? Luo Shiking couldn't believe her ears that she heard such outrageous words. In her perception, Wang Jin has always revealed, intentionally or unintentionally, that he is arrogant, and looks down on geniuses such as herself. Treating guests to dinner now, it's so unlike his style. Wang Jin was speechless after hearing this. Was he treated with disdain? Although there are indeed other things that require help from these geniuses, it is beneficial to everyone and it is not a waste of money. Come when you come, don't push me away. Anyway, I told you it's a good thing, don't regret if you miss it. Go, 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 Tao Yu hurriedly shouted. I'm sure you'll go to the big monster's invitation for dinner. You can wait for us there first, it'll be over soon. Then it's settled. Wang Jin patted his butt and left, leaving behind a few geniuses who were still thinking about what he meant. Yipingshuan is located 2 kilometers outside the north gate of Anseong University. It is the most expensive hotel in Anseong. On weekdays, the people who come here to eat are either high-ranking government officials or top powerful people. Chunin rarely sees them, except of course the family members of these people. However, today's Yipingshuan was deserted. A senior official who asked for help was anxious when he came with his guests but was stopped outside the door. What are you talking about, little girl? Yipingshuan has been booked. Who is so capable? Do you know who we are? Call your manager out quickly. If you delay the time of several liters, I will ask you to close the door and beg for food. The obese middle-aged man shouted loudly, and several leaders behind him who looked like they had been in high positions all frowned. Usually I am a welcome guest wherever I go, but today I was stopped by a little waiter which made several people very angry. The waitress had just been working. She had never seen such a situation before, and she almost cried in fear. At this time, the hotel manager was also attracted by the movement at the door and hurried out to smooth things over. I'm sorry to the leaders. We were taken over by a big shot today, and we really can't do anything to the outside world. I guarantee you. Xiao Wang, let me tell you. Just as the obese man was about to swear, an old man behind him who seemed to have the highest status among all people spoke up and slowly walked up to the manager. Let us leave and tell me who that person is. Is your father in good health? I haven't seen him for several years. Are you, Uncle Liang? The visitors were none other than Luo Shiking, Huo Chen and others, the former asked tentatively. Brother Huo, it's not that I won't let you in, it's really difficult to handle. A big shot has reserved the venue for us, so we won't be allowed to go in today. Minister Liang smiled and nodded slightly. Haha, Lao Luo doesn't even come to Ancheng for a walk. He really doesn't trust others to take care of the business here. Luo Shiking was surprised that the visitor was Wang Jin, who invited them to dinner. Minister Liang, you are getting serious. Who dares to ask you to retreat? Yes, you are the #1 person under the speaker, and have control over the logistics support of the entire city. Who dares not to give you face? Wang Jin glanced at Liang Jin, who was suddenly confused. Wang Jin glanced at him and didn't recognize him at all. This store changed its surname to Wang yesterday. Are you going to mess with me? Sir, Mr. Speaker, how do you? Huo Chen looked at the manager and asked in confusion, Lao Li, what do you mean today? After Luo Shiking confirmed that she had recognized the right person, she quickly said hello. My dad is in good health and he often talks about you. Haha, it's a girl from the Luo family. She looks like this. Haha, Minister Liang smiled faintly. Do you believe it now? Follow me honestly and I will ensure that you can go in. Minister Liang looked like he had everything under control, which puzzled several geniuses who didn't often come to Yipingshuan to eat. We know that this is the speaker's property, how can we dare to be so presumptuous? I want to see who else is there in Ancheng who makes me want to retreat. No need, I'm out already. Wang Jin, how did you get in? Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is a misunderstanding, let's leave now. The manager now knew the identities of these people and was suddenly embarrassed. Just when Liang Jin wanted to use his power to put pressure on others, a young man walked out of the restaurant. Stop talking about this, girl, are you coming to eat too? Follow me, otherwise you little guys won't be able to get in. After saying that, he looked at the manager, his expression changed, and he said seriously, hurry up and call your boss, just tell him what Liang Jin told him to come out and see me within a minute. That's right, you the manager, quickly tell that person to book the venue another day. Today, we will entertain our Minister Liang first. No, how dare my subordinates. When Liang Jin heard that he was the boss, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he bowed to apologize repeatedly. At this time, several people who looked like students came over. The leading girl glanced at Minister Liang, who immediately smiled. Not even me. Huo Chen was surprised, and the manager nodded bravely. His immediate boss told him that no one could enter today. But now that such a big leader has come, even he, a seasoned veteran in shopping malls, can no longer do it. Several senior officials who were arrogant one second became panicked and apologized nonstop the next. That's right, sir, you don't remember the faults of others. Let's leave now, let's leave now. In the largest luxury bag in Yapingshuan, several talented freshmen looked at the large table of delicacies in front of them and kept sighing. Luo Shiking gave a thumbs up. Okay, Wang Jin. Now you are really inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. Even the ministers of the alliance have to be careful. It's really amazing. Huo Chen's voice was low, and he stared at the person in front of him who was competing with him on the same stage a few months ago, but now was left far behind and said unwillingly, I'm afraid not under one person, there should be no one above you. The backer behind Liang Jin is the speaker. He has never been so humble to my grandfather on weekdays. I can't imagine your current status. Su Luo, who was born as a commoner, didn't understand officialdom and was immediately surprised. No one, Huo Chen, are you saying that even the speaker can't control Wang Jin? Is it such an exaggeration? Yang Zhen, it should be true. Didn't you hear what Huo Chen said? Minister Liang's backer is the highest-ranking speaker in the alliance. Most people will not make him so afraid. Tell you. Hey, why are you talking about these useless things? The better Wang Jin does, the more glory we will get. Tell me quickly, why did you call us here today? Increase your strength like crazy. Wang Jin stopped beating around the bush. He didn't even bother to explain the officialdom and didn't take the identity given by the alliance seriously at all. In the world of the sacred tree, strength is the most important thing, and if you don't have the ability, a dog won't look at you. Crazy? What do you mean? Yan Meng took a bite of unknown monster meat and did not understand the words of his longtime friend. Jinzi, improving your strength is not as casual as eating and drinking. Going too fast may not be a good thing. Yes, did you find any treasure in the sacred tree world? Can you increase chakra in a short time? Zuo Xiaoyu was also confused, and the others looked curious. Wang Jin knew what they were thinking, and with his current strength and knowledge, he couldn't understand it unless he explained it clearly, so he immediately told his plan. However, his first words made all the geniuses present drop their chopsticks to the ground. It was so shocking. I have the final say in Konoha now. I can bring you a bug in the world of the sacred tree and make you a Jonin in a month at most. Greg. Several geniuses were dumbfounded after hearing his words, and all the chopsticks in their hands dropped. No one said a word for a whole minute. He has the final say in Konoha. Did you hear it correctly? The Kingdom of Fire, one of the 5 major kingdoms in the Divine Tree world, belongs to Wang Jin. Like this hotel, is he the boss? After a long while, Tao Yu was the first to react from the shock and stammered when speaking. Wang Jin, what are you talking about? Are you kidding? You have the final say in such a big Konoha village. Are you Hokage? We haven't been in for 2 days. What big thing happened inside? In order to hold a campus meeting every 3 months, Anzhou University withdrew teachers and students from the world of the sacred tree early in advance. Naturally, Tao Yu and others did not know about the change of Konoha Hokage yesterday. Wang Jinyu refused to give in to the surprise and continued to feed these geniuses. I'm not a Hokage, just Konoha's Minister Anbu. Minister Anbu, this is awesome, but it's not as exaggerated as you said, right? You have the final say in Konoha. Yang Zhen couldn't help but interrupt, and Wang Jin waved his hand and continued. Don't interrupt, just listen to me. I may not be the Hokage, but the current Hokage is mine, Hade Kakashi. I have a deep friendship with this person. He listens to everything I say. I helped him get to the stage with all my strength. You can understand Kakashi as my puppet and spokesperson. I am the real boss of Konoha now. It's okay to understand it that way. The person in charge is Wang Jin, this. An hour later, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and they understood Wang Jin's plan. To put it bluntly, he used his power in Konoha to complete missions like crazy and grow his chakra like crazy. Tao Yu's tongue was curled from drinking so much, and he hugged Wang Jin's shoulders affectionately. Brother, I realized. The best choice in my life was not to come to Ancheng University but to meet you. Yes, Yang Zhen also drank quite a bit. The feeling of reaching the sky in one step was so wonderful that he couldn't help but get drunk. We've already got the upper hand over the boss of Konoha. Why are we still learning this? Yes, I will drop out of school tomorrow and follow Wang Jin. It was Su Luo's first time drinking and he was already drunk, shouting that he wanted to follow Wang Jin. Although Luo Shiking didn't express her opinion, the smile on her face told everyone her choice. She would definitely not give up such a heaven-defying opportunity. Needless to say, Zuo Xiaoyu has always liked to be Wang Jin's follower, so she naturally supports his decision. Hugh Chen sighed slightly and raised the wine glass in his hand to Wang Jin, who also picked up the glass. Forget it, I won't pursue you anymore. You're too seeking discouraging. Okay, from now on you can lead everyone to play together, and we will all listen to you. Dry. Wang Jin clinked his glass with his, then drank it all in one gulp. Putting down the cup, Wang Jin just stood there and smiled. You all have good talents and you are all people I can trust. Training you is also training my own power. After all, one person will never have as much influence as an organization. I can't do many trivial matters myself in the future, so I need you. Now you only need to do one thing. Run between the Alliance Mission Hall and Konoha's Mission Hall every day. As long as the mission requires chakra, silver, special items, or real money, I will take it. Do you understand? Understood. Several geniuses stood up at the same time with amazing ambitions in their eyes. Luo Shiking, don't worry Wang Jin, you have paved the way so smoothly. If we can't walk well, we will be useless. Yeah, Zhuo Xiao nodded repeatedly, Shiking is right. We are only responsible for taking on tasks, and so many Anbu masters are completing them for us. Isn't it just like lying at home and waiting for chakra to come? It's so cool. The two worlds complete tasks for each other. Anbu is responsible for completing them, and Wang Jin follows them to collect the rewards. Everyone improves their strength together. This has been Wang Jin's dream since he first entered the world of the sacred tree, to control Konoha or even the entire world, and then he would get stuck like crazy. He thought that if he continued like this, he would be able to become a cage-level warrior in just half a year at most. In 3 years at most, you will be invincible in the Hokage world and become a 6 paths level. After all, as long as the chakra is huge enough, like Kaguya Otsutsuki, even if the combat experience is 0, it is still a big boss. On the 3rd day after the change of Konoha Hokage, the civilians in the village were surprised to find that Anbu was dispatched many times more frequently. Masked ninjas, who used to be seen only once every few days, are now encountered several times a day. Especially the 2 great gate gods of Konoha, Kamizuki Izumo and Gangzitetsu, were even more shocked. Izumo, is this the 8th wave of Anbu going out today? Gangzidi was surprised when he saw 3 Anbu ninjas wearing painless cat face masks going out. Gangzidi nodded slowly, it's the 8th wave. I wonder what kind of urgent mission Master Jin has given them. So many people are required to go out together. It must be a big move. Kamizuki Izumo curiously guessed. After all, Nishiki-sama is young and energetic, which is not what the aging 3rd generation can match. It's just such a tough and eager attitude. I hope it won't cause dissatisfaction from other countries and provoke a war. Shenyu Izgun was faintly worried, Gangzidi remained silent, and there seemed to be some concern in his sigh. However, the 2 of them didn't think much about it. They could only lament that nothing could be changed. Master Jin is here, stop talking about this. Shenyu Izgun suddenly saw Wang Jin coming from the village, and he and Gangzidi quickly saluted from a distance. Grown-ups, don't be so polite, just be more casual. Wang Jin waved his hand with a smile, and a little boy with yellow hair next to him looked curiously at the outside of the village, as if he had never been out before. Brother Jin, is this outside the village? Well, do you like it, Naruto? Wang Jin touched the little boy's head and took him out of Konoha casually, heading into the distance. I like it, I've never been out before. But where are we going? Go find someone. Who? Your father's teacher is also your future teacher. Father's teacher, who is he? You'll know when we meet. The casual chat between the 2 reached the ears of Shenyu Izgun and Gangzidi, shocking them. This kid can actually make the dignified Minister Anbu personally dispatch. What kind of background does he have? Land of Thunder Raikage Office. Killer Bee sat in the main seat with a distressed look on his face, listening to the people below chatting endlessly, feeling very irritable. He didn't want to succeed Raikage. He only liked rapping, especially going to various places in the ninja world to rap. He didn't want to be tied up in the village every day. However, since his eldest brother, 4th Raikage, was killed, no one in the village had the strength to take on the role of intimidating other countries, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and take over the position of Raikage. I don't agree with you. Anbu needs the funding from the daimyo and can't give it to your investigation team. Why should I give it to you, Anbu? Do you know how many ninjas die every day in our reconnaissance team? Without this allocation, how can I compensate their families? Stop arguing, you 2, let's talk about our civil engineering department first. The weather has been dry recently, and many places need to dig wells. Both of your departments have dispatched some ninjas to help. My espionage department needs new blood, and these guys come from Anbu. If you don't have anyone else, you can figure it out on your own. You are so unreasonable. Anbu picks out the outstanding newcomers every year. Where can I find a solution? Master Raikage, please tell me how to do this. There is also funding for the Daimyo Raikage. You decide who to give it to. And us Raikage-sama. With no result coming from the argument, everyone finally looked at Killer B, which made the latter suddenly dumbfounded. I don't understand the annoying thing. You discuss it and your fist decides. Even though his head is about to explode due to being annoyed, Killer B still doesn't forget his rap. Seeing that he didn't want to care, everyone started quarreling again. Report. Fortunately, a ninja who came to report interrupted the quarrel. Killer B was relieved and quickly let the person in. What happened? Sir, the intelligence department has just received accurate information that Konoha's Anbu minister Uchiha Nishiki led Nine Tails, Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto out of the village. It's not just that. Another blue-haired old man said with a smile, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is more powerful than the Eight Tails. This is a God-given opportunity for the Kingdom of Thunder to dominate the ninja world. That brat must snatch it. Old man, Mr. and Mrs. Minato want to see you. And there are no accompanying protective ninjas, just the two of them. After waiting for a while, a ball of red chakra floated on Naruto's belly, slowly forming a mini Nine Tails. This time I personally led the team and asked all Anbu to mobilize. I don't believe that Uchiha Nishiki can still run. Killing Uchiha Nishiki is a must. I have been waiting for this opportunity since my eldest brother died, and today it finally came. And Yayu AI died in the hands of Wang Jin and Itachi. Now that Itachi is gone, Killer B has directed all his hatred towards Wang Jin and Konoha. Tell the intelligence agencies to keep an eye on Uchiha Nishiki and never let them escape. It's not that you don't know the importance of Nine Tails. What you did is simply putting the two of you to death. Everyone looked at Killer B. This time the latter did not evade responsibility but sneered. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An old man with yellow hair couldn't control the excitement on his face. He stood up and slammed the table with a loud voice. Fifth generation, we must seize this opportunity to avenge the fourth generation. Killer B's eyes flashed with intense hatred. Thinking of this, Killer B stood up suddenly and spoke in a rare serious tone. Raikage-sama. On a carriage at the border of the Land of Fire, Wang Jin looked at the sleeping Naruto and smiled. He and Yayu AI are brothers and sisters, and they have grown up under each other's care since they were young. They are his good big brothers. Don't think that knowing the Flying Thunder God will allow you to enter the ninja world without any scruples. You're not me and you can't do Muji instantly. The enemy has too many ways to keep you. Yes, we have been coveting Nine Tails Jinchuriki for many years, and we must get it this time. Nodding, Wang Jin's mental power followed Nine Tails into the sealed space and saw the worried couple. Yes, Lord Raikage. It's about the safety of Naruto's trip. Yes, we must capture Uzumaki Naruto. It was daytime now, not sleeping time. Naruto must have been called to the sealed space by his parents at this moment. Anbu, gather now and follow me to kill people. Oh yes. Minato scolded him as soon as he met him, and he was very dissatisfied with his actions. Jin, it's too risky for you to do this. Wang Jin didn't need to meet him to know what the other party wanted to do with him. It was because Naruto's identity was too sensitive. Once he left the village, he would definitely become a hunting target for other villages. The ninja reported categorically, and suddenly the eyes of everyone in the room lit up with surprise on their faces. Konoha's minister Anbu and Nine Tails Jinchuriki are so bold that they dare to leave the village without guards. Absolutely true. What did you say, is this true? Minato scolded, looking impatient. Kushina was even more irritable and directly gave Wang Jin an ultimatum. Uchiha Nishiki. If you want to die, don't get involved with my Naruto, he's not worthy of your nonsense. You send Naruto back to the village immediately, otherwise Otherwise, what about you? Wang Jin's voice turned cold. Uzumaki Kushina hesitated, looking around. Nine Tails looked disdainful, which made her sober and knew that she had no way to threaten Wang Jin. Wu, please send my child back to the village. In desperation, Kushina started crying, and Minato quickly comforted her. Wang Jin was not used to this violent woman, so he snorted and sneered. Kushina, Minato, don't forget that you both died a long time ago. Your ability to live well now depends on me letting Nine Tails keep you two alive. I have my reasons for bringing Naruto out. You just need to watch, I won't let him be in danger. What on earth are you going to do? Namikaze Minato comforted his wife and asked worriedly. Wang Jin shook his head. He was too lazy to explain and took Naruto out of the sealed space. At this moment, Naruto looked scared, pulling his sleeve and whispering, Brother Jin, don't bully mom, she is so pitiful. Your mother is too strong. I always feel like everyone will give in to her like Minato. I don't want to do that either. Naruto, you heard our conversation just now. Are you afraid of coming out with me? Wang Jin touched the little guy's head, and the latter shook his head vigorously. Don't be afraid, I know you will protect me. Haha, that's right. Kurama, come out. What's up? The Nine Tails chakra form appears again, and everything in the outside world can be seen through Naruto's perspective. Wang Jin. Now Naruto, if you give full play to your power, how many tails can you use? Well, right now I estimate there are at most 5. This is under the condition that I try my best to cooperate and suppress negative emotions without affecting him. Otherwise, he might lose his mind with 4 tails. 5 is enough. A flash of ambition flashed in Wang Jin's eyes. There were 2 purposes for bringing Naruto out this time. The first is to bring back Jiraiya and ask him to return to the village to serve for the sake of reborn Konoha and Naruto, and at the same time bring back Tsunade through him. Not only increasing the high-end combat power in one's hands, but also opening up a breakthrough point for Tsunade, reaching 100% favorability and obtaining the last Senju bloodline fragment, thereby completely solving the side effects of Mangekyō. The second is to deliberately expose the loopholes, so that other villages can take the initiative to attack and make excuses for joining forces to launch wars in the future. After all, one of them is Minister Anbu of Konoha. Unlike ordinary ninjas, he has a high position and will have a great impact if he is assassinated. The other is Konoha's ultimate weapon, Jinchuriki. This is a loss that Konoha cannot face. If other countries dare to make plans, they will definitely arouse the hostility of everyone in the Land of Fire. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, I hope you won't disappoint me. Wang Jin was looking forward to it in his heart, expecting the other 4 major countries to have their idea. He is not a born warmonger. He likes to start wars and make civilians live in dire straits. But the current ninja world has been fighting openly and secretly. Instead of appeasement, it is better to cut the knot quickly and unify all countries without war. Once this goal is achieved, Wang Jin hopes that he will become a 6 paths level, and even the blood succession snare will be able to do it several times faster. Why did you bring him here? Don't you know how sensitive his identity is? Senior, come back. We need you, the village needs you, and the Fire Nation needs you even more. After all, he can only control the country of Fire now and can only do quests there. There are many good quests in other countries, you kid. Come on Naruto, let's set off. Wang Jin gave a thumbs up. Senior Orochimaru said you were right. A moment later, Jiraiya's somewhat annoyed voice sounded, blaming Wang Jin. Wang Jin, Senior Orochimaru once told me that beneath your bold and funny appearance, you are actually very thoughtful. It's just that if I don't take Naruto with me, I'm afraid some things won't be possible. And this little guy, I want him to grow and learn with you until he can truly protect himself and the village. Jiraiya changed from his usual cheerful and carefree character, and accurately stated Wang Jin's purpose. Haha, Jiraiya-sama is having a great time. Did I come a little early? In the Sound Ninja Village, in a famous wine shop, a tall, middle-aged man with long white hair shawl and a cheerful personality was drinking while holding a young, beautiful, and sexy woman in his arms. Uchiha Jin, the white-haired man, was Jiraiya. As soon as he saw Wang Jin walking in, he immediately put away his lustful look and let the woman leave. Moreover, the big clans such as Inakacho, Hyuga, and others have truly returned home. Everyone is working together for a better tomorrow for Konoha. Very good, unprecedentedly good. Wang Jin smiled and continued, Senior Orochimaru is also back. He has inherited Danzo's roots and is a great help to the village. Oh, what did that guy say about me? Jiraiya was obviously interested. Orochimaru was his lifelong best friend and he could not let go of it all his life. Go back, Jiraiya looked at the sincere Wang Jin and listened to the transformation of his former friend. It seemed that this was something he had been doing for many years, but had not succeeded. Brother Jin, is he the toad sage you mentioned? This is clearly pervy sage. Wang Jin laughed, took Naruto to sit across from him, and took a sip of wine before Kaido. Ha, if I guess correctly, you want to use Naruto to persuade me to return to the village and continue to work for you. Uchiha Nishiki, how is the village now? Slowly, he focused his gaze on Naruto's face, who was looking at him curiously and murmured. However, when he saw it clearly, he fell silent. Jiraiya was a little drunk at the moment and had not noticed Naruto peeking behind Wang Jin before. And he is more careful than ordinary ninjas, otherwise he would have been able to collect intelligence safely for so many years. Senior, as Minister Anbu, how can I not know this? Is that what Orochimaru said? Heh, he really understands me. Georgia smiled bitterly and then opened the topic. The two were talking and laughing, and the woman tried her best to please the man. The man had a squinting look on his face and moved his hands dishonestly around her body. It seems good to go back. After Jirya sighed, his strong hand stretched out towards Naruto's head as if he wanted to touch it. However, Naruto avoided it, making Jirya a little embarrassed. Haha, you little brat is quite shy, which is different from Kushina's carefree personality. Mom said you were a lustful ninja and wouldn't let me have contact with you. Naruto made a face, making Jirya even more embarrassed. Kushina, you misunderstood me. In fact, I am a dedicated man. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Uchiha Nishiki let me meet the Minato couple. Wang Jin's palm lightly hit Naruto on the back of the neck, and the little guy fainted immediately. Jirya then placed his palm on Naruto's belly, and chakra and spiritual power entered the sealed space. Wang Jin did not follow him in and sat alone outside to protect the two people's bodies. As soon as Jirya entered the sealed space, he saw a figure that he could only see in his dreams countless times, Namikaze Minato wearing a Hokage robe. Jirya-sensei. Naturally, Namikaze Minato also saw him and immediately hugged him in surprise. Jirya hugged his most satisfied disciple tightly, his voice choked with sobs. I never thought that our master and apprentice would meet again one day. Teacher, I didn't expect to see you, Naruto, and Kushina again. Minato smiled, and Jirya put away his excitement and looked at the slim red-haired girl standing beside him, with a sweet smile on his face and a change of temper. Jirya-sensei. Kushina, you. I'm not used to this, but my original aggressive character makes me feel comfortable. Teacher, after experiencing life and death, my personality is no longer what it used to be. Kushina smiled, her words made Jirya's eyes darken. It's all my fault, I wasn't there when Nine Tails invaded the village. Otherwise, you and your wife wouldn't have. Jirya-sensei, Minato, and I never blamed you. By the way, have you seen Naruto? I've seen it before. The little guy is very guarded against me. Did you say anything to him? Jirya was embarrassed, and Kushina smiled playfully. Teacher, you have a bad style. I will use you as a counterexample to Naruto and teach him the 3 forbidden ninjas. You girl, you really don't save any face for me. Haha, don't worry, teacher. Actually, Kushina and I both want Naruto to follow you. Only by your side can he stay safe and be an excellent ninja. It's true that my disciple is the best at this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become the yellow flash that shocked the ninja world, hahaha. Yes, teacher, you have the greatest credit for my success. The 3 of them chatted, joked, and expressed their feelings after being separated for many years. Borings. Nine Tails opened one eye in the distance, and then slowly closed it without disturbing the 3 of them. Outside, Wang Jin waited for a short while, and Jirya came out of the sealed space with emotion on his face. He knew that the time inside and outside were inconsistent, and what happened in the sealed space almost happened in an instant. In fact, the 3 of them had been together for a long time. Senior, how are you? Are you satisfied with my arrangement? I'm very satisfied. Thank you for giving the Minato family a chance to reunite. I'm very grateful. Jirya thanked him very seriously. Wang Jin smiled and waved his hand. I guess the Minato couple also have the intention of letting Naruto follow you. Yes, I have decided to take Naruto with me to explore the ninja world together. No need. Wang Jin shook his head and continued. Senior, you have been away investigating the Akatsuki organization for many years. You actually know my purpose. Jirya was surprised. Even if you are also a member of that organization, you probably don't know this. I have never told anyone, including the 3rd generation project. I have my own intelligence sources and judgment. Wang Jin waved his hand and said directly, without getting entangled with the other party on this issue. There is no need for you to investigate the Akatsuki organization. I know their origins, purpose, and members. The leaders are your disciples Nagato and Konan. Now they trust me very much. I have great influence in the organization, and they both have to listen to some words. So you don't have to waste time. Besides, Naruto needs a childhood. He is going to a ninja school. If you want to take him into the ninja world and increase his knowledge, you have to wait until he graduates. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jirya-sama, we are not targeting you, we are targeting the Uchiha behind you. Haha, you think I will leave? Jirya continued to sneer. I think revenge is just a cover. What you really want is Nine Tails. The kunai was blocked by the white hair. Jirya put away the ninjutsu and spit out a large ball of fire from his mouth towards a certain house. Fire-style fire bullet. He woke Naruto up, pointed at the empty street and smiled. Uchiha Nishiki killed our predecessor, Raikage-sama, and this blood feud must be avenged. Are we going to fight? Are there any enemies? Wang Jin hugged Naruto and slowly followed him out, standing behind the tall and mighty Toad Sage. That's right. A smile appeared on Wang Jin's face, but we have to do one more thing before we can go back. Little guy, look carefully. Senior, if you are willing to leave I-Union, and I will be extremely grateful. A lion mask ninja spoke. The voice sounded like a middle-aged man, and his tone was very calm, and he continued. What you did made us have no choice but to kill you, and you can't even think about leaving. Haha, it's just a few mice. I'll deal with them. Jiraiya laughed, quickly formed seals with his hands, flicked his hair and suddenly grew longer, wrapping Naruto, Wang Jin, and himself. Jiraiya laughed heartily and walked straight out of the famous wine shop. Brother Jin, what are you looking at? Naruto didn't know why. There was no one on the street. It seems that my suspicion is right, it is really Nagato. Senior, we are all smart people, why do we need to speak so clearly? If you look at it this way, I'm sure there's no need to investigate anymore. Then I'll go back to the village with you and help out. Screams suddenly came out, and several ninjas who were burned by the flames ran away desperately. But to no avail, they soon fell to the ground and lost their breath of life. Jiraiya took a sip of wine and glanced at the wine shop. At this moment, all the guests except the three of them had left. Ding ding ding, what's up? As soon as Naruto finished speaking, dozens of kunai were sent from different directions, locking the three of them. Jiraiya was not surprised by this and nodded slowly. Kumagakure, Jiraiya sneered, recognizing the identities of these people. I think you are tired of living and you dare to provoke me. Wang Jin, look at the strength of the teacher I found for you. He is the legendary Sannin. How many people want to become a teacher but have no way? Whoosh whoosh, his eyes moved slightly, and Wang Jin also reacted, with a strange smile on his face. Hundreds of ninjas suddenly appeared from all directions, all wearing animal masks. Senior, it seems you can't drink this wine. Just a bunch of you scum. Zillai was disdainful and didn't take these unions seriously at all. Ordinary ninjas might be afraid of Anbu members. After all, those who can enter are the best. But for Jiraiya, who has been in the ninja world for many years and possesses Sage Mode, the reverse summoning technique, these Anbu are no different from ordinary people. Jin, take Naruto and follow me. Good. Jiraiya disappeared with a whoosh and Wang Jin followed immediately. Chase. The leader Anbu immediately gave orders, and more than 100 of his men took action quickly and hunted down Wang Jin and his two companions with all their might. Jiraiya ran for about 10 miles, left the ditch where the local people gathered, and stopped beside a river. He waved his hand to let Wang Jin move aside and faced the 180 union who were chasing him. The art of spiritual communication. Bang, a giant toad several dozen meters tall and wearing red clothes appeared, causing Naruto to exclaim in surprise. What a big toad. Haha, isn't that impressive? If you learn from him, you will be able to summon spirit beasts in the future. The spiritual beast. This is the toad from Mount Myaboku. Watch your teacher's performance carefully. Wang Jin patted Naruto's little head, and the latter immediately widened his eyes. More than 100 union faced the man and the beast as if they were facing a formidable enemy, but the leader in the lead was calm. As expected of Toad Sage, one of the Sannin, it seems we are no match for him alone. Whoosh! As he spoke, a flare flew into the sky, illuminating the dark valley. Calling for help, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Bunta use combination fire style. A sticky liquid with an oily smell spurted out of Gamabunta's mouth, and everyone present could smell it. Jiraiya once again spurted out a large stream of flames, and the mixed oil accelerated the combustion, instantly increasing the power by who knows how many times. Fire-style Toad Oil Flame Bomb. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Faced with the monstrous disaster, many Anbu of Kumagakure joined forces to perform defensive ninjutsu. A thick earth wall 20 meters high and hundreds of meters long rose from the ground to block the flames. However, just as they were defending against the fire attack, a huge toad holding a steel fork fell from the sky and killed countless ninjas at once. The Kumagakure Anbu screamed, some were trampled to death, some were smashed to death by steel forks, and the formation was instantly in chaos. This is the second toad summoned by Jiraiya Gamaken of Mount Myaboku. Tojian's entire body was purple, holding a steel fork in one hand and a shield in the other. While he was madly reaping the lives of Anbu from Kumagakure, he was muttering to himself. Although I am stupid and useless, I will try my best to help Master Jiraiya. Gamaken was so brave and invincible that he could block the counterattack of Kumagakure ninjutsu with just his shield. and soon 5 or 6 Kumagakure Anbu were killed by him. Georgia and Bunta were also slaughtering these Anbu. Their combination was more efficient. In less than a minute, 1/5 of the Kumagakure Anbu were reduced. However, just as the battle was about to end with the massacre of Union, 4 figures suddenly appeared on the scene. Uchiha Nishiki. The leader was none other than Killer B. As soon as he saw Wang Jin, his eyes suddenly spurted fire, and he instantly entered the second stage of tailed beast transformation, with his entire body wrapped in red chakra bubbles. Reikage-sama, don't be impulsive, deal with Georgia first. There were 2 people around Killer B, a man and a woman. The man had only one eye left, was in his 40s, and looked very calm. The woman looked less than 20 years old, not even as old as Wang Jin, with dark skin, delicate and beautiful features. She was wearing a secretary's outfit and had a clear voice. Master Dada is right. Georgia, one of the Sannin, is the biggest threat. Let's work together to kill him first. Stupid B *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈ such a big scene before. He was immediately terrified. Just stay here and don't move, I'll take care of them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After all, the speed is also amazing. At least in the original book, the speed of the Tiansong technique can reach the speed of light. Oh yes. The 20 ninjas were fearless, and although a few of them were hit by kunai, they avoided the vital points and were able to continue fighting. Wang Jin, don't be afraid, 9 tails will protect you. With it, these people won't hurt you. But ninjas in the real world are generally physically strong, so he thought it would be of great use. After all, the Heaven's Song technique is different from the Flying Thunder God. Although it is not teleportation, its advantage is that it does not need to be marked in advance. Compared with him, the physical skills of these Kumagakure Anbu were immediately at a disadvantage, and several ninjas were soon injured. The latter smiled slightly and patted Naruto on the shoulder. In the Hokage world, the Tensujutsu can only teleport objects, the human body cannot withstand it, and only the 4th Reikage and Tsunade have used it successfully, and no one else can use it. If this were also possible in the real world, Wang Jin couldn't even imagine how terrifying its power would be. Killer B turned his head and stared at Georgia, then rushed out suddenly. Bang bang bang, the heaven-sent technique. We must find a way to obtain it. She is also one of the few beautiful ninjas in Kumagakure and is quite popular in the original work. After saying that, Wang Jin rushed back towards Tudai and the others, took out a few kunai from his ninja tool bag while running, and threw them at the opposite side with superb skills. Georgia saw that Kumagakure divided its troops to surround Wang Jin and immediately reminded Wang Jin. At this time, the follow-up reinforcements of Kumagakure also arrived, and about 200 Anbu came and joined the battlefield under the command of the secretary-like woman. Every kunai hit the enemy accurately, shocking Dada and others. B formation disperse. He knew this woman. She was the 4th Reikage secretary, calm and intelligent Mabui, who possessed a secret technique of superfast teleportation. Wang Jin's mind immediately became active after seeing Mabui. Master Dada, you lead a team to surround Uchiha Jinchuriki and try to get 9 tails Jinchuriki to threaten Jiraiya. Go ahead. Use Taijutsu to entangle him until the Reikage is free. Wang Jin activated the 3 Magatama Sharingan and used a copy of Su Luo's Taijutsu to fight in close combat with 8 gates. His pupils moving quickly left and right to perfectly dodge his opponent's attacks and counterattacks. As expected of an Uchiha, there's something about the shuriken. Want to play physical skills? Wang Jin sneered, I'm not afraid of you. Wang Jin enjoyed it, but it would be a bit troublesome for the opponent to use ninjutsu. After all, he didn't have much chakra, only equivalent to an ordinary Jonin. The one-eyed man called Tudai led more than 20 Anbu towards Wang Jin's cage. The latter took one look at the woman who was directing the tactics and immediately smiled. 8 gates Dungia, first gate of opening open. Uchiha Nishiki, be careful. Idiot B *******D, you two forced me to do this. Killer B, the main force besieging Georgia, became angry when he saw his Anbu being mercilessly slaughtered by Bunta and Takaru Toma. The dark red-tailed beast chakra bubbles on his body surged, and he completed the ultimate transformation in less than a second, completely transformed into a tailed beast. Boom. Everyone get out of the way, Reikage-sama is going to attack with all his strength. When elite Jonin Dadae, who was responsible for commanding tactics, saw a giant beast larger than 2 giant toads appearing, he quickly reminded his people to evacuate the battlefield. Wang Jin also averted his gaze and looked at the giant beast with 8 tails and a body that was the color of dead wood, with exploding muscles, and the expression on his face became slightly solemn. It is none other than 8 Tails Juki, the second most powerful tailed beast after 9 tails in terms of chakra. 8 tails was condescending, looking down at Georgia and made a killer bee voice. You stupid bee asterisk 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 D, go to hell with your 2 toads, tailed beast Hachimaki. Rumble, everyone saw that 8 tails wrapped itself tightly with its tail, and then quickly rotated its body. The huge size combined with the terrifying force changed the terrain. It is clearly a deep mountain and old forest, but it has turned into a wasteland. Centered on 8 tails, a large number of trees and soil within a few kilometers were swept away. Even though Bunta and Tamakin were not small in size and not weak in strength, they were not enough in front of the terrifying power of the tailed beast that could destroy the world. 2 bangs and pops disappeared along with the white smoke. This is a sign that the psychic beasts have been severely injured and returned to their habitat. They can no longer fight. 8 Tails' body continued to rotate for a minute and did not stop until no one could be seen on the surface. Is this the strength of Sannin? But since your psychic beast is gone, you are no match for us. The tailed beast-like killer bee stared at the only earthen wall and opened his mouth. Georgia took a deep breath and walked out from behind the earthen wall. Although he spent a lot of chakra to block Killer Bee's ultimate move, his aura was a little disordered. But Wang Jin and Naruto behind him were safe and sound. Even their clothes were stained with dust. Fortunately, they were protected by him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The more than 200 Union Anbu who had just evacuated in advance surrounded the 3 of them again with a cold look in their eyes as if they were looking at the 3 dead people. Georgia raised his head and looked coldly at the tailed beast-turned-killer bee. He clapped his hands together and spoke calmly. Ever since the battle with Sancho Hanzo, you are the first ninja to let me attack with all my strength, which is amazing. But it's a pity that not only can't you keep me, but you also have to take care of Anbu, whom Yu Yugakure has carefully cultivated. Stop talking nonsense, you no longer have a psychic beast, just accept your death. Killer Bee seemed to be angered by Georgia's bold words. He controlled 8 tails to attack with his body and swung a tail more than 10 meters long from behind towards the 3 of them. Senior, let's come together. Wang Jin took the lead before Georgia could counterattack, and the 3 Magatama in his eyes instantly turned into Mangekyō. Suddenly, a dark red Susanoo who was more than 20 meters tall with only the upper body appeared and cut off the tail with the flaming sword in his left hand. It hurts, it hurts. In the Jinchuriki sealed space, Killer Bee grimaced in pain. 8 Tails Juki hit his head hard with his tail behind him, complaining in his tone. Be careful of the energy sword in Susan's hand, I feel very suspicious. It seems to be related to Genjutsu. Genjutsu, Killer Bee grinned and rapped habitually. Genjutsu is ineffective as Hachai is here. As the perfect Jinchuriki who truly understands each other and becomes good friends with the tailed beasts, the thing Killer Bee is least afraid of is Genjutsu. After all, the essence of Genjutsu is to interfere with the chakra in the opponent's body to produce hallucinations. 8 Tails can use its own chakra to disrupt the balance and help him get rid of Genjutsu. Of course, 8 Tails also knew this, but it changed from its normal state at this moment, and its attack just now was very weird. But it couldn't tell what was wrong, it could only remind Killer Bee again to be cautious. Outside, Georgia looked at Susanoo who was standing in front of him and Naruto with curiosity in his eyes and couldn't help but look at him. Is this the ultimate form of the legendary Sharingan? It's really amazing. Haha, senior, this is far from enough. You protect Naruto, I'll deal with Killer Bee. Wang Jin laughed and controlled Susanoo to rush towards 8 Tails. The huge size and the inertia generated by the high speed knocked him away, causing the ground to shake slightly. Seeing that it was difficult to intervene in this kind of battle, Anbu changed his opponent under the command of Dodai and faced Georgia. Georgia separated a shadow clone to protect Naruto, and he once again summoned a male and a female. 2 old toads not much larger than normal size, one on each side standing on his shoulders. Boss, big sister, please help me, I want to enter Sage mode. Old man, come on. Counting the tail that was chopped off by the 10-fist sword, it had lost 5 tails, and only the last 3 tails were left bare. Little Georgia, you can gather the natural energy with peace of mind and leave the rest to us. Although these 2 toads were small in size, the power of the ninjutsu they used was actually a bit stronger than Georgia's, and the Kumigakure Anbu who were at the front were instantly burned to ashes. Raging, it has forgotten the last time it was beaten so badly and has completely lost its mind. Amaterasu's black flames burned bigger and bigger, already igniting its 3rd tail. Atsukayomi. Kumigakure Anbu and the Anbu were able to counteract the powerful fire style without paying the price of casualties again. Fire style fire bullet. This was due to its sixth sense of crisis that protected itself before Amaterasu attacked and replaced its head with two tails. Otherwise, the consequences would be more serious. And no matter how much Killer Bee and Eight Tails put it out, the flames of Amaterasu just can't be extinguished. At this moment, Eight Tails looked very embarrassed. However, Susan was no match for him if he continued to use it like this. Wang Jin deeply understood that his current eye power could not be used unscrupulously, and he was not yet the eternal Mangekyō. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Jin's right eye focused on Eight Tails' head and shed a trace of blood and tears. In the end, Eight Tails cut off these tails with a heart so that they did not continue to be burned. Want to go all out? Facing the charging Eight Tails, Wang Jin snorted and directly removed Susan, and activated the pupil technique with his left eye under the latter's puzzled gaze. Wang Jin glanced here while Killer Bee was fighting, and immediately relaxed and dealt with Eight Tails seriously. All of a sudden, all kinds of ninjutsu came out, causing the two toads to fight hard. Without the threat of fire style, they took advantage of their numerical advantage to surround Jirya and others, launching attacks from all directions. Eight Tails directly took the initiative of the body and rushed towards Wang Jin angrily. Although Jirya was deeply surrounded by Naruto, a loser, the two veteran toads from Mount Myaboku were here, so safety was no problem. In the second stage, Susanna and Eight Tails used their strength to fight each other, and for a while neither could do anything to the other. Raging Amaterasu. Water-style water barriers. The female toad made a sharp voice and immediately took action, together with the male toad. Give your octopus a taste of barbecue. As long as he solves the Eight Tails, these Anbu will be just stragglers and nothing to fear. Damn human being, I'm going to devour you. Eight Tails has an advantage in strength, but Wang Jin Susanoo has weapons. The 10-fist sword can attack, and the 8-foot mirror can defend, so he is not at a disadvantage. Eight Tails' head was instantly enveloped in black flames, causing it to scream in pain. What is this place? Killer Bee, who was tied to a cross in the dim and illusory Tsukuyomi space, was shocked. Three Wang Jins stood in front of him, stabbing his body with knives again and again. The intense and real pain made him miserable, and he tried desperately to disrupt his chakra and get rid of the genjutsu, but to no avail. Tsukuyomi, the ultimate genjutsu that surpasses ordinary genjutsu, cannot be easily broken by conventional methods. This must be genjutsu, I have to hold on, Hatchet will definitely be able to get me out. Tailed beasts, one of the Wang Jin said coldly, don't count on them. My genjutsu cannot be broken by these things. Impossible, Killer Bee's expression was distorted, and the pain in his body made him suffer every minute and every second. There is no unbreakable genjutsu ever. You are right, it is true. Wang Jin slowly pierced Killer Bee's body again and again, but the power of Tsukuyomi is beyond your and Eight Tails' imagination. Killer Bee, enjoy these 72 hours, it will be your nightmare for the rest of your life. Hateful. In the Jinchuriki space, Eight Tails anxiously called out to the motionless Killer Bee while frantically injecting his own chakra into it, trying to break the genjutsu like usual. However, all this is in vain. The only force that can break through the Tsukuyomi space is the same power, Mangekyō pupil power. Chakra is useless. The tailed beasts that lost their Jinchuriki and have no freedom are lambs to be slaughtered, and the Eight Tails have no ability to fight back against the King Jin. Not only was he unable to fight back, he couldn't even maintain his full-tailed beast transformation, and Killer Bee returned to his human form. Reikage-sama. Release the Reikage-sama, we surrender. Uchiha Nishiki, don't be impulsive, otherwise Kumigakure will definitely start a war to destroy Konoha. When the unconscious Killer Bee was held in Wang Jin's hand like a dead dog without any resistance, Tutai and Mabui became nervous instantly. Kumigakure just lost its 4th Reikage, and Killer Bee, the 5th Reikage, cannot afford to have any more accidents. Let him go. Wang Jin smiled at the 200 Union who were afraid to take action, pointed at Mabui who had dark skin but delicate looks and said, okay, as long as you come with me. Mabui was startled, a puzzled look on his face. Others also didn't understand Wang Jin's intention and why he singled out this woman. A hint of hesitation flashed across Mabui's face, but he nodded immediately after a moment. I agree to be your prisoner, so please release me, Reikage-sama. Mabui's you. You don't have to tell me, Dodai-sama. I am nothing compared to the comfort from Reikage-sama. Mabui's expression was resolute. Although she didn't know what Wang Jin was going to do to her, she had no right to bargain at the moment. Jirya hadn't entered Sage mode yet, but now that the battle was over, he returned to his usual lecherous look, sizing up Mabui, who had a superior figure and appearance, and chuckled. That's good, kid, you have good vision. Although this girl is a little dark, she also has a special charm, hehe. But at this moment, he was at the mercy of others, and he didn't know whether Killer B was alive or dead. He was not sure he could deal with Wang Jin and Georgia, so he could only ruthlessly abandon the former. Master Tudai, shall we catch up? Georgia knocked Ma Buyi unconscious and carried her up, deliberately holding her butt to take advantage of her. Georgia was puzzled. Wang Jin slapped Ma Buyi's face a few times to wake him up and said without turning his head, "Why, senior, you want to go first? Then I'll give it to you." "I don't mind." "What did you say?" Georgia, who was originally admiring the beauty, suddenly got angry. "This is my latest work. It hasn't been released yet. Kakashi has been urging me to release it for who knows how long, and you don't even like it." Dadae felt helpless as he didn't want to lose Mabui, an excellent ninja. Konoha Village, Back Mountain. A smile also appeared on Wang Jin's face, and he stared at Mabui again and again as if he was looking at a collection. "Mabui, as long as you pass on the heaven-sending technique to me, you can leave immediately." Go, he. "You, what are you going to do?" Very good, I'll give this thing back to you." An Anbu team leader asked. The one-eyed Tudai looked at the backs of the three people, then looked at the unconscious Killer Bee in his hand and finally shook his head. "Intimate paradise, that sackcloth depends on her." Wang Jin glanced at the book Georgia handed over and curled his lips. "Senior, forgive me for being blunt, but what you said is just child's play in my eyes, not exciting at all." "You're not interested in women, then why did you capture her?" Georgia threw the unconscious Mabuyi onto a flat boulder, and suddenly his eyes lit up, staring at the miniskirt of the beautiful woman's thighs, grinning evilly. "Master Georgia, let's go." "Well, is there any fake?" Bang, hey this Georgia was rarely shy. Wang Jin laughed, knowing that he dared to be lazy with beautiful women and was still a virgin when it came to fighting. Mabui has now come to Wang Jin and wants to exchange with Killer Bee, but is frightened by Georgia's lustful look. She knows a secret technique of superfast teleportation, which is what I want. "Are you serious?" Georgia was confused. Wang Jin looked back at him and smiled slightly. "Boy, I didn't realize you were a fellow traveler. Here is one of my most proud works for you." "Well, I'm just kidding. It's not her body that interests me." "Hey, Mabui is a strong ninja. She will have to bear with it for now. I will use diplomatic pressure to get her back safe and sound." Wang Jin threw the Killer Bee at the platform, and the three of them left in a swagger. No, get Reikage-sama out of danger first. Compared with the little Liu Bei in the real world, Wang Jin really had no interest in Georgia's masterpiece. He stopped arguing with him and stretched out his hand towards Ma Buyi's delicate body that had no ability to resist. After all, compared to a Reikage secretary, a Jonin ninja is the key. A gift from heaven. After hearing this, a flash of disdain flashed across Mabuyi's delicate face. "Stop wasting your time, just kill me." "I won't give you the family secrets." "In that case, then, as you wish." Wang Jin directly took out a kunai and stabbed Mabuyi in the chest. The latter did not dodge, which made a flash of appreciation flash in his eyes, but he did not stab Mabuyi. "A qualified ninja. I dare to exchange with you and never think about going back alive." Mabuyi snorted coldly, not caring about his own life or death. Ninjas refuse to surrender in order to survive. This is not uncommon in the ninja world. They are all people with their own persistence. Georgia frowned upon seeing this and said in a low voice, "Boy, will this ninjutsu be of great use to you?" "Maybe, I don't know, I'm just very interested." Wang Jin explained the heavenly sending technique in detail. Georgia was slightly surprised by its speed, and Mabuyi was shocked. "Impossible, this is my family's secret technique. It is rarely shown to others. Even the 5th generation doesn't know it. How can you know it so well?" "If I didn't have these skills, I would target you." Wang Jin smiled slightly. "Mabuyi, although I don't want to kill you, I don't have so much patience if you keep looking for death." To put it bluntly, the heavenly sending technique doesn't have much effect. Its speed of light has already determined that it can't teleport people. It's useless compared to my Konoha flying thunder god. It's a good deal to exchange it for my forgiveness. Otherwise, you openly attacked me, Minister Anbu and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki this time. Such a big thing is enough for me to launch a war against the Kingdom of Thunder. You threaten us Kumagakure with war. After hearing this, Mabui suddenly felt like she was rebelling against Tiangang. For so many years, under the weak character of the old 3rd generation, the Kingdom of Thunder has always been so tough and threatened with war. Konoha chose to compromise for the sake of peace. Today was a good thing. Suddenly the situation was reversed and I was threatened. However, the 2 recent confrontations between Wang Jin and Union were both victories without any suspense. Mabui calmly thought that this possibility was not impossible. If he didn't agree, he might really dare to start a war. After all, the current village has just lost the previous generation rakeage and its strength has been greatly reduced. Coupled with some people who are dissatisfied with the fifth generation and plotting a coup, it is really unable to cope with a large-scale war between countries. I promise to pass on the gift of heaven to you. After thinking about it clearly, Mabuyi seemed to be deflated, and her whole body slowly collapsed against the wall. She still gave in to Wang Jin. Half an hour later, Wang Jin frowned. What happened was beyond his expectation. The art of heavenly sending is easy to learn but difficult to use. The reason is that because of the lack of Mabuyi family blood, this art can only be used by people of their clan. If this shortcoming cannot be solved, then there is no point in learning it. At this moment, the sky had darkened, and Azabu looked at the pensive young man anxiously, wondering if he would keep his promise and let Union go. Jirya sat on the side doing nothing, his lustful eyes looking at Mabuyi's breasts and butt unscrupulously, and he chuckled lustfully from time to time. He was not interested in the art of heavenly sending. An art that could only transport objects but not be used on people was not very useful in his opinion. That's enough, you old perverts. Mabuyi couldn't bear it anymore and yelled at Jirya, which woke Wang Jin up from his thoughts and looked at her. There's only one way, go find Uncle Snake. Sighing in his heart, he slowly stood up. Mabuyi, come with me. Where to go? Kumagakure, a dark beauty, suddenly became nervous and said quickly, you said you would let me go as soon as you get ninjutsu. It's no one else's business if you can't learn it. Don't worry, I have never gone back on what I promised. Wang Jin glanced at her lightly and took the lead to walk forward. Follow me to meet someone. If he can't help me use this ninjutsu, then I will give up completely and fulfill my promise to you. Oh, really? Human experiment. Senior Orochimaru's experiments may seem cruel, but they are an indispensable and important part for the development of the ninja world. We all need such talents. Uchiha Nishiki, are you going to follow Orochimaru on this bloody path? But you have to cooperate with us and see if there is any way to crack your family's secret technique. Wang Jin nodded. Yes, she has a secret technique passed down from her family. I learned it, but I can't use it, so I came to you to ask if there is a solution. He did not object to Orochimaru's experiment, but instead looked forward to it, waiting for the other party to bring him a big surprise. As soon as Mabuyi heard this, her legs went weak, and her beautiful big eyes looked at Wang Jin closely, making him laugh. Haha, it's interesting, tell me in detail. Jirya was very dissatisfied with his approach, and the latter shook his head slightly. Oh, really? Mabuyi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this and quickly followed Wang Jin. Wang Jin pointed at the stone door inside, then pushed it open. A man with a hawk-faced mask spoke quickly. Master Orochimaru has been staying in the laboratory. We haven't seen him for a week, he should still be in there. The secrets of the human body, ninjutsu, and bloodline are all in this. Don't act like this when we meet. My current experiment is approved by the village. Don't worry, I won't give you to Orochimaru as a test subject. Wang Jin gave orders naturally. Today's Konoha is no longer the time when Genbu and Anbu didn't agree with each other. He, Minister Anbu, is the real powerful figure. But when it comes to scientific problems, Orochimaru seems to have been a bachelor for many years and suddenly had no other thoughts after seeing a stunning beauty. As soon as the door opened, a laboratory filled with various instruments and bottles appeared in front of the three of them. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru put down the scalpel, moved a middle-aged woman who was lying on the experimental table with a listless spirit back to the dark space on the wall, and asked with interest. After hearing this, the lustful Jirya seemed to have thought of something. His wretched expression immediately disappeared and turned into a heavy one, and he followed silently. Orochimaru, the chakra in Jirya's body fluctuated, and the latter immediately waved his hand. By the way, Orochimaru-senpai, I have a problem. After thinking about it, you are the only one who can help me. I've met the minister. Wang Jin led the two of them straight into the dark and damp roots. Along the way, many root ninjas bowed their heads to show respect. You are really a science madman. Wang Jin chuckled and led Jirya and Mabuyi down and soon came to a hidden stone door where a faint sound of pain could be heard. This guy, Jirya clenched his fists, a flash of anger flashing across his face. Hasn't he changed after all these years? He's still so keen on human experiments. You're welcome, where is your boss? I want to find him. I don't have such great power. Master Hokage approved it. If you want to raise a problem, senior, just go to Kakashi. If Orochimaru was asked to fight and kill, he might not be very interested. Meeting an old friend that he wanted to see but didn't want to see. Haha, I didn't expect it to be you, Jirya. Orochimaru, who was wearing a blood-stained white coat and holding a sharp scalpel in his hand, always pale, looked back and was surprised. "Village kid, is this what you mean?" Jiraiya stared fiercely at Wang Jin, who shrugged. "Oh, what problem this woman?" 3 days later, Mabui appeared at the entrance of Konoha village. The difficulty of the heavenly sending technique has been successfully overcome by Orochimaru, and he has no value to Wang Jin anymore. In this way, Wang Jin naturally had to fulfill his promise and let him go. Before leaving, Mabui couldn't help but look back at the nightmare in her heart, as if she wanted to remember Wang Jin's appearance firmly. "Why don't you leave? Do you want to stay and join us?" Wang Jin smiled lightly. Mabui shook her head and lightly opened her red lips. "Uchiha Nishiki, can you grant me one more request?" "Tell me about it." "Don't pass on the gift of heaven to others, okay?" Mabui seemed to be confused. "You have completely mastered this technique, and I don't want it to become an ordinary ninjutsu in the ninja world." "Don't worry, I can't bear to pass on the ninjutsu that I finally mastered." "That's good, bye." "What?" After saying that, Mabui disappeared immediately, not wanting to stay in Konoha at all. Although the 3-day experience at the root did not cause her to suffer inhuman torture, her blood was drawn every day, her hair was removed, and even a piece of flesh and blood was removed from her calf. It left scars on her body and mind that could never be erased for the rest of her life. Thinking that Wang Jin finally merged with her own blood, she felt disgusted and felt a sense of pride in her heart. The geniuses of the Sharingan clan all valued their secret skills, and such recognition made her excited. After sending Mabui away, Wang Jin took off the sleeve of his right hand. There was a dark red Madara block with a diameter of 2 centimeters, which was the place where Mabui's blood was inoculated. As expected of Uncle Snake, he is really amazing at deciphering other people's family secrets so easily. The solution given by Orochimaru is very simple. Since only Mabui's family can use the heavenly sending technique, then make Wang Jin a member of this family. Of course, he couldn't have his whole body replaced by Wang Jin, as that would outweigh the gains and would even affect Sharingan. But it's just a small patchwork, and he can still handle it easily. In addition, Mabui's family is just ordinary people, and the blood of Wang Jin's Uchiha family can easily suppress all side effects and will not bring any adverse effects to him at all. "Get ready," Wang Jin looked at the dark red Madara block, thinking of the 2 ultimate samples that could open his Samsara Eye, the fusion samples of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. "As long as I increase my life value 2 more times, maybe Orochimaru can help me complete the fusion." They were Wang Jin's guards and knew that he had just mastered a secret technique. About 5 minutes later, the moon was setting, the moonlight was blowing, and the wind came back with the 2 stones. This is the speed of light. The Eye of Samsara and the 8th Gate of Death will all be eclipsed. Withstanding the strong mental pressure brought by Mangekyō in his mind, he is now getting used to it, but he can't overdraw at will yet. Many ninjas discussed one after another, watching Wang Jin enter the secret realm of growth by destroying no more than 500 chakra. After the 2 left, Wang Jin couldn't wait to return to the real world. The original ninja cannot escape the limitations of life levels. Even the 6 paths level will die of old age, and many strange and magical techniques cannot play their due role. "Okay, that's it for today. You can get off work and enjoy the world together." "Yes, Mr. Minister. A gift from heaven. It's so awesome, this is how a man should be." Haha, after all, their second palace master still doesn't know whether he is alive or dead. Who would dare to provoke him without having the foresight? Zian Hayate, you 2 go to the roof of the Hokage building and the door of Anbu respectively. Wait for me to teleport these 2 stones back to me. I want to see the effect. After all, the art of heavenly sending was laboriously acquired for the real world, and it was not very useful in the original work. The next step was to test the gift of heaven. Wang Jin picked up 2 ordinary stones on the ground and waved his hand. 2 Anbu who were hiding somewhere appeared. Wang Jin counted the time and waited for the 2 people to arrive. He held the stone in his left hand and put the fingers of his right hand on his chest. The chakra in his body ran according to the root of the heavenly sending technique, and he quickly completed the ninjutsu. For example, the art of heavenly sending. Wang Jin's ultimate ambition is to master it completely and perfectly so that it can become his normal speed. Once successful, Wang Jin didn't dare to think how terrible it would be. "Mr. Minister." He must open the Samsara Eye. Even if he cannot withstand the power of these 2 powerful ninjas and explodes to death, it will only lose 20% of the chakra. He can afford to try. Of course, this road will be difficult, but it is not impossible. At least there seems to be a chance. The young couple immediately took the order and set off. This was expected by Wang Jin. After all, according to the plot many years later during the Fourth War, Raikage's body was much stronger than these two boulders, but he still felt pain when being teleported by the heavenly sending technique. However, the two stones at this moment turned into 5 or 6. It was obvious that they could not withstand the powerful speed pressure of the heavenly sending technique and cracked. Yes, Speaker Wang Jin is so majestic. Look at those bounty hall guards who are as well behaved as kittens. It's so cool. In fact, Wang Jin was suddenly inspired when he saw Mabui for the first time, and he came up with many wild ideas. Yes, sir. He swaggered into the secret realm of growth, and no one on guard dared to stop him, not even the people from the bounty hall dared to make a mistake. But the real world is different. Here you can use the rules of the world to improve your life level, so that the high attack and low defense ninjas become no longer fragile and can try more bold ideas. In that battle, Wang Jin defeated the second master of the bounty hall with 1 enemy and 2, and his reputation was truly earned. The young lovers looked at each other and were both happy. After all, no one would refuse the temptation of getting off work. Wang Jin immediately sensed the coordinates of the flying thunder god and came to the secret place where he earned his first pot of gold. He wanted to do experiments in the real world. It is indeed a power that has reached the speed of light, but there is not even a trace of it. It's terrible. He shouted low, and the 2 stones in his left hand turned into a white light and disappeared instantly. Even the 3 Magatama Sharingan could not capture any movement trajectory, which made Wang Jin sigh. In the dense jungle and endless secret realm of growth, Wang Jin saw a magical beast that made him deeply moved, the purple scorpion chicken. Cool. The purple scorpion chicken, which is about 10 meters tall, has a chicken body and a scorpion tail, and has about 2,000 calories of chakra, screamed at Wang Jin but did not move forward even half a step. It can feel that Wang Jin's chakra amount is not much less than its own. According to experience, it is difficult to deal with it, and it is not even its opponent. It hopes that he can take the initiative to retreat. A familiar place, familiar monsters, but things have changed. Wang Jin sighed. This was the secret realm that helped him the most when he was growing up. At that time, I only had 200 or 300 calories of chakra, lacked ninjutsu, and had no Mangekyō, so I used the monsters here as cash machines to accelerate my growth. Now that I have met my old rival again, it feels like a lifetime ago. Wang Jin took a few steps forward, raised his head and looked calmly at the purple scorpion chicken, which was facing a formidable enemy. Suddenly, a 100-meter-long red skeletal arm appeared on the right side of his body, and he grasped it in his hand. Cuckoo. The purple scorpion chicken was suddenly attacked and struggled desperately, but to no avail. Susanna's arm was not something its chakra could contend with. Wang Jin didn't waste time after controlling the purple scorpion chicken. He put his hands together on his chest, and the chakra in his body instantly flowed along a specific route. A gift from heaven. Brush, the purple scorpion chicken disappeared instantly and was teleported about 5 kilometers away by Wang Jin. Wang Jin immediately chased after him, and after a while he came to the end of the purple scorpion chicken's transmission, his face suddenly filled with solemnity. At this moment, there were only blood stains and some broken bones at the teleportation point, and I couldn't even identify what they were. The side effects of the heavenly sending technique in reality are too great. Wang Jin whispered in a deep voice. The almost completely decomposed purple scorpion chicken in front of him made him lose confidence in controlling the art of heavenly sending. He was very sure that the purple scorpion chicken's body was harder than the stone used in the experiment in the divine tree world. But even so, I still can't bear the side effects of ninjutsu being strengthened by the real world. Originally, he felt that the plot of the original work was unreasonable. Objects that can move at the speed of light have not been decomposed. How hard should it be? Now it seems that my suspicion is right. The speed of light is not so easy to control, and the price to be paid may not be affordable by anyone. The fate of the purple scorpion chicken dispelled Wang Jin's plan to experiment again, and he could only shelve the divine gift technique for the time being, until a solution to the side effects may be available in the future. Without the purpose of the experiment, he immediately exited the secret realm of growth and went to a higher-level secret realm of Warcraft. The most precious thing in the real world is Warcraft. If you want to improve your physique, in addition to the last Senju clan fragment, the corpse of a high-level Warcraft is also a shortcut. The secret place that Wang Jin wanted to go to was not in Ancheng, but in Daluo County, which he rarely visited. The folk customs there are strong and there are many large families, and they rarely obey the leadership of the federal government. The most distinctive thing is the security situation, which is very bad. You basically have to use your fists to speak, otherwise your death will be in vain if you are beaten to death. It's really interesting. Wang Jin took the teleportation array to Luliu Town, a small town under the jurisdiction of Dadu County with an A-level secret realm. Everyone came to see it. The A-level magical beast Jade Anaconda we just killed was sold at a cheap price. A complete B-level monster black scale turtle, 5 high-level life fruits, not accepted for retail sale. Exploring the blue water secret realm, but a water-style Jonin, the harvest is equal. An S-class conductor weapon with a damage degree of 30% can be replaced by 2 A-class conductors. Weapons and armors can be used, we only exchange them and do not sell them. As soon as he entered the town, various hawking sounds reached Wang Jin's ears, which made him sigh in his heart that it was indeed a gathering place for strong people, and any business was many times bigger than other places. Apart from the Jonin who come here to look for opportunities, the people who come and go on the street are ordinary people who serve them. Chunin Genin is rarely seen. Wang Jin's goal is the secret realm of blue water, the lair of the green anaconda. Apart from it, there is no second type of A-level monster. There was a reason why he chose the green anaconda. First, he has eaten green anaconda. It tastes very good and has a very obvious effect on improving the body. The second is that the jade anaconda is relatively weak among the A-level monsters and has just reached the edge of the A-level monsters. The federal government has a set of rules regarding the classification of World of Warcraft levels. Cards 1-1000 belong to D-level monsters. 1000-3000 cards are classified as C grade. Cards between 3000 and 10,000 are classified as Class B above 10,000 calories, and below 100,000 calories are grade A. There is no cap for those with more than 100,000 cards, but they are considered the strongest S-level monster category. According to the data left over from the era when monsters were raging 200 years ago, the strongest S-class monster known at that time had a full 300,000 cards of chakra. Therefore, people gave A-level and above Warcraft another unit to measure chakra, the tail. 1 tail equals 1,000 cards chakra. Wanka, way. Wang Jin shook his head, feeling that he still had a long way to go in the future. Walking further along the only main road in the town, more and more people setting up stalls and trading appeared. These stalls did not stop until they reached a lonely metal gate standing in front of the lake. The metal gate is the gateway to the secret realm of clear water, and only through it can one enter. After handing the guard an intermediate life fruit ticket, Wang Jin, wearing an animal mask, passed through the metal gate. Buzz. After the metal gate rippled like water, Wang Jin disappeared from the outside world. As soon as he left, a middle-aged man who was setting up a stall immediately took out his mobile phone and called an unknown number. Tell the lord of the palace that Wang Jin, a wanted criminal suspected of being an S-level criminal in our bounty palace, has just appeared in the secret land of blue water. I understand. A solemn male voice immediately came from the phone. If the news is verified, you will get the same reward as an A-level mission. The world of the sacred tree, the border of the kingdom of fire. Zhuo Xiaoyu caught up with a seriously injured middle-aged woman, pierced her chest with a sword, and an emotionless voice came out of her mouth. This is the consequences of betraying the village. You can die in peace. Betrayal, the middle-aged woman turned around and said with a sad smile, I have never been from Konoha, I only belong to Lord Mizukage. Girl with white eyes, the entire ninja world knows about the great changes in Konoha these days, and war is not far away from you. War? Zhuo Xiaoyu fiercely drew out his dagger, not caring about the middle-aged woman's threat, sealed her body in the scroll and went back to take her life. We in Konoha are not made of clays. The news of Georgia's return has not been released to the public, but she has known about it for a long time due to her relationship with Wang Jin, who was praised by Wang Jin as a stronger ninja than Naruto by Hiruzen. Trigger temporary mission, Coveting of the Kingdom of Water. Task level B level. Mission description. The Kingdom of Water also coveted Konoha during the First Ninja War. Please go to that time period to experience the cruelty of war. Task requirements. Participate in the war and survive, can bring no more than 2 teammates, no strength limit. Task reward. Chakra 30%, 500,000 silver. Exclusive reward, Reincarnation IQ *1. Just when Zhuo Xiaoyu was about to leave to go back, the reminder from the sacred tree suddenly appeared, which shocked her. Triggering a temporary mission for the first time was enough of a surprise for her, but there was also a clue that sounded like a very powerful pupil technique. Go tell Wang Jin. Zhuo Xiaoyu thought of Wang Jin immediately. After all, he has repeatedly told himself and others that once there is a world mission, they must take him with them. But for Zhu Xiaoyu at this moment, she still had to inform the other party even if Wang Jin wasn't watching her. In the girl's eyes, Wang Jin seems to know everything, and she may be able to get some information about the reincarnation eye from him. Zhu Xiaoyu, who received the special mission, immediately returned to Konoha and went to Anbu but did not find Wang Jin. Hyuga's family, our minister, left a few days ago. He's not here, I understand. Zhu Xiaoyu left Anbu angrily, and Mao Yuzian looked at her back and clicked 8 trigrams. Hey, this girl with white eyes is often with the minister. Are you two a couple? Be careful what you say. Moonlight Gale quickly extinguished his little girlfriend's 8 trigrams fire and reprimanded her seriously. You dare to discuss the minister's personal affairs. Be careful of being severely punished. No way, Mao Yuzian didn't care about the warning and said with a smile. The minister is a few years older than us, and he is a very gentle person. Then you can't be old or young, don't forget our identities. Moonlight Hayate sighed helplessly, worried about his girlfriend. Indeed, Wang Jin has not used his power to overwhelm others since he became minister of Anbu. But the superior is the superior after all. Moonlight Hayate, who was strictly taught by his family since childhood, dare not be as heartless as Yuki Zian, who was born as a commoner. He is full of respect for Wang Jin. He must have returned to reality if he is not in the village. Zhu Xiaoyu pretended to be worried and immediately returned to her room in the Hyuga branch house, where she returned to the real world. However, Wang Jin's phone call in the real world could not be reached, which made Zhu Xiaoyu certain that he must have gone to the secret realm. Only those places do not have modern technology, and it is normal to not be able to make phone calls. Unable to find Wang Jin, Zhu Xiaoyu returned to her home in Mingzhu. She, like Wang Jin, the first thing almost everyone does when they come back after staying in the sacred tree world for a long time is to crazily improve their physique and refine the chakra accumulated in their cells these days. I have no choice but to wait. After eating the monster meat prepared by his servants, Zhu Xiaoyu returned to Anseong University and planned to wait here until Wang Jin contacted her. In the Bishui secret realm, Wang Jin followed a 3-person team to the depths of the secret realm. Today is the 3rd day since he entered this place, and he has not encountered a monster yet. The team included 2 men and 2 women, and the other 3 were regular teammates. It was just that this time they lacked an Earth-style defensive teammate, so they approached Wang Jin. After Wang Jin had a brief contact with them, he felt that he got along well with them. Since there was no one to lead the way, he readily accepted the other party's invitation. Brother Itachi, you must have been impatient the first time you came here. My sister was the same way at that time. She felt anxious as if the monsters had moved. Just be careful. If there is any unexpected danger in the green anaconda's habitat, these coordinates will come in handy. After traveling more than 500 miles, he began to leave the coordinates of Flying Thunder God along the way. However, they have to go ashore every day to bask in the sun and hunt. So if you want to hunt them, it is best to wait for the opportunity to go ashore and attack them secretly. This way, the success rate is higher. Brother Li's name is Li Feiming. He is the oldest among the 4, just a few years shy of 50. Although Gao Jing is younger than Hu Xin, her chakra has about 100 more cards than her and is similar to Wang Jin, fire-style Jonin. Li Feiming immediately took Wang Jin close to the big lake. Once they got closer, Wang Jin finally knew the origin of the name Green Anaconda because the water in the lake was turquoise. At this moment, the 2 of them were only 1 kilometer away from the lake. Li Feiming slowed down and used the vegetation to hide his figure, moving slowly while imparting experience to Wang Jin. Itachi, as long as you follow me, I will not let you go away empty-handed. Brother Li, how far is it to the oasis? Wang Jin asked. Wang Jin followed him quickly while calculating the distance. Itachi, you can't wait anymore after not meeting a monster for 3 days. The short, middle-aged woman in the team asked Wang Jin with a smile. Hu Xin suggested at this time, Brother Li, it's getting dark now. I think we should have a good night's sleep and look for the target tomorrow. After Li Feiming finished speaking, he set off first. He had always taken the lead, leaving Wang Jin and the others behind. He was a qualified captain. This distance is neither too far nor too close, so it is more suitable whether you are escaping for your life or hunting at an opportunity. And he is also the strongest among them. With 1600 calories of chakra, Grandmaster Thunder, Water, and Wind Ninjutsu, he is a powerful Jonin. Today we have to cross the edge of the desert to reach the oasis. The only habitat for the green anaconda is there. Everyone please speed up. Also, Itachi, you must remember my words and never fight with the green anaconda in the lake. It's not far, maybe 700 or 800 miles. Although the green anaconda loves water, it usually spends most of its time in the lake. They can control water. The farther away from the water, the weaker these beasts are. It is best to lead the desert battle. Indeed, Wang Jin smiled. He was the one who told everyone his name. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble by using his real name. Don't worry, the number of high-level monsters is already rare, and they won't be everywhere like low-level secret realms. Wang Jin shook his head. Brother Lei, you don't have to worry about me. I still have this mentality. That's okay, Li Feiming nodded. You and Xiaojing go find a suitable resting place first, and I'll take Itachi to the lake to scout out the situation. Before dark, the four of them finally walked out of the desert and saw a large oasis full of lakes, plants and trees from a distance. Don't worry, you won't get too close. Li Feiming glanced at Wang Jin after saying, Itachi, you shouldn't be afraid for your first time here. Thank you so much, Brother Li, Wang Jin responded politely. The latter was still indifferent, as if his face would not show any other expression. Then you two be careful. That's good, come with me. After resting for about half an hour, it was still daylight. Li Feiming looked at the desert around him and said, the remaining tall woman also started to laugh. She looked to be 3 or 5 years younger than Hu Xin, and her name was Gao Jing. Her name is Hu Xin, she is 43 years old, and she is a 1100-calorie water-style Jonin. The only man who didn't speak glanced at Wang Jin with a cold expression, leading to the desert. After hearing this, Wang Jin thought for a moment and asked, Brother Li, can a level monsters be controlled by genjutsu? Theoretically, it's possible, Li Feiming touched his chin. There was a dark red scar of about 10 centimeters on the left side of his face, which looked like it was corroded by strong acid. But I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I've only heard people say that someone used genjutsu to briefly control the green anaconda. What you know genjutsu? I know a little bit, but I don't know if it will be useful, Wang Jin smiled. Li Feiming was surprised after hearing this, but quickly regained his composure. Itachi, it's not my brother who wants to attack you. There are only a few genjutsu families that can control the top-level monsters. You ordinary genjutsu ninjas should not try it, otherwise you will lose your life. Li Feiming shook his head and was not optimistic about Wang Jin. If genjutsu could be used so well by everyone, it wouldn't be so famous. Wang Jingxiaxiao didn't explain deliberately, saying 10,000 words is not as convincing as actually doing it. Quietly opening the Sharingan, he looked into the lake but found no trace of the monster. Wang Jin didn't believe that there was no green anaconda inside. It was probably because Sharingan couldn't see through the water. After observing the surrounding situation again, Li Feiming took Wang Jin back to the resting place. Hu Xin and Gao Jing found a stone cave that was less than 100 square meters in size. There were several dead ends in the cave, and there was only one entrance and exit that was relatively safe. After eating, Li Feiming began to make arrangements. Hu Xin, you and Weasel will watch the first half of the night, and Xiaojing and I will watch the second half of the night. Okay, Brother Lei. Hu Xin and Wang Jin nodded and watched as they walked to a fork in the road to rest. Apart from the large lake in front of you, the secret land of blue water is a desert. The wind howls at night and the temperature drops sharply. But we are all Jonin, and our life level has been upgraded once. We are much stronger than ordinary ninjas, but we don't feel cold at all. During the vigil, Hu Xin, who was petite and plump with a pretty face and an air of a mature woman, took the initiative to approach Wang Jin, who was sitting on a stone, and cling to him. Sister Xin, what are you doing? Wang Jin was startled and stood up quickly. Hu Xin gave him a squeaky look and rolled her eyes at him. Brother Weasel, why are you reacting so harshly? My sister is not a man-eating demon. No, I just... SHH, listen inside. Hu Xin pulled Wang Jin to sit down and signaled him to be silent. Wang Jin listened carefully to the cave, and soon a faint sound of from men and women came into his ears. He was speechless and could only cough dryly. Brother Li and the others are quite interested. What, you don't have one? Aren't you a man too? Hu Xin pressed her plump figure against Wang Jin's body and breathed softly into his ear with her red lips. Brother Itachi, my man left early. I don't mind solving my physiological needs with you. Sister Xin, please stop fooling around, we are keeping vigil. Besides, we are so different, we are not suitable for each other. Wang Jin quickly stood up and was more than 10 meters away from Hu Xin, which made the latter look resentful. Sister is a bit older, but I dare say that the little girls you know are not as good as my sister. Brother Itachi, people in our profession don't even know when they will die, so we should enjoy ourselves in time. Look, Brother Li and Xiaojing are also a dewy couple. No one will disturb the other when they get out of here. There is a monster. Just when Wang Jin didn't know what to say to reject Hu Xin, A golden lion with a chakra of about 3,000 calories suddenly ran towards here. Damn monster! In Wang Jin's shocked eyes, Hu Xin violently struck out, her petite body recoiled against the golden lion, and water-style ninjutsu was thrown out one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Soon the golden lion was beaten to pieces by her and lost its breath. Let me ruin my good deeds, let you ruin my good deeds. Hu Xin seemed to be upset and stomped on the golden lion's head. She had already seen that Wang Jin was an inexperienced youngster. She thought she was lucky today, but she was ruined. What's wrong? Li Feiming hurriedly ran out of the cave naked. He didn't even have time to put on his upper body, so he came out wearing a pair of trousers. It's okay, it's just a beast without eyes. Hu Xin responded angrily, and Li Feiming glanced at Wang Jin, who was embarrassed and seemed to understand something, grinning. Haha, you really don't have eyesight. Itachi, you go and rest. I'll come back in the middle of the night. Okay, Wang Jinru was pardoned and hurried to a fork in the road and sealed the entrance of the cave with earth style. Li Feiming sighed. It doesn't really matter, I just couldn't take time off until I understood it. Wang Jin shook his head slightly and spoke while practicing copying Su Luo's physical skills. Well, I remember, Brother Li. Early the next morning, Wang Jin walked out of the cave at dawn. Yes, Brother Li. A peerless genius, Hu Xin whispered softly, then shook his head. I didn't possess him, it was just a one-night romance and he still suffered a loss. Wang Jin is referring to the mysterious person in another world. The kind of genjutsu that can turn illusion into reality is so terrifying that he never dares to take it lightly. Li Feiming didn't speak to him anymore, and sat cross-legged on the ground to check chakra until Gao Jing and Hu Xin walked out of the cave an hour later. The three Magatama Sharingan under Wang Jin's mask opened instantly, but ninjutsu was not prepared. He couldn't see through Wang Jin's masked face, but he could guess a thing or two based on his words and expressions. Careful. I know you and Xiaojing will definitely not be as hungry as me after they are full. Hu Xin snorted coldly and returned to the cave sullenly, but did not bother Wang Jin anymore. What? Are you having trouble? Such a peerless genius cannot look down upon ordinary people. He and we are from two different worlds. Your achievements at this age are already beyond the reach of most people in their lifetime. Just relax when you need to, it won't be a problem. However, Li Feiming thought he was worried about his future, so he immediately tried to persuade him. This scene made Hu Xin even more angry. He gritted his teeth and said, what a shady thing. Wang Jin can never surpass 25, he is already a top genius. Li Feiming led the team and took the lead, and soon the four of them arrived at the spot where they stepped out yesterday. Let's go. He had never seen a living green anaconda, so he planned to deal with it on the spot. Li Feiming laughed when he saw this. There are not many young people nowadays who don't like to sleep. You don't worry about my Itachi. Li Feiming chuckled and said, how old is he when he is Jonin? 20 or less. Hu Xin volunteered, took 2 steps forward and began to form seals with her hands. Li Feiming and Gao Jing immediately prepared ninjutsu, which is the usual method of the three. Wang Jin nodded and continued to practice his physical skills. Then you have to think this way, right? Li Feiming said helplessly. Okay, you should go to bed and stop harassing Itachi. There will be a fierce battle waiting for you tomorrow. Well, Itachi, you are in charge of defense. Brother Lei, it's the same old rules. I'll muddy the water and you guys will act accordingly. Itachi, although I don't know your past, I want to tell you that going too far is never enough. Water-style ninja controls the water and stimulates the green anaconda out of the bottom of the lake, leaving its most advantageous home battle. Brother Li, I don't have time to sleep. There are so many things waiting for me to do. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. Hu Xin shouted in a low voice, and the huge chakra in his body raised the level of the lake in front of him by hundreds of meters, like a world-destroying wave. This is the real strength of the Jonin in reality in his own home turf, which is more than 100 times more powerful than that in the Hokage world. Oh no, there are 2 green water pythons. Retreat. When the lake surface with a radius of more than 10 kilometers was raised, everyone saw 2 black giant pythons with a length of at least 300 meters. Li Feiming immediately ordered a retreat, and Hu Xin and Gao Jing executed it immediately. Only Wang Jin carefully observed the strength of the giant python. One just broke through the air rank, and one has 15 chakras, maybe I can fight it. The 2 giant pythons had different strengths, one weak and one strong, which made Wang Jin interested. On the way here, Li Feiming said that they would have no problem dealing with a green water python that had just broken through to level A. But they could only deal with one, not one more. Wang Jin thought that he still had 7 tails in his body acting as chakra batteries, so it should be no problem for him to hold back an opponent. Brother Li, they are chasing us. Hu Xin was anxious. Those 15-tailed green water pythons are faster than us. I'll hold them back for a bit, you three runs. After saying this, Li Feiming turned around and Wang Jin followed behind him. Before he could tell his plan, Li Feiming started cursing. F***K, you are looking for death, run. Brother Li, listen to me. Wang Jin half knelt on the ground, formed seals with his hands, and then slapped the ground, and a large amount of chakra poured into the ground. I'm sure I can hold one back, you guys deal with the other. Earth-style earth flow wall. Boom, a thick earth wall about 200 meters high and so long that it seemed to have no end rose from the ground, and collided violently with 2 green water pythons that were rushing towards it at high speed. Boom, the earth wall shook violently, and a large amount of soil fell to the ground, but it was not broken and remained strong. It was not until the second attack of the 2 green water pythons that the earth wall collapsed. This scene surprised Li Feiming and the other two, and they quickly started to ask, "How much chakra did you use for this technique?" 800 calories. Gao Jing got anxious when she heard this. You're wasting chakra in the next battle. What? This is. Before she finished her words, she saw red bubbles coming out of Wang Jin's body, wrapping him completely. The chakra he had just lost was restored in an instant and directly reached its peak state. This outrageous scene made the three of them both surprised and delighted. Li Feiming looked at Wang Jin deeply and then gave the order. Itachi, you deal with the weak one and leave the strong one to us. Xiao Jing, Hu Xin, we have to show our strength and not let others see us. Oh yes. The two women were also stimulated by Wang Jin's performance. He was clearly a new member who needed to be taken care of, but I didn't expect him to be so ridiculously strong. Water-style water dragon bomb. Wind-style. Great breakthrough. Hu Xin and Gao Jing used a combination of ninjutsu. The water dragon bullet turned into an ice dragon with the help of wind escape and flew towards the 15-tailed green water python with bared fangs and claws. Li Feiming's hands were covered with thunder, and he used a ninjutsu he created himself. 2 mighty thunder lions also joined the battle between the two women. When Wang Jin saw that they were fighting with the strongest green water python, he immediately went to fight the weak green water python alone. Yes. The green water python in front of him had a thick, deep red tongue sticking out. Its pair of eyes, which were larger than the bedrooms, were extremely cold as it stared down at Wang Jin. The human in front of it made it feel alert, but at the same time, it wanted to swallow him up very much. It is an A-level monster with a certain level of intelligence, but this is the first time such a situation has occurred. It seemed that there was something about this human that was fatally attractive to it. If you don't move, I'll start. Wang Jin, who has transformed into a second-stage tailed beast, possesses endless chakra. This is not 9 tails small chakra, but the whole 7 tails. He became the Jinchuriki of 7 tails in the world of the sacred tree, and naturally remained so when he returned to the real world. It means that 7 tails has no mind and can only provide chakra like a crash. This is why people desperately want to gain benefits in the world of the sacred tree, not only to bring them back to the real world, but also to be strengthened to the same level as the ninjutsu here. Water-style water dragon bomb. Hold head high, using the same ninjutsu. The water dragon used by Hu Xin was only 100 meters long, while the one used by Wang Jin was a full 500 meters long. The comparison between the green water python and the water dragon was like a child and an adult. This is not to say that his chakra is so many times larger than Hu Xin's, but Hu Xin does not dare to bet all her chakra on one ninjutsu, otherwise she could have done it. But Wang Jin doesn't care about this situation. Anyway, he has the tailed beast as a battery, so he can use chakra without any scruples and use as much as he has. Hold head high. The water dragon held down the green water python with one claw and bit its neck with its sharp dragon fangs. Clang, SSSS. However, the scales on the green water python were extremely hard, and the water dragon's attack did not cause any substantial damage except for causing it pain. Hold it back, don't think about fighting it alone. Li Feiming shouted, warning Wang Jin, the A-level monster has increased its lifespan by more than a dozen times. We have to slowly kill it. Wait for us to free up our hands to deal with it together. Clear. Wang Jin also knew this, but he didn't plan to wait for anyone. He could do it on his own. Thinking of this, he threw out the ninjutsu in his hand one after another, like a turret with infinite ammunition, bombarding the green water python so hard that it could only curl up its body and passively defend. Wang Jin did not stop for 3 minutes. He felt that he had consumed at least 5,000 calories of chakra, and wounds finally appeared on the green water python's body. The green water python now knew that the opponent in front of it was extraordinary and not an ordinary ninja, so it immediately fought desperately and crawled towards him at high speed despite Wang Jin's ninjutsu. The green water python was very fast. It came close to Wang Jin in the blink of an eye and covered his entire body with its bloody mouth, trying to swallow him in one gulp. That's when we've been waiting. Wang Jin's eyes changed, and the tailed beast coat on his body shone slightly. He raised one hand, and a dark red sphere with a diameter of 10 meters formed rapidly and flew into the mouth of the green water python, causing a terrible explosion. Booms roared. The green water python was blown through from its mouth to the top of its head, and the intense pain caused its huge body to roll wildly on the ground. And that dark red sphere is the unique skill that every tailed beast has, the terrifyingly powerful tailed beast ball. The green water python forcefully ate the tailed beast jade issued by Wang Jin, and then wailed several times without making any sound. Wang Jin stepped forward to check, and found that the green anaconda only had a through hole with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters in the corn area behind its head. The rest of the area was intact, which made him marvel at the power of Warcraft's defense. If we detonate the tailed beast jade outside, it might not kill this beast. However, no matter how strong the surface defense of Warcraft is, it cannot prevent internal injuries. It seems that we can specialize in attacking their internal organs in the future. The green water python's mouth continued to flow out of the flesh and blood that had been blown into pulp by the tailed beast jade, proving how much pain it had suffered. This also opened up a new idea for Wang Jin, avoiding the body surface of the monsters and directly attacking their fragile internal organs. This kid actually killed the jade anaconda alone. Li Feiming and the other 3 people on the other side shrank their pupils and were shocked after seeing the result of the battle. In the eyes of the 3 of them, it was simply wishful thinking for ninjas to hunt down monsters similar to chakra, and there were very few successful cases. Wang Jin's performance today has refreshed their understanding. It turns out that one-on-one monsters can also be defeated and die. Brother Li, Itachi is simply a super genius, Gao Jing exclaimed, and Li Feiming shook his head and smiled. I've seen super geniuses before, but not as perverted as him. Yeah, no wonder people look down on me. Hu Xin smiled bitterly. Wang Jin's outstanding level had already made her think that she could not reach him. Li Feiming, this beast is about to die. Let's work harder to end the battle. We can't let Weasel underestimate him. The 3 of them were stimulated by Wang Jin's performance. They all used their 120% combat power and finally defeated their opponents before he was ready to support them. Li Feiming took out 2 storage scrolls and began to distribute the loot. He separated the 2 green water pythons and sealed them, leaving only the prey of the 3 of them, and gave him the green water python that Wang Jin killed alone. Itachi, the 3 of us will give you 3 more advanced life fruits. Why? Wang Jin took over his prey and did not refuse the deserved trophy. Li Feiming, without you holding off a green anaconda on your own, we wouldn't have the chance to kill the prey, so we should compensate you with something. Brother Lei, you are too foreign. Wang Jin refused with a smile. Every situation is relative. Without everyone, I would not have a chance to fight. So forget about the life fruit, everyone can just get their own share. Is that so? Li Feiming nodded after hearing this and didn't insist anymore. Okay then, I will shamelessly agree. But if you have anything to do in the future, you must tell us. We are all friends, right? Yes, they are all friends, Wang Jin grinned. He was happy to socialize with people of similar temperament when he was out. The next thing was simple. After the 4 of them had rested, they returned to Bishui Lake again. After 2 of the green anacondas in this area are eliminated, there will definitely not be many of them. It will be much easier to hunt them again. Sure enough, after they scouted for dozens of miles, they encountered a green anaconda again. S's. Next to the clear water lake, a green anaconda with a size larger than the first 2 appeared, with a total of 20 chakra tails. However, none of the 4 people panicked. After the battle just now, everyone has confidence in their teammates. This is especially true for Li Feiming and the others. Now that they know that Wang Jin cannot measure combat effectiveness by superficial strength, he alone can surpass them. And because Wang Jin knew the strength of the green anaconda after fighting once, he was not afraid of the opponent in front of him now, let alone a group fight, even if he was singled out. But since everyone came out together, he would definitely not be shameless and eat alone. This is not his style. As long as you have experience, it is easy to hunt alone. There is no need to corrupt your character for these interests. Li Feiming took a few steps forward, his momentum was calm and confident, and he was forming seals very quickly. Let's all take action together. Killing this beast is enough for us to go out this time. Good. The four of them all used their specialty ninjutsu. Hu Xin and Gao Jing cooperated tacitly, one used fire style and the other used wind escape. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the temperature reached a terrifying level, directly rolling up the scales of the green water python. Li Feiming still used his lightning style, and his attack rhythm was deliberately one step slower than the two women to amplify the green anaconda's injuries. Since Wang Jin was here this time, the three of them did not deliberately save chakra, but increased the output of chakra in order to pursue the power of ninjutsu. Wang Jin saw that the scales on the surface of the green anaconda had been broken open, so he directly used the tailed beast jade to blast his opponent, instead of looking for opportunities to attack inside. Buzz. A dark red sphere with a diameter of 20 meters appeared in front of Wang Jin and flew towards the green anaconda at high speed. Wang Jin put away his tail beast transformation and took a deep breath. The continuous high-intensity battles consumed his physical and mental energy greatly. Holy crap, what kind of power is this? It is Wang Jin's masterpiece. Boom, Itachi, the three of us are holding him back. You are using the same attack just now, you will definitely hit this time. Is there any price for your spherical attack? The green anaconda was afraid of Wang Jin. It didn't want to fight but just wanted to escape. Just as its huge body was about to move, it met a pair of blood-colored eyes. Wang Jin waved the three of them away from this place. Although Li Feiming didn't know what other means he had to control the green water python, he chose to trust him and evacuated quickly with Hu Xin and Gao Jing. Li Feiming glanced at Wang Jin a few more times, found that he was fine, and began to collect the exploded green anaconda corpses. The realm of illusion. No need, Brother Li, please step back to avoid accidental injury. I will do it myself. Phew tilde. Weasel, are you okay? Hu Xin saw him holding his head in his hands and looking in pain, so he hurried forward to check. I was careless and missed. After a violent explosion, the injured green anaconda was directly blown into two sections by him. A large amount of flesh and blood flew all over the ground, and the scene was horrific. This made Wang Jin stunned and couldn't help laughing. Want to escape? Wang Jin accelerated directly. The second stage of tailed beast transformation allowed him to reach a speed beyond the reach of ordinary Jonin. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the green water python and stopped it. Li Feiming even cursed. After he got up, he stared dumbly at the bottomless and extremely wide pit in the distance. Li Feiming and Gao Jing also looked worried and couldn't help but ask. The wounds on the skin after being burned by the tailed beast chakra are not bad. Ninjas in the real world have strong physiques and can heal themselves in a short time. With such terrifying power, it must be no ordinary ninjutsu. The green water python also saw it, which turned its fear of Wang Jin into fear. It no longer dared to think of fighting, so it turned around and ran away. Li Feiming and the others woke up from the shock and immediately participated in the interception. The three magatama in Wang Jin's eyes rotated rapidly and turned into Mangekyō, and the powerful eye power was activated instantly. The green anaconda went straight on the road without even struggling. As soon as he finished speaking, the tailed beast jade that had lost its target exploded directly 1 kilometer away, and the terrifying shock wave knocked Li Feiming over. His main consumption at the moment was the pupil power, which caused Mangekyō, who originally needed to be suppressed by mental power, to have uncontrollable side effects and a splitting headache. Buzz. I'm fine, Wang Jinkyang supported Mangekyō's side effects, straightened up and said in a deep voice, Brother Li, please clean up the scene, I'll just rest. However, the green anaconda seemed to feel the terror of the tailed beast jade, and its original situation of struggling and pain suddenly changed. It rolled away at all costs to avoid the tailed beast jade. The green anaconda's eyes immediately dimmed, it lost its mind and fell into genjutsu. Boom, well, leave it to me. However, Wang Jin analyzed from its slightly trembling huge body that his genjutsu could not control the opponent for long, so he immediately threw out the tailed beast jade again. One day later, Wang Jin and the others broke up at the entrance of the Bishui secret realm, leaving Li Feiming and the others very reluctant to leave. Itachi, you must contact me when you come to the secret realm in the future. Yes, brother Itachi, my sister wants to come to the secret realm with you. Me too, Itachi. You need to contact everyone more. The three of them expressed their emotions, knowing that Wang Jin was a real person and hugging him again would be a money path. Wang Jin agreed with a smile, saying that he would definitely look for them when he had time, and then left the Bishui secret realm. As soon as he left, several bounty hall minions who had been waiting secretly for a long time immediately followed him. They were given a task by the superiors to find Wang Jin's foothold. Wang Jin did not go back directly, but found a nearby large force that purchased the corpses of World of Warcraft and replaced all the half-green anacondas with high-level life fruits. It seems that this guy has gained a lot. In the dark, a bounty hall servant saw the store owner giving Wang Jin a pack of high-level life fruit, and his eyes immediately went straight. After hearing this, his companions said with envy, "This is the person who gives the palace master a headache. We haven't been able to get a high-level life fruit for several months, and they just replaced it with a guarantee. It's really outrageous." It's outrageous. The 3,000 card elite Jonin can't make money as fast as him. Come out, stop talking nonsense, and follow us quickly. Yes, Captain. The two minions pretending to be passers-by immediately took action, followed Wang Jin as he walked onto the street, and continued to trace his whereabouts. Although Wang Jin did not pay attention to his whereabouts now, he quickly noticed the abnormality of these two people because of their low strength and knew that he was being followed. The bounty hall again, Wang Jin stopped at a stall selling secret maps and looked at the two people behind him out of the corner of his eye. It seems you won't shed tears when you see the coffin. Although there are shadow-level experts in the bounty hall, he doesn't look down on them now. As long as they are not surrounded, it will be easy to escape. During this period of time, I had spent all my time thinking about the last fragment of the Senju clan and had not even bothered to pay attention to the bounty hall. But the other party refused to let me go and insisted on a life-and-death fight. Looks like I need to meet you first. At this moment, he has decided to deal with this big trouble first, and then get busy with matters in the world of the sacred tree. After deliberately leading the two minions to a remote hotel, Wang Jin directly booked a room and stayed there. In the room, Wang Jin separated a water avatar and stayed. He found an opportunity to hide outside and followed him. He leaned on the opposite roof, used the eaves to cover his body, and concentrated the chakra all over his body to the extreme. He watched with his own eyes as the other party assigned a person to report the news and kept watch until late at night. It wasn't until four figures wearing golden robes and strange stone masks appeared that they sat up straight and became serious. The big fish appears. Wang Jin stared at the four people in the distance carefully. He only saw a few words exchanged with each other but could not hear what was said. Immediately, three of the four people disappeared in a whoosh. When they reappeared, they had surrounded the hotel where Shui's clone was. There was one person standing in each corner holding strange handprints. Banned. The man in the east shouted lowly, and then four white lights about 10 centimeters in diameter appeared from their four hands and shot straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, these white cylinder-shaped lights connected one after another, forming a large sealed space that surrounded the entire hotel, trapping it. Walk. The time to seal chakra is only 10 minutes. We must deal with that kid within the time limit. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep him because of how difficult the Flying Thunder God is. The man in golden robe who spoke earlier gave the order again, and the remaining three nodded and rushed into the hotel with him. Wang Jin couldn't hear the last words, but he understood that this unseen sealing techniques was capable. Sealing chakra, it has some similar abilities to the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Wang Jin looked at the hotel opposite and fell into deep thought. At the moment when the sealing techniques jointly used by the four golden-robed men were successful, the water body was unable to maintain its own chakra and turned into a puddle of water and disappeared. But he also brought back information to Wang Jin, which was his own personal experience. Wang Jin knew that the Uzumaki clan in the sacred tree world also had similar sealing techniques, but theirs could only be effective by contacting the enemy's body and could not achieve the long-range sealing of these four people. Moreover, these people's sealing techniques are still limited in scope. At this time, all the ninjas in the entire hotel have lost chakra, which is much more powerful than the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. We must find a way to get this technique. Wang Jin's thoughts came to an end, and he jumped up in front of the hotel and easily dealt with the minions left behind. You actually ambush us. The man in black who was following him was so frightened before he died that he didn't expect that he was the prey. Wang Jin was not in the mood to talk nonsense with him, so he rushed directly into the sealed space and entered through the hotel door. Without chakra, he still has physical skills and eye power, and is still not afraid of the four of them joining forces. In the hotel, four men in golden robes went straight to a room on the third floor based on the information, kicked open the door and rushed into the room, but they were stunned on the spot. Brother, there is no one. The shortest man in gold robes made a sound of surprise, while the fatter one spoke gloomily. Whoosh, this kid must have reacted and hid the moment he was sealed. He searched from room to room. Oh yes. No, I'm here. Just as the four of them were about to walk out of Wang Jin's room, a familiar voice came from the narrow and dark corridor. The four people rushed out immediately and saw Wang Jin standing at the corner of the corridor with a calm expression. How dare you come looking for death if you don't hide? The fat man sneered. Wang Jin looked at the four of them calmly. Isn't it just that there is no chakra? It will still be easy to deal with you. What a shameless statement. A female golden-robed man said coldly, my four brothers and sisters are all elite Jonin who have raised their life levels 5 times. How dare you, a mere insect who has just stepped into the ranks of Jonin, be so arrogant? Insect? Wang Jin suddenly appeared on his body with a dozens of meters long Susan arm, crushing the woman to pieces, and said calmly in the shocked eyes of the remaining 3 people. It seems that the 2 palace masters of your bounty palace are just like this in the world of the sacred tree. They can't even distinguish between Tongli and Chakra. It's in vain that I thought so highly of them before. The situation has changed, run away separately. The leader of the man in gold robe was able to retreat into the house while shouting violently, trying to jump out of the window to escape. The other 2 people were also extremely frightened. They had learned well and wanted to gamble their luck and run away. However, they all underestimated the power of Hitomi. Wang Jin directly used the second stage Susan, which was bigger than the hotel and appeared directly in the outside world. The Susanoo giant stood there without moving. He swung the 10-fist sword twice and took away the 2 golden-robed men, leaving only the leader. Boom! With another sword, the path forward for the leader of the army was cut off. Without chakra, he could not even cross a normally inconspicuous gap and was left behind by Wang Jin. Don't bother, you can't run away. Wang Jin put away the Susanoo giant and approached the golden-robed man step by step. Although the man in golden robe is wearing a mask, his expression cannot be seen, but Wei Wei's fighting body showed that he was very scared at the moment. Sir, have mercy. I am also following orders. I can spare your life. Wang Jin smiled slightly and stopped 3 meters in front of him. Hand over this technique that can seal chakra and I will let you go. Okay, the man in golden robe did not hesitate and took out a storage scroll from his arms and threw it over. This technique is called 4 Souls Illusion Sealing. It is here, you can get it yourself. As for the remaining things, I will use them as money to buy my life. I just ask you to spare my life. 4 Souls Phantom Seal, this technique sealing techniques is genjutsu. Wang Jin was surprised when he heard this. There is also a combination of genjutsu and sealing techniques. He immediately ignored the other party, walked out of the range of sealing techniques, used chakra to open the storage scroll, and quickly found the target. 4 Soul Phantom Seal. The genjutsu seal jointly cast by 4 elite Jonin can pull ninjas within a certain range into genjutsu, making the chakra in their bodies unusable. Note: this technique does not distinguish between friend and foe. The caster will also lose chakra when entering the sealed space. It's really a combination of genjutsu and sealing techniques. It's really magical. Wang Jin couldn't help but sigh in admiration after reading the introduction of the 4 Souls Fantasy Seal. Ninjas in the real world can also develop ninjutsu, and many of them are not available in the Hokage world. Although most ninjutsu are not as useful as natives, they have many unique abilities and can open up a new path. A combination of 2, Wang Jin fell into thinking. The 4 Soul Phantom seem to have opened a new door for him, and he saw a direction that did not belong to the Hokage world. In terms of genjutsu, my Mangekyō innate advantage is huge. Maybe I have been wasting my talent. Tsukuyomi, the ultimate genjutsu who can control time and space at will, should be stronger. When Wang Jin thought of this, a startling look suddenly burst out from his eyes, and he squeezed the hand of the 4 Souls Phantom sealing with slight force. Oh yes. Itachi has only completed a small part of the development of Tsukuyomi space, and there are still more than half of the magical abilities waiting for me to discover. If I can fully develop the ability of Tsukuyomi space, maybe I can also be as easygoing as the mysterious man. At this moment, Wang Jin thought of the mysterious man he met while fighting for 7 Tails in Longyan village who needed an oil lamp to exist. The other party's genjutsu is no longer something he can understand. Just talking can affect reality and achieve what he wants. At this time, he also wanted his Tsukuyomi space to become like this. Once it was achieved, it would be heaven-defying. At that time, even the infinite Tsukuyomi, who is known as the strongest genjutsu, will have to step aside in the original work where the blood successor snare is required to activate. Seeing that Wang Jin was deep in thought, the man in golden robe quietly retreated and fled the place as quickly as possible after exiting the seal range. This man is too terrifying. The two masters of his palace will not end well if they are enemies with him. I'd better leave the bounty palace to avoid losing my life. After this battle, the man in golden robe had already seen the huge threat posed by Wang Jin and silently vowed not to get involved again. He was extremely lucky to be able to save his life this time. There was still one Senju fragment left, so he decided to focus all his attention on this and put everything else to the back. Wang Jin was confident and took Su Luo to the nearest sacred tree vine. "Okay, I'll wait for you at school." This girl called a few days ago and he called back after he left the secret realm, but either one of them couldn't answer the phone or the other couldn't answer the phone. Wang Jin looked around and found that the man in gold robe ran away without chasing him. He was insignificant in his eyes. On the way, the two of them chatted wordlessly. The most important thing now is to solve the physical problem and completely solve the side effects of Mangekyō. The reincarnation eye in the Hokage world, blood successor snare still has to find a way to achieve. When Su Luo mentioned Wang Jin, he understood that this was the sacred tree that asked them to find Abido who was fooling around in the Kingdom of Water. He took out his mobile phone and contacted Zhu Xiaoyu again. "Luo Shiking, sorry there are no world tasks. The mission is to sneak into the Kingdom of Water and investigate the situation of Mizukage and the entire village." After failing to contact him again, Wang Jin called others and was the first to contact Luo Shiking. "Have you received any good missions these days, especially from the subworld? The real-world redevelopment of Tsukuyomi space must also be put on the agenda, and this is even more important than the first two." "Good job, let's go." Just when they were about to arrive at the place where they would enter the world of the sacred tree, Zhu Xiaoyu called, and with just one sentence, Wang Jin became Su Luo's pigeon. "Keep it for now and I'll answer you later." "Su Luo, I was just about to call you. I just took on an A-level mission with a 40% chakra reward." 40%? Wang Jin immediately grinned when he heard this. "Good brother, I have not taken care of you in vain." Wang Jin hung up the phone and called someone else. He didn't want to delay for a moment. Although the focus now was on the Senju fragments, the 40% chakra reward was too much for him to refuse. "Su Luo, I'm going to find you right now. Let's do this task now." After a while, Wang Jin roughly figured out the path he would take in the future. "But Wang Jin, I have received a mission here in the current timeline. In the Kingdom of Wind, the reward is 10% of chakra. Do you want?" Wang Jin, Su Luo was waiting at the door early. When he saw the person, he ran over quickly and gave Wang Jin a hug. Wang Jin went straight to the topic. He was eager to enter the subworld again and go to the former ninja world to find the Senju people. Besides, Konoha now has the final say. All resources and manpower can be used at will, and any task can be easily handled. Huo Chen couldn't get through on the phone, and Yang Zhen and Tao Yu couldn't be reached either. Until he called Su Luo, the other party got through. As soon as he called Su Luo, the other party excitedly told Wang Jin about his recent achievements. Wang Jin, come to me quickly. I have a mission for the first ninja war and there is a reward that I can't understand. It says it's a clue to the reincarnation eye." "What?" After hanging up, Wang Jin immediately formed a seal. After launching the Flying Thunder God, he quickly appeared in Anseong and immediately went to Anseong University. Wang Jin smiled. "Good brother, please tell me the details of the mission." "The first ninja war, Tenseigan." After hearing this, Wang Jin released Su Luo's pigeon and apologized while making seals. "Su Luo, be sure to leave your tasks for me. I will come to you when I take care of Xiaoyu." "Oh, you have to hurry up. There are less than 2 months left in the mission. If you pass it, you will fail." Su Luo didn't persist even though he was disappointed. He knew who he relied on now. Every decision made by Wang Jin is the most correct in their eyes. Even if they think it is wrong, it is just a misunderstanding because they cannot see the further future. Mingzhu Zuojia living room. Zhu Xiaoyu showed up her sacred tree bracelet, pulled Wang Jin into the team, and invited him to complete the task together. The mission was immediately updated on Wang Jin's bracelet, and he looked at it immediately. Temporary mission, Coveting of the Kingdom of Water. Task level B level. Mission description. The Kingdom of Water also coveted Konoha during the First Ninja War. Please go to that time period to experience the cruelty of war. Task requirements. Participate in the war and survive, can bring no more than 2 teammates, no strength limit. Task reward. Chakra 30%, 500,000 silver. Exclusive reward for Byakugan owners. Reincarnation Eye Clue *1. It's really the reincarnation eye. Wang Jin was stunned for a moment after seeing it, then grinned at the girl and said, "Zuo Zioyu, you got the big jackpot. Do you know about the Tenseigan?" Zuo Zioyu was curious, and the former nodded and continued. "I know this is the ultimate evolutionary form of your Byakugan. Once it is turned on, you can gain the power to dominate the world. Of course, this power is not invincible. At least the reincarnation eye I want to open in the future can compete with it. But for the average ninja, no matter which eye it is, as long as it can be opened, it has reached the pinnacle." As his words fell, Zuo Zioyu was so surprised that her mouth was stuffed with eggs, and she immediately grabbed Wang Jin's hand and walked towards the door. "Come on, hurry up, call Yan Meng and let's set off now." Walk. In a dense and quiet jungle, tall and thick trees are like huge open umbrellas, with lush and intertwined branches and leaves, almost covering the entire sky. The sky at this time showed a dark tone, as if shrouded in a thick layer of haze. The gloomy clouds are very low, making people feel depressed and dull. There was a damp smell in the air which seemed to indicate an upcoming storm. At this moment, thin raindrops began to fall, gently hitting the leaves, making a rustling sound. "Where is this?" A tall, muscular boy wearing a Konoha ninja uniform scratched his head after looking around and asked the man and woman beside him. It was Yan Meng. The ones with him were naturally Zuo Zioyu and Wang Jin. The former didn't know either, so she could only look at the boy who was the most reliable in her heart. There is only one explanation for this situation at the moment. Iwagakure has already entered the Kingdom of Water, and there will be no chance of participating in the war if he waits here. Especially the wars outside Konoha and the Kingdom of Thunder, most of the records that do not involve Cage are brushed aside. Yan Meng has always had an optimistic personality and quickly corrected his attitude. "Put on Iwakaku's clothes and pretend they are participating in the war. Since the mission requirement is to experience the cruelty of this war, then we will join the opposite side of Kirigakure. We should participate in a few battles and complete the mission." They did not want to fight the enemy privately before finding a large force. In the past, Zuo Zioyu and Yan Meng were not strong enough to ignore being surrounded. Finally, under his inducement, the captain arrived at the Kingdom of Water in only 2 days and stopped at the same dilapidated port. "Wang Jin, there should be new hints. Anyway, I don't have a clue now. I can only take one step at a time. It seems that it should be the Kingdom of Water. After all, the mission requires them to covet Konoha. But fortunately, the strength of ninjas in this period is very average. As long as we don't encounter the shadows of each village and some people with special abilities, we will not be in danger. But I can be sure that Konoha and Kirigakure never had a war from beginning to end. Their opponent has always been Iwagakure. Even the shadows of these two villages perished together in this war. This is the port to the Kingdom of Water," Zuo Zioyu said happily. "Jinzi, it is almost exactly the same as the last time we came here. Not much has changed." Hearing what he said, Yan Meng didn't know how to proceed. Wang Jin looked around and said, "To the south, there is the smell of sea breeze in that direction. Either you are leaving the Kingdom of Water or you are entering the Kingdom of Water." Wang Jin nodded slightly. "Put on civilian clothes and let's go directly to Kirigakure by boat." "Jinzi, tell me what we should do." Zuo Zioyu said. Wang Jin nodded and continued. Spending a lot of money to hire a brave boatman, Wang Jin and 3 others took the boat and headed for the Kingdom of Water. Wang Jin directly ordered and continued to explain to the 2 of them. The journey went smoothly, and their location was only determined when the 3 of them arrived safely at the beach. What if it can't be completed? Zuo Zioyu had never done such a task with ambiguous requirements and was a little worried. After determining the direction, the 3 of them hid their whereabouts and set off towards the south. They did not choose to tread water and rely on their own strength to cross the sea because of safety concerns. This kind of ghost weather, except for the country of rain, which is the country of water, other countries will not have such heavy rain this season. Whether it is the records left by Konoha or Wang Jin's past life memories, there are not many records of the first ninja world. Wang Jin thought for a moment, and the cold air around him told him that this was the season of exchange between autumn and winter. Basically, every real-life ninja in each village will prepare ninja uniforms for use when sneaking in. The same goes for the 3 of them who quickly changed their clothes. Zuo Zioyu, where to go? The information left behind by the First Ninja World War is not very detailed. I didn't find out the complete story in Konoha. I only know a rough idea. "Oh, okay, I'll listen to you. Take it one step at a time. The worst possible outcome is death. It doesn't matter. Normally, it takes 3 days to go to the Kingdom of Water." Wang Jin didn't want to wait so long and asked the boatman to move forward as quickly as possible. On the battlefield, Jonin are always more conspicuous than civilians, so hiding your identity is the best choice. Good. He didn't see Iwagakure's troops at the port, nor did he see Kirigakure's defenses here. There was only a mess and a small number of civilians surviving. This is. After Zuo Zioyu stepped onto the port, she subconsciously opened her eyes. The sight she saw shocked her. Wang Jin, there are a large number of ninjas fighting ahead, at least 50 of them. Change clothes. Wang Jin didn't want to waste time, and immediately ordered the two of them to change into Yanian clothes and rush towards the battlefield at high speed. When they were still a few hundred meters away, the explosion of the detonating talisman reached their ears, proving that the battle was extremely brutal. Sure enough, when the three of them arrived at the battlefield, Kirigakure was overwhelmingly beating Iwagakure. Reinforcements are coming. Why only 3? Where are the others? A dozen Iwagakure ninjas were happy to see Wang Jin and the others at first, but then frowned, thinking that they could not help. At this moment, Kirigakure had the advantage in numbers, with more than 30 people. However, there are not many Jonin, there are only 2, and they are both supporting players whom Wang Jin does not recognize. There are 3 Jonin in Iwagakure and 4 with Wang Jin. Wang Jin ignored Iwagakure's question and fired the 4-seal water dragon bullet almost instantly, killing 5 Kirigakure Chunin at once. His move surprised both parties, especially the ninjas from Iwagakure, who were wondering when a water-style master appeared in the village. The leader, Kirigakure Jonin, is around 40, with a bandage on one eye, sparse hair, and a thin build. He immediately faced Wang Jin and gave orders to his men. I'll take care of this guy, hurry up and clean up Iwagakure. Yes, bridge steps Jonin. Wang Jin waved his hand to Zhu Xiaoyu and Yan Meng to help Yan Yin, and he rushed up towards the bridge steps. Want to play physical arts? I'm not afraid of you. Although Kyoji looks small and frail, it can be seen that he has specialized in physical skills when he takes action, and he is on par with Wang Jin for a while. Since their identities could not be revealed, Wang Jin and Zhuo Xiaoyu did not open their eyes and only fought in their normal state. The two fought for a minute, and Wang Jin's copy of Su Luo's physical skills finally gained the upper hand, denting Kyoshi's chest with one punch. Kyoshi held his chest and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Before he could recover, Wang Jin's great fireball followed closely, forcing him to quickly dodge the attack regardless of the pain. Raging. The great fireball failed as expected, scorching the trees black amid the heavy rain. Lightning-style ground walk. Zizi, Wang Jin clapped his hands on the ground, and there was no point of support for the bridge steps in the air, so he stepped straight onto the ground and walked up. The bridge steps suddenly screamed, and they were paralyzed and unable to move. Wang Jin quickly followed up, and at the same time took out the long face on his back and wiped the throat of the bridge step who couldn't resist with his sword. What Master Kyoji is dead? Quickly retreat, this person is too strong. Run quickly. The leader was on the bridge steps. He was hiding in the fog and people were distracted, and they all fled for their lives. The leader of Yanian was overjoyed when he saw this. He did not expect Wang Jin to be so powerful, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Haha, the young man is very good. A strong old man came over laughing, one of his arms was broken. Old Chan Longhe, thank you for saving me. Wang Jin responded with a smile. After hearing this, Longhe thought for a moment and then asked in confusion. Jin, why have you never heard of such a powerful genius in the village before? I have been wandering outside since I was a child. This time I heard that there was a war between the village and Kirigakure, so I came to contribute. Wang Jin calmly told his excuse. After hearing this, Longhe did not doubt that he was there and only praised him as a good boy. After all, he can take the initiative to participate in the battle and kill a Jonin of the opponent with one attack. No one would suspect that he is not one of his own. Wang Jin, Senior Long, I wonder what the situation on the battlefield is like now. Generally speaking, Kirigakure can't stand it any longer. Ryua grinned and said, Master Wu and that boy Anoki are leading a large force to attack Yugakure village. We are responsible for clearing out the scattered enemies. Have we reached Wayan village? Wang Jin said without hesitation after hearing this. Then let's go there. Senior Long, he can handle it here. Etc. Jin, the fighting there is too dangerous. It's better not to go to the future of your village. There are so many big things happening at this time. Seeing that Long He was a little anxious, he quickly stepped forward and took Wang Jin's arm. The second Hokage should be dying at this moment, and it's time for the old third generation to take over as the Hokage. I want to go to the border of the Land of Thunder. Wang Jin looked in the direction of the Kingdom of Thunder and whispered to himself. Before entering the village, a loud noise rang out which made Yan Meng change his expression. Boom, you can return as soon as the mission is completed, you don't have to wait for me. I want to do other things. If you insist on contributing, then lead the team here, I will leave these people to you, and I will go to Kirigakure. No, Wang Jin shook his head and refused. He was here to do a mission, how could he be greedy for life and afraid of death? As he said this, he was about to take Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng away, but Long he stopped them. As long as you can become 100% friendly with someone, you will have the Senju bloodline, which is much more important than the chakra reward. Yes, with such young people in the village, why worry about not being able to catch up with Konoha? What a fine young man's. Zhuo Xiaoyu opened her eyes and looked at them for a moment, then she looked serious as well. Xiaoyu Mengzi, let's go. Rumble Jinzi, you have to be careful, that is a hellish place where second Hokage can be buried, don't let the boat capsize in the gutter. Yan Meng warned. Ignore him, let's go. Wang Jin was not worried about his own safety and warned Yan Meng and Zhuo Xiaoyu, don't follow me you two, find a relatively safe place to fight by yourself. Yes, he is strong, responsible, and has the village in his heart. He is very outstanding. What are you going to do? Zhuo Xiaoyu was curious and Yan Meng also looked at him. So you are going to witness history. Zhuo Xiaoyu nodded after hearing this, that's good. The bigger the event, the easier it is to trigger high-level tasks. Maybe you can gain a lot from this trip. After he left, Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng also hit the road immediately, wanting to hurry up and complete the task so they could leave this hellish place. Wang Jin nodded and disappeared with a whoosh, going straight to the center of the battlefield, the battle circle between 2nd Tsuchikage and 2nd Mizukage. In this timeline, the Senju clan is still doing well, and there are too many clan members for him to contact. Can you hear it from so far away? It seems like the battle inside is very fierce. I have made up my mind, Senior Long he should stop trying to persuade me. Nishiko, there are fightings everywhere in Kirigakure village. There are almost no civilians to be seen, they are all ninjas. Wang Jinlai didn't just focus on the 40% chakra reward, he hadn't done anything more important yet. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Jin and others arrived outside Wayan village. The two immediately followed Wang Jin to Wayan village. The three of them were so decisive without any hesitation that Long He and others were amazed. After setting foot in the Kingdom of Water, we are still far away from Kirigakure village. Even with the strength of a ninja, we have to run for most of the day. The center of Kirigakure village has almost been razed to the ground at this moment. At least there are thousands of ninjas fighting in a melee, and people are dying every minute and every second. However, in the center of the melee circle, no one dared to intervene in the battle between the two ninjas. Others did not even dare to get close for fear of being affected. One of the two men was covered in bandages with only their eyes exposed. The other was bald, about 50, with a mustache and cold, ruthless eyes. They are 2nd Tsuchikage Wu and 2nd Mizukage Ghost Light Genjutsu. Bandage Man, Leazi is going to kill you here today to avenge the countless ninjas who died in Kirigakure. Ghost Lantern Hyuyu's expression was crazy, and her voice was hysterical. The destruction of the village was all caused by Iwagakure's massive attack. Wu Hengheng sneered. Although his expression was invisible under the bandage, he could feel that he was in a good mood. Kaiden Hyunyu, if you have the ability, do whatever you want. I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me, and you will be slaughtered by our Iwagakure together with Kirigakure. Damn it, do you really think I have nothing left to do? Gaideng Hyunyu raised his hands in a pistol posture, and the chakra in his body was consumed crazily. Water iron cannon technique strafing. Bang bang bang. Continuously formed water balls appeared from Ghost Lantern Hyuyu's fingers and flew toward Wuji at high speed. There was no immediate defense, and he slapped the ground with both hands and used the unearthed flow wall to block it. He did not dare to underestimate the secret skills of the Ghost Lantern clan. Boom. The earthen wall existed for 3 seconds before it shattered, and dozens of water balls immediately approached from behind. With nowhere to hide, he could only use the light and heavy rock technique to fly into the air. Guilan Hyunyu seemed to be waiting for this moment, and immediately separated into a clone of a child holding a sharp blade, leaping tens of meters high to catch up with Wu. Whoosh. Although the blade child looks fat, he is surprisingly fast and extremely agile. Wu was entangled by this clone, trying his best to avoid the opponent's attack, and for a moment he ignored the Ghost Lantern and the moon on the ground. No, you and your Iwagakure are dead today. Ghost Lantern Hyuyu smiled coldly and then summoned his psychic beast, a huge shellfish creature Mirage. Magic Steam Pavilion. Woohoo! The Mirage's shell opened slightly, and a faint mist appeared, wrapping the entire Kirigakure village. It's Mizukage-sama's specialty Genjutsu Iwagakure is dead. The morale of the Kirigakure ninjas immediately increased after seeing the mist, while Iwagakure fell into anxiety. This is the famous stunt of Ghost Lantern and Phantom Moon, a mirage in the sea. Did you call me a psychic beast? Wula raised his position and looked down at the mirage, placing his hands in a triangle shape on his chest. The Blade Child cannot fly and can no longer attack him. This way Genjutsu can bully ordinary ninjas, but it won't be effective against me. Dust style the art of peeling off the original world. Whoosh! A dazzling white light appeared and went straight to the motionless mirage on the ground. It was the limit of the landless blood succession, dust style. Buzz, dust style attacks silently and all people and objects hit by it disappear instantly. This is the terrifying power of dust-style bloodstains, which can break all substances into molecular states. The mirage didn't dodge, and it couldn't dodge given its speed. Dust-style's attack was too fast and was directly defeated. Wu smiled and was about to mock the Ghost Lantern and the moon, but the mirage appeared intact again, just in a different position. How is this possible? It can actually resist my dust style. Wu's face became serious, the ending was too abnormal in his eyes. Oni Deng Hyunyu sneered again and again. No, if you can't break my genjutsu, you Iwagakure ninja's little life will not be polite. That big nose over there is your apprentice, so let's start from the beginning. Ghost Lantern Hyunyu pointed at a young man with a big nose a few hundred meters away, and the other person suddenly became nervous. Onoki runs. Yes, teacher. The big nose is Onoki when he was young. At this time he was just a Jonin, not even an elite Jonin, and he was not yet the future third Tsuchikage. However, the Blade Child is very fast, and ordinary ninjas cannot outrun him. Onoki is about to be caught up. Wu wanted to save his apprentice, but he was tightly entangled by the Ghost, Lantern, and Moon, making him unable to use his body. To put it simply, it is full of water inside, which is easy to heat and cold. Once something is done, the oil on the surface will be heated rapidly, causing the water inside to evaporate, causing a water vapor explosion. The more the clone moves, the greater the heat, and the water in the body will begin to evaporate very quickly. However, the speed of the hill was too slow in his eyes, and he was easily dodged. Onoki gritted his teeth. There was nothing he could do with the sharp-edged child. Wu Jian saw the two fighting and immediately yelled, "Onoki, the more you attack this thing, the bigger it will get until it explodes with ultra-high temperature steam. My body was injured by it, so don't get hit." Bang! However, after detonating, he broke away from Onoki's weighted rock control and regained his speed. The Blade Child sat down on the ground just after being hit, struggling to get up, but couldn't. However, Onoki did not dare to attack him at close range. The water in the child's body would still be heated to the state of steam when attacked by the sharp blade. "Teacher, I know that disciples will be careful." Rumbled. Onoki took advantage of his opponent's opportunity to dodge the mountain and earth technique, and quietly succeeded in a sneak attack. He increased the mass of the Blade Child and its weight skyrocketed. Sharp Blade Child is not his name, it is called Steaming Crisis Explosive Power. Exist. Onoki knew this, and he also knew that as long as he could hold off the sharp-edged child, his teacher would be more confident in solving the ghost light. You've been fooled. Ceiling class. Iwagakure's senior management has been collecting information on the Blade children since then, and finally figured out what the technique is. Onoki shouted loudly, and 2 men and 1 woman immediately came to him. 2 hills suddenly appeared on both sides of the sharp Blade Child, pinching him fiercely. It then cools and shrinks in size by turning into hail. Get ready for the next explosion. Moreover, the top management of Iwagakure also collected the weakness of this technique, which is that the body of Ghost Lantern will be relatively weak for a period of time after each explosion. Oh yes. Earth-style aggravated rock technique. Steam that will immobilize you. Seeing that this could not go on, Onoki turned around and fought as a child without a sharp blade. After the hail stops, water vapor will erupt again and the cycle can be endless. The 3 of them took action immediately, but as if they realized that they were finished after being sealed, the Blade Child immediately detonated himself. Annoying moves. As an unpromising apprentice and Tsuchikage successor, Onoki didn't know how his teacher turned into a bandage man, thanks to the Ghost Lamp Genjutsu. Earth-style Shantojutsu. At this time there is not much steam in his body, so it has no power. Seal him for me. When Oniden Genjutsu used his specialty Genjutsu, the battlefield situation began to slowly change, and the originally strong Iwagakure began to retreat. Everyone in Kirigakure listened to the order, and drove these invaders out of the village in one fell swoop. During the battle, Ghost Demon Moon did not forget to issue orders. All the Kirigakure ninjas who heard his shouts were greatly boosted in morale and unleashed unprecedented fighting power. Wu Yi saw that if things continued like this and his attack plan would fail, he immediately ordered everyone to fight to the death. However, what he didn't expect was that young men and women suddenly appeared with a team of about 50 Jonin at this moment and directly joined Kirigakure, instantly settling the already precarious situation. The pair of young men were fine, their performance was only slightly better than that of ordinary Jonin. The woman was extremely fierce. With a flick of her fingers, several humanoid puppets immediately flew out, using poison and sharp blades to harvest a famous Iwagakure ninja. Chiyo Ebizo, Onoki was shocked when he saw the person. You have actually formed an alliance with Kirigakure. The visitors were none other than the future elders of Sunagakure village, Granny Chiyo and her younger brother Ebizo, who were still young at this time. Chiyo has beautiful appearance, plump figure, and fair skin. At this time she is a real beauty. An alliance? No, 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 Chiyo said with a naughty smile on her face like a girl. I just accepted Mizuki's commission. Delegate. Onoki's face darkened after hearing this. There was no such thing as entrustment during the war. This was a naked alliance that wanted to kill one's own village. Damn Sunagakure, you will regret provoking our Iwagakure today. Haha, Onoki, you should take care of yourself. Your ninjas are retreating. Chiyo ignored Onoki's threats and continued to harvest the lives of Iwagakure ninjas. And at the same time, she loudly assured Kaiden Genzuki, Mizukage-sama, our Keizukage-sama is on the way to support. He said that as long as you can deal with Tsuchikage, he will give full support to this war until he breaks into the Iwagakure village base camp. Okay, Ghost Lantern Hunyu laughed loudly after hearing this. Keizukage is quite trustworthy. I will fight to the death to get this guy Wu today. After saying that, the chakra in his body exploded with unprecedented power, and he tried his best with all his strength, without any regard for his own safety. It seemed that he was really trading his life for his life. Mustache, you are crazy. Wu was shocked by Gui Lan Huanyu's determination and shouted while retreating. This is obviously a conspiracy by Keizukage. He wants us both to die together so that he can reap the benefits. So many water pipes. Gaideng Huanyu's face was ferocious. He looked at the village that was once prosperous and peaceful, but now it was in a mess, and he completely lost his previous reason. Wu, you destroyed my village like this. I will take revenge even if I die. Take your life, you will definitely die today. The ghostly lantern and the moon summoned the sharp-edged child, who was filled with high-temperature steam and had turned into a fat man. He was unable to control his actions. Madman. Blow it up for me. Boom, a burst of terrifying ultra-high-temperature steam submerged the two of them. Everyone on the battlefield stopped and stared motionlessly at the center of the fog. This is the highest combat power of the two villages, and they are also the decision-makers. Their safety is related to the direction of the entire war. You too must die. Chiyo prayed loudly in her heart. When the fog dissipated, the first figure was revealed. It was the ghost lantern and the moon. Tsuchikage-sama is dead. The hearts of all the Iwagakure ninjas were severely squeezed. At this moment, Gui Lan Huanyu was still standing. Although holes all over his clothes were blown out, with pus and blood flowing out of them, he was still alive. After a few more seconds, Muchai's figure appeared, and the Iwagakure ninja was immediately heartbroken when he saw this. Tsuchikage-sama, teacher. Wu lay motionless on the ground, and his chest could no longer rise and fall. Most of his body was exposed under the bandage, old scars and new injuries were visible, and there was no good spot. The bright pupils in his eyes showed that there was no death left. At this moment, the entire Kirigakure was boiling, bursting out with an indomitable momentum. Mizukage-sama wins, let's kill everyone. Kill Iwagakure and avenge my dead brother. Second, Tsuchikage is dead, Iwagakure village is ours, let's fight into their Earth Kingdom. Kill that young man named Onoki, he has the potential to become a new shadow. Kirigakure's morale is as high as a rainbow, while Iwagakure's heart is as gray as ashes. Mizukage is not dead, it's not easy to deal with. Chiyo was very disappointed and did not see a lose-lose ending. But she still had to pretend to be happy and spoke to Ghost Lantern Huanyu with a smile. Congratulations, Senior, for killing the enemy. We, Keizukage-sama, will definitely fulfill our promise and work with you. Before Chiyo could finish her words, she saw Ghost Lantern Huanyu falling straight down. She immediately stepped forward to check. What dead? When Chiyo touched Ghost Lantern's body, he found that there was no breath left and he was immediately ecstatic. Teacher, what's wrong with you? When Onoki saw his teacher fall and the sharp-edged children dissipate on their own, he had already guessed the result, but he just didn't want to believe it. Until he confirmed it, everyone in Yannian who had just felt like they had arrived in heaven seemed to have fallen back into hell, with their morale as low as a deflated rubber ball. Tsuchikage is dead, but the shadow of his village is no longer there. For a time, the senior leaders and ordinary ninjas on both sides didn't want to fight. There was no winner in such a battle. Now is not the time to be in a daze. We want to avenge Mizukage Kage-sama. Seeing that Anoki wanted to retreat, Chiyo immediately fanned the flames of the Kirigakure senior officials and said seductively, "You don't want to let Iwagakure leave, do you? Then Mizukage-sama's sacrifice will be in vain. Leave, can't let them escape, kill them." An elite Jonin from Kirigakure shouted loudly and took the lead in rushing towards Iwagakure. Although other senior officials felt that continuing the fight would only benefit other villages, there was no turning back at this time. A whole village of shadows are dead, and such a war is no longer something they can control. You still want to fight, then let's completely separate life and death. Anoki growled. All Iwagakure enters. He is Wu's disciple and the unofficial next Tsuchikage, and his words are very important. Suddenly, a fierce battle broke out between the two villages again, and the scene was extremely tragic. The threat is gone, it's time to take action. Wang Jin, who had been hiding aside to watch the show for a long time, finally showed up. He joined the Iwagakure side, so naturally he would not let them fail, and he would at least withdraw from the Kingdom of Water safely. Originally, he had not planned to wait until now, but Wu and Ghost Lantern Hunyu were a great threat to him. With his current strength, he was no match for these two and there was a risk of death. Although the death penalty has been reduced, the mission cannot be completed once the person dies. Now that the two second-generation shadows are gone, he has nothing to fear from the remaining elite Jonin. Jonin is the backbone of any ninja world, while Chunin Genin can only be cannon fodder. They are the ones who die the most on the battlefield. Due to the death of Tsuchikage and the addition of 50 Jonin led by Chiyo who joined Kirigakure, the Iwagakure ninjas were retreating steadily. If this continues, it would be good if 1/5 of the thousands of ninjas could escape Kirigakure. Onoki led the Iwagakure elite to stop Chiyo and Ebizo, and the future leaders of their respective villages began to have a fierce confrontation from now on. Wind escape great breakthrough. Sunagakure and Jonin teamed up to use wind release. The fierce wind blew the Iwagakure formation to pieces, and the weak ones died on the spot. Onoki is flying high. In addition to dealing with Chiyo's puppets, he also has to assume the responsibility of Tsuchikage and command the army in battle. The first team is on top, and the other teams are evacuating in stages. We can't be entangled in this water country. Oh yes. The Iwagakure ninja immediately executed and obeyed his orders. From this moment on, Onoki is already Tsuchikage, and everyone subconsciously regards him as hope. Chiyo snorted coldly when he saw this and threw out 3 more puppets to join the battle. Onoki, you can't run away. Chiyo, Onoki said angrily, you snake-hearted woman, don't think that I don't know what you Sunagakure wants to do. I won't let you succeed. I'm afraid you can't do it, Chiyo said with a proud smile. Tsuchikage and Mizukage are both dead. After solving your next Kirigakure, the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Earth are destined to become the territory of our Kingdom of Wind. You are delusional. Fire style the art of fire dragon. Wind escape great breakthrough. Raging. A fire-style combination ninjutsu defeated most of Chiyo's puppets, which surprised Wang Jin who was fighting in an inconspicuous place. At this time, Onoki hasn't developed dust style yet. Can he only use normal ninjutsu? We can't go on like this without exposing our strength. Iwagakure is no match for Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Wang Jin killed a very ordinary Kirigakure Jonin with 1 sword, and the current result gave him a headache. The combined strength of these two parties is obviously greater than that of Iwagakure. If Onoki doesn't step up and take the lead, defeat Chiyo and lead the team to evacuate, it will be troublesome. I have no choice but to do it forcefully. Wang Jin decided to fight against young Chiyo himself, freeing up Onoki's hands. He rushed towards the battlefield between the two of them at extremely high speed, destroying everything along the way and killing the Chunin Jonin who stood in front of him one by one. The strength shown by Wang Jinbao at this moment shocked everyone on the battlefield, including Onoki and Chiyo. Who is this? The two of them were puzzled at the same time, unable to remember where a great master appeared from. Wang Jin got very close to the two of them, stood in front of Onoki and faced Chiyo directly. Onoki, I will deal with this woman and you can organize the evacuation. Good. Although Onoki couldn't remember the person, it would be fine as long as the clothes belonged to one of them. He turned around immediately but couldn't help but ask before leaving. Friend, what's your name? Why didn't I know there was a young master like you in the village before? The mask can only cover the face, but the voice reveals Wang Jin's age. Nishiki and Iwagakure ninja who grew up outside. Jinjun, thank you very much. Onoki had no doubts and hurried to do more important things. When the plan encountered obstacles, Chiyo had no good temper for Wang Jin and shouted directly. Boy, you dare to sabotage the rise of our kingdom of wind. You are asking for death. Old woman, don't just talk. If you have the ability, use your poison to kill me. Wang Jin laughed sarcastically and habitually called Kyan Dai. Chiyo was just about to take action but was stunned on the spot as if struck by lightning. What did you call me? Old woman, Wang Jin said nonchalantly. Come on, let me see if your poison is as evil as it seems. This call made Chiyo go berserk. She was a 20-year-old girl in her prime, and Sunagakure had countless people chasing her. Today, she was extremely insulted, which made Chiyo lose her mind and burst out with all her strength. White secret technique. Chikamatsu 10 people. He could only rely on the simplified water style taught by Mr. Kasuke to drag Chiyo away so that she could not stop Onoki. What do I need it for? Whoosh. And even if they didn't expect it to go so smoothly, the top management of Kirigakure are stubborn and must take revenge. There is no situation where he kowtows to the other 4 countries to beg for peace. The shadows of the 4 major countries must have kowtowed to Madara and begged to be let go. Wang Jin relied on speed to avoid the first wave of attacks. As for whether the 2 countries will join forces, that is even simpler. Owning this item can give you 100% control over Shukaku and make it obey your orders. Tiamping Onoki's height is plus 50, current favorability is 50. Boom! A huge wave tens of meters high appeared out of nowhere, temporarily blocking Chiyo's 10 people. Wang Jin thought of the first 5 shadows meeting if Hashirama hadn't allowed Madara to participate. The art of instantaneous body. Task requirement: promote the 2 villages to join forces to resist Salmon and save the 2 countries. Onoki also paid attention to Wang Jin's battle when he led the team to fight a bloody road. He knew that it was not easy for him, and he admired his unnecessary efforts for the village and was extremely grateful at the same time. Trigger S-level temporary mission. Survive together with Kirigakure. He served as a guard for the first-generation Kazekage during the first 5-Kage conference, learned from the Konoha-tailed beast plan, and devoted his life to researching one-tail Shukaku. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. Good. Then Wang Jin can't control that much. He has to expose all his strength to force Kirigakure to obey and get the chakra reward. Each of her fingers controls a puppet, and at the same time these 10 puppets can also perform combination ninjutsu, so Wang Jin dare not be careless. However, the chakra rewards are real. This is half of the big improvement, which is considered to be the first prize. However, even if Chiyo at this time is not as powerful as he will be in the future, he is still a strong person among elite Jonin. In terms of chakra, he has just become a Jonin, and there is still a big gap between him and elite Jonin. Shaman's ambition. As a revitalized ninja in the Kingdom of Wind, Shaman has made great contributions. Wang Jin knew that Sharingan and the Tailed Beast were no match for Chiyo if he didn't expose them. Task reward. Samana's ambition, chakra reward 50%, 1 million silver. As long as Kirigakure is not a fool, he will definitely let go of his revenge to kill Shadow and work with Iwagakure to resist the Kingdom of Wind. A string of information flashed through Wang Jin's mind. The Samana's ambitions were dispensable to him, and he had the means to trick Shukaku into obeying. Chiyo directly used his strongest move. His combat awareness, chakra capacity, and techniques are all top-notch. Mission introduction. The second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage died together, and both villages became the prey of the second-generation Kazekage S. Ramana. I hope you won't make it difficult for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind learning from Madara. Onoki, hurry up, I won't be able to stop this woman for long. It takes time to evacuate a large force, but Wang Jin does not have much chakra at the moment, and he cannot afford to continue fighting Chiyo. There's no other way. Wang Jin didn't want to reveal his identity in a crowded place, at least not now. He still needed Iwagakure's trust to complete the task. Old woman, if you dare, switch places with me to fight. If you hit me, I'll definitely cut off your stinky mouth. Chiyo was so excited that he turned around and ran away from Wang Jin towards a place with few people. But even if Wang Jin doesn't irritate her, she still wants to solve the former, leaving Iwagakure without a high-end combat power. Seeing that Wang Jin had lured away the big trouble of Chiyo, Onoki immediately evacuated and led the Iwagakure troops towards the port. Kirigakura's troops cooperated with Sunagakure's 50 Jonin to pursue them, showing an attitude of killing them all. Onoki watched the elite ninjas wither away one by one, his heart was bleeding, and he wished he could turn around and fight the enemy desperately. However, in order to take the overall situation into consideration and protect the village's strength, he could only endure his grief and run away without looking back. He and dozens of Iwagakure Jonin took the lead, opening a life path for the Chunin Genin behind them. Although these people are very weak now, they are the seeds of the village. They cannot all die here, otherwise they will be extinct and may not be able to recover for many years. On the other side, Wang Jin used the teleportation technique to lead Chiyo to the civilian area of Kirigakure. At this moment, the place has been evacuated in advance by the senior management of Kirigakure, and not even a single person can be seen on the street. It was very difficult for Chiyo to chase him. After all, when Wang Jin was running away, he could turn on his Sharingan and use his sharp eyesight to react in advance without slowing down on the rooftops on the street. After chasing for almost a minute, Chiyo finally took advantage of Chakra's huge size and willingness to consume it and chased Wang Jin. "Kid, please run away again." Chiyo was panting a little. Such high-intensity continuous blinking took a lot of energy from her. Not to mention Wang Jin, his chakra has already bottomed out. "It's your turn to run away soon." Wang Jin's eyes suddenly became sharp, making Chiyo laugh fiercely. "Kid, why are you fighting me when your chakra is almost gone? Then you have to be optimistic and see what kind of power your shadow is pursuing in this life." Wang Jin smiled lightly, and with a thought, he controlled the 7 tails in his body to release chakra. 4 tails instantly appeared behind him, entering the second stage of tailed beast transformation. This is, you are Jinchuriki. Chiyo was stunned when he saw this. As a rising star of Sunagakure and one of the future successors of the village, how could she not know what her shadow is thinking about every day? What Samana pursues is the state of Wang Jin in front of him, and he can use the tailed beast's destructive power to his own advantage. She was confused at the moment. Shaman had just told her a few days ago that he secretly learned the method of controlling the power of tailed beasts that Tabarama, the ninjutsu genius of Konoha, second Hokage Senju, had not yet realized. How could someone walk in front of him now, having already done it in advance? "Wang Jin, you are right, it is Jinchuriki. Now it's my turn to attack." Whoosh! Wang Jin rushed towards Chiyo, who was stunned, with a speed that was twice as fast as before. The latter quickly used 10 people to counterattack. Bang bang bang, there was a battle of physical skills. Wang Jin destroyed 3 of the 10 people who were originally strong and stronger than ordinary Jonin and who did not know the pain. Although the remaining 7 still have fighting ability, they are all missing arms and legs. This made Chiyo realize that she couldn't win in terms of physical skills and speed, she could only rely on ninjutsu and poison. Puppet technique. Attack blade. Whoosh! Under Chiyo's control, the 7 puppets fired poisonous sharp blades from their sleeves or from their bodies, sealing all Wang Jin's escape routes. Seeing this situation, Wang Jin didn't dare to confront him head-on. After all, Chiyo's poison was notoriously powerful, and almost no one could cure it before Tsunade had grown up. He immediately spit out the strong wind from his mouth and used wind escape to blow away these poisonous sharp blades. Since he no longer has to worry about chakra, each of his ninjutsu is extremely powerful, definitely stronger than elite Jonin. After all, not everyone can fight with unlimited chakra. After seeing every move after Chiyo's trick was cracked, Wang Jin got angry, lying on all fours like a small-tailed beast, spitting out the tailed beast jade from his mouth. Whoosh! Puppet technique machine light shield. Chiyo didn't know what kind of technique it was. People in this era had rarely seen tailed beasts and didn't know much about them, but even if she didn't know, she didn't dare to be careless. After all, the ultimate power was involved. She immediately put 2 puppets in front of her and used her strongest defense, ninjutsu. A light shield with a diameter of 2 meters square stood in front of Chiyo. This was the ninjutsu she developed that could convert the chakra in the puppet's body into a defensive shield. It has never been broken by anyone, but today, boom, after a violent sound, the chakra light shield shattered. Although Chiyo blocked the tailed beast jade, the terrible impact after the light shield was broken knocked her out dozens of meters and hit the wall of a bungalow heavily. It can be seen from the cracks in the solid wall that Kainio was seriously injured by Wang Jin at this moment, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. "I'm no match for him. I'm afraid I'm going to die here today." Chiyo thought in despair. Regardless of the brief confrontation, she had already seen that she could neither run away nor defeat. Seeing a flash of despair in her eyes, Wang Jin slowly walked towards Chiyo. "Chiyo, I think you know that today is going to be very unlucky. Yes, Chiyo stood up with difficulty, summoning the last 5 puppets to guard him with a sad smile on his face. As expected, it is something that Master Shaman has always wanted to get. This power is really powerful. Iwagak brat, although I am no match for you, I will not wait for death. Wang Jin grinned after hearing this. This is the best. I also want to have a good fight with the elites from each of your villages. Whoosh, after he finished speaking, he jumped up and accelerated towards Chiyo, who immediately controlled the puppet to fight. Clang clang clang. Chiyo knew that she couldn't let the puppet compete with Wang Jin in Taijutsu, but the rhythm of the battle was not in her hands, so she could only be forced to struggle at the moment. Within a minute, the last 5 puppets were destroyed by Wang Jin. The puppet master without the puppet is just an ordinary ninja. Bang! Wang Jin punched Chiyo hard in the stomach, causing the latter to suffer so much pain that his expression was distorted. Bang bang bang! After another burst of heavy punches, Chiyo completely lost his ability to resist. He lay on the ground shaking violently and making inarticulate sounds. Wang Jin didn't stop and immediately stepped forward and squatted down. After brushing the seals with his hands, he pressed his palm on Chiyo's navel. What did you do to me? Why can't I feel chakra? I sealed your chakra and you are now an ordinary person. Wang Jin put away the second stage-tailed beast transformation, picked up Chiyo who had lost his chakra, and chased towards the Iwagakure army. Sealing techniques, you Iwagakure cannot have such a powerful seal. Only the Uzumaki clan can achieve this level. You guessed it right, these are the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but I learned them. Wang Jin smiled lightly and accelerated all the way, while not forgetting to mock the Sunagakure genius. You are my prisoner now. I will use you to send those Sunagakures back to your kingdom of wind. What?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.